The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not sand, not cordite, not the copper-and-sweat stink of a Humvee cabin baking in Syrian heat. The first thing I noticed was lavender. Laundry detergent. The cheap kind Sarah bought at Costco, because the expensive stuff was for people who didn't have a baby and a mortgage and a husband who deployed more than he came home. I opened my eyes and stared at a ceiling I hadn't seen in 10 years. White. Slight water stain in the corner shaped like Florida. Our bedroom. Our house. The one we sold after, the one I remembered selling after everything fell apart because there was nothing left to stay for. I sat up so fast the room spun. My hands were on my face, and they were shaking, and they were wrong. Too smooth. Too many of them. Like my brain hadn't gotten the message that fingers came in fives and not the scattered, broken count I'd gotten used to in the field hospital before the lights went out. Sarah bolted upright next to me. Her hair was shorter than I remembered it, before the stress gray took over, before the nights of crying turned it thin and brittle. Right now, it was dark and thick, and she looked at me with those eyes, the ones that went from warm to terrified in the space between heartbeats. David? What's wrong? Were you dreaming? I couldn't answer. I was looking at her hands. All 10 fingers. No burn scars from the stove accident that happened after I deployed the second time. No wedding ring tan line from when she took it off because she couldn't stand the reminder. She was whole. She was here. She was alive. I swung my legs off the bed, and my feet hit the hardwood floor, and it was cold, and it was real, and I pressed my palms flat against it and breathed until the room stopped trying to spin. David. Sarah's hand on my shoulder. You're scaring me. Talk to me. I opened my mouth, and nothing came out, because what was I supposed to say? That I died? That I was pretty sure I died in a crater outside Aleppo with shrapnel in my chest, and a medic screaming numbers I couldn't understand? That the last thing I remembered was the ceiling of a transport helicopter getting redder, and then it was just dark, and then it was this. I stood up. My knees didn't pop. My back didn't ache. I was 31 again, and my body knew it, even if my brain was still running on 38-year-old software. I walked to the hallway and down to the nursery, and the door was closed and my hand was on the knob, and I couldn't turn it. Because if I turned it and the crib was empty, if I turned it and she wasn't there, then this was some kind of cruel neurological fireworks show, and I needed to sit down before my legs gave out. I turned it. The night light cast everything in soft blue. The crib was there. The mobile was spinning, those little felt animals Sarah's mom had made, the elephant with the wonky ear. And in the crib, on her back, one arm flung over her head like a tiny drunkard, was Lily. 2 months old, alive, breathing in that soft, rhythmic way that babies breathe, like the universe itself was keeping time. I gripped the doorframe. I stood there and I let it hit me. All of it. The desert, the blast, the hospital, the flatline. Sarah's face when they told her. Lily's grave with a headstone too small to deserve a word. 10 years of grief compressed into about 4 seconds, and it came out of me as a sound I didn't recognize, something between a laugh and a sob and a prayer, none of which I'd been raised to say. Sarah appeared behind me. David, please. You're not making any sense. Come back to bed. I turned around, and she saw my face, and she stopped. Whatever she saw there made her take a step back. Grown men don't cry. That's what they tell you in the army. Grown men don't cry, and if they do it where nobody sees, and if they can't help it, they do it fast, and they get back to work. I was not doing a good job of being a grown man. I wiped my face with the back of my hand, and I said, I need to check something. I walked back to the bedroom, found my phone on the nightstand, and pressed the button. The screen lit up. March 15th, 2 years before the cascade. 6 months before everything went to hell. 10 years before I died in a desert that didn't exist yet in this timeline. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and I stared at the date, and I felt something I hadn't felt in a very long time, which was weird because you'd think the feeling would be terror. And it was terror. But underneath the terror was this cold, hard, crystalline thing that I recognized from my time in the engineers. It was the feeling of looking at a bridge that needed to come down and knowing exactly where to put the charges. I knew what was coming. Every wave of it. Every date. Every failure point. The grid going down in September. The supply chain collapse in November. The pandemic that wasn't really a pandemic, but a cascading biological failure in contaminated water supplies by January. The civil unrest. The warlords. Marcus Vane and his growing empire of controlled misery. I knew all of it, and this time I had 10 years. David, Sarah sat down next to me. You've been acting like someone replaced you with a stranger all week. You jump at every sound. You're not sleeping. You've been making lists. I found one in your jacket pocket. David, it said water filtration before September. What does that mean? I looked at her. My wife. The woman who held our family together while I was deployed, who learned to fix the plumbing and change the oil and put up shelves because I wasn't there to do it. The woman who buried our daughter alone because I was already dead by then. I need to make some changes, I said. Big ones. And I need you to trust me, even though I can't explain why yet. She stared at me for a long time. Then she said, You've got that look. What look? The look you got before you re-enlisted. The look that means you've already decided and you're just telling me out of politeness. I almost laughed. She knew me. Even in this new version of things, she knew me. Yeah, I said. That look. She took a breath. Okay, but you gotta tell me eventually. I will. Promise. I promise. And I meant it. I meant it so much it hurt. I spent the next 3 days making a list. Not a physical list, because physical lists were the kind of thing that got found by a wife who was already suspicious, and I needed her on my side, not filing for divorce. A mental list. I've been a combat engineer for 12 years. Route clearance, fortification, demolitions, bridging. I knew how to build things under fire. I knew how to tear things down. I knew load-bearing calculations and soil composition and water table mapping and how to turn a pile of scrap metal into a defensive position that could stop small arms fire. And I knew the future. Not all of it. I wasn't a stock market guy or a tech bro. I was a soldier who'd lived through the worst collapse most people in the developed world had ever seen. I knew the dates because I'd lived them. September 12th, the Eastern grid fails. Not all at once, but rolling blackouts that never stop rolling. November 3rd, the supply chains snap. Trucking companies can't get fuel. Stores go empty in 72 hours. January, the water. Something in the municipal treatment systems fails or gets contaminated, and suddenly clean water is the most valuable thing on the planet. By year 2, the population drops by 40%. Not all from violence. Most from disease. From thirst. From the slow, grinding reality that civilization is a 3-meal-thick buffer away from people eating each other's dogs. I knew all of it because I'd been there. I'd survived because I was military and I had skills and I was stubborn and I was lucky. Sarah and Lily hadn't been lucky. Nobody in my family had been lucky. My parents went early. My sister, I never found out. Sarah lasted 2 years before a group of raiders hit the apartment complex she'd moved into after the water crisis. She fought. I know she fought because they found her with a kitchen knife in her hand and 3 of them on the floor around her. But she was one person and they were 12. Lily died 3 months later. Dysentery. She was 19 months old. She died in my arms in the old timeline too, but that was a different death, a slower death, and I carried it like a stone in my chest for the rest of a life that ended in a crater. So, the list. Water first. Always water. The house had a backyard with enough space for a well if I dug deep enough. I need a hand pump, filtration, storage. Food second. Bulk grains, beans, rice, honey, salt. Things that store well and don't need refrigeration. Medical supplies. Seeds, tools, building materials, weapons, but carefully because buying weapons as a suburban dad with no prior record was the kind of thing that got you noticed by neighbors who called the cops. I started small. I told Sarah I was getting into prepping. Not the tinfoil hat, bunker building kind. The practical kind. Camping. Emergency readiness. She looked at me like I'd suggested we take up competitive ballroom dancing. You hate camping. I hate uncomfortable camping. There's a difference. You hate all camping. I'm trying to be more well-rounded. She didn't buy it, but she let me make a trip to Costco where I loaded the cart with enough rice and beans to feed a small army for a month. I told her it was on sale. The look she gave me could have etched glass. The hardware store was easier to explain. I'd always been the guy who fixed things around the house. Now I was the guy who fixed things and also bought reinforced door hinges and heavy-duty deadbolts and window film that could stop a brick. We've been meaning to upgrade the security, I said. With everything going on in the news. There was always something going on in the news. That was the beauty of it. There was always a reason to be prepared. A hurricane here, an earthquake there, civil unrest somewhere. The world was always giving you excuses. I just happened to know the real excuse was coming in about 6 months, and it was going to make every previous excuse look like a fire drill. The first week was the hardest. Every time I looked at Lily, I had to stop myself from picking her up and holding her and never letting go. Every time I looked at Sarah, I had to remember that she didn't know, that she was living her normal life with her normal worries about whether the daycare was charging too much and whether my mother was going to visit for Thanksgiving, and I was carrying this enormous, crushing knowledge that none of it mattered because none of it was going to exist in the form she was imagining. I took her to dinner one night, just the two of us. Lily was with Sarah's mom. We went to the Italian place on Main Street, the one that would burn down in year 3 of the collapse, and I ordered us both red wine, and I held her hand across the table, and she said, "Okay, now I'm really worried. You haven't been this attentive since before Lily was born." I'm just appreciating what I have. That's not a sentence you say without a reason. I looked at her, really looked. The way the candlelight caught the gold flecks in her eyes that she always said she hated because they made her look like a cat. The way her mouth went slightly to the left when she was trying not to smile. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was nervous. I had a dream, I said, carefully, a really vivid one, about us, about what could happen if we're not ready for things to change. What kind of things? The kind where the world stops working the way we expect it to. She put her fork down. "David, are you talking about the economy? Because my dad's been saying some things about the market, and I know you've been stressed about your contract, and maybe we just need to talk to someone like a financial planner, not buy 50 pounds of rice." "Maybe," I said. "Maybe it's that." It wasn't that, but it was close enough to the truth to let her hold on to. She reached across and squeezed my hand. Okay, you want to prep? We'll prep. But if this turns into one of those things where you're building a bunker in the backyard and talking about the end of the world, I'm staging an intervention. Deal. She smiled. I smiled back. And for a second, just a second, I let myself pretend that this was real. That we were just a normal couple having dinner and worrying about normal things. That the future was just the uncertain, manageable kind of scary that everyone lived with. Then I paid the bill, and we went home, and I lay awake counting the days until September and planning the things I needed to build before the lights went out. The neighborhood was the next problem. I'd lived on Birchwood Lane for 4 years, and I've been a good neighbor in the way that most people are good neighbors, which is to say I waved from the driveway and returned tools and didn't play music too loud. I didn't know these people. Not really. I knew Tom Henderson at number 7, was retired, taught high school history, had a wife who traveled for bridge tournaments. I knew Big Mike Torres at number 12, was a mechanic, ran a small shop on Route 9, had 3 kids, and a laugh that could rattle windows. I knew Dr. Park at number 15, was a veterinarian, quiet, meticulous, kept his lawn like a golf course. I knew Gary Walsh at number 14, because Gary was the kind of neighbor who noticed when your trash cans were still out on Thursday afternoon. Gary had a security system, a gun safe, and an opinion about everything. He also had the survival instincts of a lemming, but I didn't know that yet. I started paying attention, walking the neighborhood with new eyes. Military eyes. I'd done route clearance in Fallujah. I'd assessed neighborhoods in Kabul for threat vectors and choke points and fallback positions. Now I was doing it in a subdivision in the suburbs, and the cognitive dissonance was enough to give me a headache. Birchwood Lane was a cul-de-sac. Good. One way in, one way out. Defensible. The houses were set back about 30 feet from the street with small front yards and fenced backyards. The fences were mostly decorative. 6 feet of wood or chain link. Not great for defense, but better than nothing. The real problem was the back. The properties backed up to a stretch of wooded area that ran along a creek. Pretty. Peaceful. A nightmare for security because anyone could come through those trees and you'd never see them until they were in your backyard. I started walking the perimeter every morning before sunrise. Just a guy taking his morning walk, except I was counting sight lines and noting where the land dipped and where the trees provided cover and where a determined person could approach undetected. Tom Henderson caught me on one of these walks. He was up early too, sitting on his porch with coffee, wearing a bathrobe that had seen better decades. "You're up early, David." Couldn't sleep. He patted the chair next to him. I sat. We watched the sun come up over the trees. It was quiet in that way suburbs are quiet, where the silence is actually made up of bird songs and distant highway hum and the occasional dog bark. "You've been walking every morning for a week now," Tom said. "Training, something like that." He sipped his coffee. "I taught history for 35 years. You know what the common thread is in every civilization that collapsed?" "Yeah." They didn't see it coming, or they saw it and didn't care, or they cared and didn't do anything. He looked at me. "You don't strike me as the doesn't care type." "No, sir." "So what are you seeing?" I thought about it. How much could I tell this old man? He was sharp, sharper than he let on. He'd managed 300 teenagers for 3.5 decades. He knew how to read people. "I'm seeing a world that's more fragile than most people think," I said. "And I'm seeing a neighborhood that doesn't know its neighbors." Tom nodded slowly. "That's a pretty big statement before 7 in the morning. It's a pretty big morning." He laughed. It was a good laugh, warm and a little gravelly. "You know, David, I've been around a while. I've seen a lot of things, and the ones I regret the most aren't the things I did. They're the things I didn't do because I figured someone else would handle it." He set his cup down. "What do you need?" I didn't answer right away. I was looking at him, this retired history teacher in his bathrobe, and I was thinking about how in the old timeline he'd been one of the first to go. Heart attack, week 2 of the grid failure. No power for his heart medications. No way to get to a hospital. He died in his sleep, which was merciful. But his wife Martha had died 3 months later of an infection that antibiotics would have cured in the old world. "I need people," I said. "People I can trust. People who can do things. Fix things. Build things. And you're starting with me because you're the only one who's asked what I'm seeing instead of telling me I'm crazy." He smiled. "Give me a week. Let me think about it." "Thank you, Tom." The barbecue happened 2 weeks later. Big Mike was hosting because Big Mike hosted everything. His backyard was basically an outdoor living room, with a grill the size of a small car, a fire pit, and speakers playing classic rock at a volume that made your chest hum. I brought burgers. Sarah brought her potato salad, the one with the dill and the capers that made people close their eyes and make noises. Half the neighborhood showed up. Kids were running around. Someone had set up a badminton net that nobody was using correctly. It was normal. It was beautiful. It was going to end. I stood at the edge of the yard and watched these people. Tom, talking to Big Mike about something, gesturing with a beer. Dr. Park, carefully flipping skewers with the same precision he probably used on the operating table. Gary Walsh, holding court near the grill, complaining about property values and the city council. Sarah, laughing with Mrs. Torres, Lily on her hip, both of them glowing in the late afternoon sun. I felt like I was watching a movie I'd already seen the ending of, and I was the only one in the theater who knew how it turned out. Earth to David. Big Mike appeared next to me with a burger on a plate. "You're doing that thing." "What thing?" "The thing where you look like you're 1,000 miles away. My abuela used to do that. I'd be right in front of her, and she'd be looking through me like I was a window." I took the burger. "Just thinking." "About what?" "About how lucky we are." He looked around the yard. Yeah, we are. My old man used to say luck is just preparation meeting opportunity, but I think he made that up. I think he just got lucky and needed an excuse." He clapped me on the shoulder. Hard. The man had hands like dinner plates. "Whatever you're prepping for, man, I hope you're wrong. But if you're not, you know where to find me." I looked at him. "You know what I'm doing?" "Dude, you bought enough door hinges at Home Depot to secure Alcatraz. And you asked me last week if I had access to a welder. You're building something. I don't know what, but I'm not stupid." I studied him. Big Mike wasn't stupid. He was the opposite of stupid. He was the kind of smart that didn't need to prove anything, the kind of smart that could take an engine apart blindfolded and put it back running better. In the old timeline, he died in year 1. Not for violence. From a stupid infection from a cut on his hand that he'd ignored because he was busy taking care of his kids and he didn't have insurance and the clinics were overwhelmed. A cut. He died from a cut. Mike, I said, when this thing I'm preparing for hits, and it will hit, I need you to bring your family to my house. Promise me. He looked at me. The joking was gone from his face. That's serious? That's serious. He was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. Okay, but you owe me an explanation. I know, and you owe me a beer. A good one. Not that domestic shit. Deal. Gary Walsh came over while I was eating. He had that look he always had, the one that said he was about to share an opinion you didn't ask for. Heard you've been making some changes to the house, he said. Security stuff. Upgrading the locks. Reinforcing some entry points. You know what that does to property values, right? People see bars on windows. They think the neighborhood's going downhill. I got a friend in Glenville who put in one of those reinforced garage doors in his house. Was worth 15 grand less at appraisal. I'll take my chances. He took a sip of his beer. I've been reading about these prepper communities. You know the type. They go out to the woods, build bunkers, stockpile weapons. Whole survivalist thing. You're not going down that road, are you? I'm upgrading my locks, Gary. Because it looks like you're going down that road. And I just want to say, from one homeowner to another, that the kind of people who do that tend to attract the kind of attention nobody wants. I've got kids. I've got a wife. I don't need some paramilitary compound next door bringing down the tone. I looked at him. I looked at this man who was worried about property values while the world was 6 months from falling off a cliff. And I felt something that might have been pity if I wasn't so tired. Gary, I said, if something happens, and I'm not saying it will, but if it does, my door is open. You and your family. Okay. He looked at me like I'd offered him a live grenade. Nothing's going to happen, David. The power grid isn't going to fail. The government isn't going to collapse. This isn't a movie. I know. Good. Glad we understand each other. He walked away. I watched him go, and I thought about what Tom had said. The ones you regret aren't the things you did. They're the things you didn't do. I couldn't save everyone. I'd already accepted that. But I could save the ones who let me. And I could try, God help me, to save the ones who wouldn't let me. The first real project was the cellar. Our house had a crawl space, the standard suburban nothing space where you stored Christmas decorations and things you couldn't bear to throw away but never looked at again. I spent 3 weekends digging out, by hand, because the alternative was hiring someone and explaining why a suburban dad needed a reinforced underground room with 12-foot walls and a ceiling thick enough to stop debris. Sarah watched from the kitchen window the first day. By the third day, she came out with 2 glasses of lemonade and sat on the back steps while I moved dirt. You're really doing this, she said. I'm really doing this. The hole, David. You've dug an enormous hole. It's a cellar. A root cellar. People have had root cellars for thousands of years. People who farmed. People who lived on homesteads. People who didn't have a mortgage and a job at an engineering firm. I stopped digging and leaned on the shovel. She had a point. My cover story was getting thin. Sarah, can I ask you something? Obviously, if you knew something bad was going to happen. Something really bad. Not a maybe. A definitely. Would you tell people? Even if they thought you were crazy. She was quiet for a while. Is this about work? Are you seeing something at the firm that you can't talk about? No. Then I don't know. I think I'd tell the people I loved. And then I'd deal with them thinking I was crazy. Because being right and being alone with it isn't really being right, is it? I climbed out of the hole and sat next to her on the steps. I put my arm around her, and she leaned into me, and she smelled like sunscreen and laundry detergent and the specific particular smell that was just her. I'm going to tell you everything, I said. Just not yet. I need a little more time. How much time? A few weeks. And then I tell you everything. She looked up at me. You've been carrying something heavy. I can see it. Whatever it is, David will handle it. We always do. I closed my eyes. She was right. We had, in the old timeline, up until the point where we couldn't. But this wasn't the old timeline. This time we would. The cellar took shape over the next month. I reinforced the walls with concrete block and rebar. I installed a hand pump connected to a small well I drilled in the cellar floor. I built shelving for storage. I ran ventilation tubes to the surface, disguised as garden features. I installed a secondary exit that came up behind the shed in the backyard. It wasn't a bunker. It was a start. The supplies came in steadily. Rice, beans, lentils, oats. 50-pound bags that I stored in sealed buckets in the cellar. Honey, because honey never goes bad, and it's also medical. Salt, sugar, powdered milk, canned goods from every trip to the store. I rotated them. First in, first out. Military logistics. The neighbors started to notice. You can't buy that much food without people noticing. Gary noticed. Of course he noticed. That's the third trip this week, he said, standing at the end of my driveway while I unloaded bags of rice from the trunk of my car. Bulk buying, I said. Costco. You got a lot of Costco going on. It's a good store. He crossed his arms. You know people talk, right? Let them talk. I'm just saying, David is a friend, that when people see their neighbor turning his house into a supply depot, they wonder. They worry. I appreciate your concern, Gary. Are you in some kind of trouble? Financial trouble? Because I know a guy who does financial planning, and I could make an introduction. I'm not in financial trouble. Then what is this? I looked at him. This was the moment. I could tell him. I could try to bring him in. Or I could let it be Gary. I'm making sure my family is ready for whatever comes, I said. That's all. He stared at me for a long moment. Then he shook his head and walked back to his house. I watched him go and felt a small, cold certainty that Gary Walsh was going to be a problem. Not because he was malicious, because he was scared, and scared people did stupid things. The supplies were one thing. The water was another. I'd done the math. The municipal water system would fail within 72 hours of the grid going down. Without electric pumps, the water towers drain and the pressure drops and the taps run dry. People who depended on tap water would have nothing. I needed a well. A real one. Not the hand-drilled thing in the cellar, which was a backup. I needed a proper well with a hand pump that could serve the whole block if necessary. I called a well drilling company. They came out, surveyed the property, told me the water table was about 80 feet down. They quoted me a number that made my eyes water. I paid it. Sarah looked at the invoice and went very, very quiet. David, yeah, we can't afford this. I know. Then why? Because I love you. And Lily. And I need to know you're safe. She put the invoice down. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got right now. She looked at me, and I could see the calculation happening behind her eyes. The marriage calculation. The one where you weigh what you know against what you're being told, and you decide whether the person you married is still the person standing in front of you. I'm going to give you until your promise runs out, she said. And then you're going to tell me everything. Everything. Or, I'm taking Lily to my mother's, and you can explain this to a judge. Fair. More than fair. Okay. The well was finished in 2 days. The drillers thought I was eccentric. I probably was. I tipped them well, and they left, and I spent the afternoon installing a hand pump I'd special ordered from a survival equipment company. It was a cast iron thing, heavy, built to last 100 years. I mounted it over the wellhead and primed it, and when I worked the handle, clear cold water came up from 80 feet down, and I drank it standing in my backyard in the late afternoon sun, and it tasted like iron and earth in the future. The next project was the house itself. I started with the doors. Solid core, reinforced frames, 3-inch screws into the studs. The windows got security film that made them resistant to shattering. Not bulletproof, but it would stop a brick and slow down someone with a baseball bat. I installed motion sensor. Lights on every corner of the house. I cleared the brush from the backyard to improve sight lines. I built a 6-foot privacy fence along the back property line, but I built it with gaps that let me see through while making it hard for someone on the outside to see in. Sarah watched all of this with an expression that moved from confusion to concern to a kind of resigned acceptance that scared me more than her anger would have. She was adapting. She was adjusting her model of reality to accommodate the man she'd married, who was apparently turning into someone who fortified houses like they were forward operating bases. And she was doing it without asking more questions, which meant she was either trusting me completely or waiting for the explanation she demanded. Either way, the clock was ticking. I had maybe 3 weeks left before I had to tell her the truth. The real truth. Not the watered-down version. The whole thing. I lay in bed at night and listened to her breathe, and I rehearsed the conversation in my head. How do you tell your wife that you died? That you came back from being dead with knowledge of the future? That her death, that Lily's death, was already written in a timeline that no longer existed? That you were here, now, because the universe had given you a do-over and you were spending it on turning your suburban home into a fortress? She'd think you were insane. She'd be right, in a way. Insane people don't usually get second chances, though. Insane people don't usually get to save the people they love. I got that. That was the advantage. That was the one thing that separated me from every other guy in a hardware store buying too many door hinges. I knew the ending, and I was going to write a different one. The night before my promise was up, I sat on the back porch and looked at the yard. The well pump caught the last of the sunlight. The fence I'd built stood solid and straight. The motion sensors blinked their tiny red eyes. The cellar hatch was hidden under a layer of mulch and a decorative planter. From the outside, it looked like a house with a slightly paranoid owner. From the inside, it looked like a start. Not enough. Never enough. But a start. Sarah came out and sat next to me. The screen door whined. It always whined. I meant to fix it, and I never had, and in the old timeline, that whine was one of the things I remembered most, because it was the last normal sound I'd heard before everything went wrong. "It's been 3 weeks," she said. "I know. I'm ready. I know." She pulled her knees up to her chest. "I've been watching you. Not in a creepy way. In a wife way. I've been watching you with Lily. The way you hold her. Like she's made of glass. Like you're afraid if you let go she'll disappear. And I've been watching you look at me. The way you look at me when you think I'm not paying attention. Like you're memorizing me." She paused. "David, whatever you're going to tell me, I need you to know that I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Whatever it is, we figure out together." I looked at her. This woman, this extraordinary, stubborn, brilliant woman who had held our family together with tape and willpower in a world that was ending, and who was sitting here in a world that hadn't started ending yet, still ready to stand by me, because that's who she was. I took a breath. "I need to show you something first." I went inside and came back with a notebook. I'd been writing in it for weeks. Dates, events, details. Not everything, but enough. I handed it to her. She opened it. She read. Her face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, disbelief, a kind of dawning horror. She looked up at me. "These are dates. They're in the future." "What is this?" "Keep reading." She read. The grid failure. September 12th. The supply chain collapse. November 3rd. The water crisis. January. Names. Events. Details about things that hadn't happened yet. She read for a long time. The porch light came on, triggered by motion, and she flinched, and then she kept reading. When she finished, she closed the notebook and held it in her lap, and she didn't look at me. "This is either the most elaborate prank in history," she said, "where you've lost your mind, or this is real. And I don't want to believe any of those options, David. I really don't. I know. How do you know these things? I'd rehearsed this. I'd rehearsed it 100 times. And now that the moment was here, the rehearsal went out the window. I can't explain how. I just know. I know the way you know things sometimes, the way you knew Lily had an ear infection before the doctor confirmed it. Except I know it about the world. That's not an explanation. It's the best one I have." She was quiet. "The things in this notebook, if they're true, if even some of them are true, then we're in a lot of trouble. Yeah. The grid failing. The supply chains. The water. Yeah." She looked at me. "You've been preparing for all of this." "Yes." "The cellar. The well. The reinforced doors." "Yes." "The rice. Especially the rice." She almost smiled. Almost. Then the almost went away, and she was serious again. "Why can't you tell me how you know? Because if I tell you, you'll think I'm insane. Try me." I looked at the yard, the fence, the well pump, the motion lights. In my head, I've lived through all of this already. I've seen it happen. I've seen what comes after. I've seen what happens to us. To Lily. To you. Her voice was very quiet. "What happens to me?" I looked at her. "I lose you." The word hung in the air between us. She stared at me, and I could see her trying to decide if her husband was having a breakdown or telling the truth. And the thing was, I didn't know if there was a difference. "I'm not asking you to believe me," I said. "I'm asking you to trust me. Help me prepare. If I'm wrong, you'll have a root cellar full of food and a reinforced house, and we'll laugh about this in 5 years. If I'm right, we survive." She sat with that for a long time. The crickets started up. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked. Lily cried briefly in her crib inside the house and then settled. "Show me what we need to do," she said. And just like that, she was in. Not because she believed everything I'd said, but because she was Sarah, and Sarah didn't do halfway, and if her husband said the world was ending, she was going to make sure they had enough rice. The next morning, we made a list. A real one. On paper. Together. She organized it the way she organized everything, by category and priority and timeline. She was better at this than I was. I had the knowledge and the skills, but she had the project management. She'd been an event planner before Lily was born. She could organize a 500-person gala in her sleep. Organizing our family survival was not fundamentally different, except the stakes were higher and the catering was worse. "We need to think about other people," she said. "We can't just hunker down and wait this out. Not if it's as bad as you're saying." I was thinking about the neighbors. Not just the neighbors. Everyone. David, if the grid goes down and the store's empty, people are going to die. Real people. Not abstract statistics. People. I know. What's the plan for that? I didn't have one. I've been so focused on my family, on the house, on the immediate circle, that I hadn't thought about the wider community. In the old timeline, I hadn't tried. I grabbed Sarah and Lily and run, and we'd survive for a while, and then we hadn't. "I don't know yet," I said. Then figured out. Because I'm not getting into a lifeboat and leaving everyone else to drown. She was right. She was always right. That was one of the things I'd learned in the old timeline, the hard way, the way you learn everything that matters. She was right. And I needed to be better than I'd been. I needed to be the man who saved people, not just the man who saved his family and watched everyone else burn. "Okay," I said. "We build bigger." "How much bigger?" I thought about it. The cul-de-sac. 11 houses. Maybe 40 people if you counted. Kids. Defensible. Close enough to cooperate. Far enough from the main roads to avoid attention. If I could get them all on board, if I could turn this street into a fortified community, we'd have a real chance. "The whole street," I said. She nodded. "Then let's start with the ones who'll listen." We started with Tom. Of course we started with Tom. I went over the next morning with a pot of coffee, and I sat on his porch, and I told him a version of what I told Sarah. Not the regression, not the dying and coming back. Just the certainty, the knowledge, the preparations. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he poured himself another cup of coffee and said, "I've been teaching history for 35 years. I've seen the patterns. You think something's coming?" "Yes." "And you've been preparing?" "Yes." "And you want to prepare the neighborhood?" "I want to give him a chance." He nodded. "I'm in, but I want to help plan it. If we're doing this, we're doing it right." "I like that." "Good. Now, let me tell you something. You've been walking the perimeter every morning, and you've been doing it badly. You're telegraphing your route. If I were watching from the tree line, I'd know exactly when you'd be where. We need to fix that." And just like that, I got my first ally. Not because I convinced him with evidence or logic. Because he'd been waiting for someone to do something, and I was the someone. Big Mike was next. I didn't have to convince him. He'd already decided. "Brother," he said when I told him what we were doing, "I've been watching you turn your house into Fort Knox, and I've been waiting for you to ask. My dad came up from Mexico with nothing. He built a life with his hands. I know what it looks like when someone's preparing for a storm. So tell me what you need." "I need a welder. And someone who can fix anything." "You got both." Dr. Park was harder. He was a private man. Careful. Methodical. He listened to my pitch in his living room. His expression unreadable, his hands folded in his lap. When I finished, he said, "You're asking me to prepare for a societal collapse." "Yes." "Based on your personal conviction." "Yes." "That's not a scientific basis, David." "I know." He was quiet for a while. "In my practice, I see animals that are sick before their owners do. The subtle signs. The things that don't add up. You're showing me those signs. About the world." "Yeah. I'll think about it." He thought about it for 3 days. Then he showed up at my house with a list of medical supplies he thought we should stockpile. "If we're doing this," he said, "we're doing it properly." Gary Walsh was the problem. Gary Walsh was always going to be the problem. I went to his door, and I gave him the same pitch. He listened with his arms crossed and his face getting redder as I went. When I finished, he said, "You're out of your mind. All of you. Preppers. Survivalists. Doomsday cultists. I'm not participating in this insanity. Gary, I'm asking you to think about your family. My family is fine. The world is fine. You know what I think? I think you've lost it. I think whatever stress you're under has broken something and you need professional help, not a bunker. I'm not building a bunker. You've got a fortified cellar, a private well, and enough food to feed an army. What else would you call it? I could have pushed. I could have shown him the notebook. But Sarah had seen it, and she'd come around, and Gary was not Sarah. Gary was pride and fear wrapped in a homeowners association board membership. I'm sorry you feel that way, I said, but my door stays open, and mine stays closed to this nonsense. He shut the door. I stood on his porch for a moment, and then I went home, and I told Sarah. He's going to be a problem, she said. He's going to be a problem no matter what. If I'm wrong, he gets to say I told you so. If I'm right, he's going to need help he refused to prepare for. What do we do about him? We make sure we're strong enough that his problems don't become ours. She looked at me. That sounds cold. It is cold, but I can't save people who don't want to be saved. Not yet. Not until they're ready to listen. She nodded, but I could see she wasn't happy about it. She wasn't happy about any of it. Nobody signs up for the apocalypse. Nobody puts it on their 5-year plan. But she was here, she was working, and she was making lists, and that was enough for now. The weeks passed. Summer bled into early fall. The preparations grew. The house was as fortified as I could make it without looking like a military installation. The cellar was stocked with 6 months of food for 4 people. The well was producing clean water. I'd built a solar setup on the roof, disguised as routine home improvement that could power the essentials. The rain catchment system fed into a secondary storage tank buried in the backyard. Sarah had organized the medical supplies. Dr. Park had contributed a veterinary pharmacology reference that doubled as a human medical guide when the real doctors ran out. Tom had mapped out communication protocols using ham radio equipment he'd apparently been collecting for years. The man had layers. Big Mike had built a workshop in my garage that would have made a professional machinist weep with joy. We were ready, or as ready as anyone could be. And on September 11th, the night before the grid was supposed to fail, I sat on the back porch and I drank a beer and I watched the sunset and I felt the weight of everything I was carrying and I thought about the man I'd been the other timeline. The man who hadn't known. The man who hadn't prepared. The man who'd lost everything because he'd been blind and lucky and then the luck ran out. I raised a bottle to nobody. Not this time, I said, and the sun went down and the stars came out and the world was still whole for one more night. September 12th came in like any other day. The weather was warm, that late summer heat that hangs on past its welcome, the kind that makes the air feel thick enough to chew. Sarah made breakfast. Lily was in her high chair, smashing banana into her hair with the focused determination of a tiny dictator. The sun was coming through the kitchen window, and everything was normal and golden, and I was counting the hours. The Easter grid was scheduled to fail at approximately 2:14 in the afternoon. I knew this because in the old timeline I'd been at work when it happened. The lights had flickered, then died, and everyone had stood up from their desks and looked at each other like children who just realized the teacher left the room. At first it was amusing, then it was annoying, then it was the beginning of the end. I'd spent the morning doing things that looked normal but weren't. I topped off the water storage tanks. I'd checked the solar battery bank. I'd made sure the cellar was locked and stocked. I'd put fresh batteries in the ham radio. I'd hidden the good weapons in the safe and put the everyday tools where they looked like everyday tools. Sarah knew. She'd been prepping alongside me for weeks. But knowing something in your head and feeling it in your body are different things. She was quiet at breakfast. She kept looking at the clock. "You're nervous," she said. "Are you nervous?" "I'm always nervous." "No, I mean extra nervous. Like today, specifically." I looked at her. "I have a bad feeling about this afternoon. A bad feeling. A very specific bad feeling." She put her coffee cup down. 2:00. I nodded. She'd figured it out. She'd been watching me watch the clock for days, and she'd done the math. What happens at 2:00? The lights go out, and they don't come back. Not for a long time. She took a breath. She looked at Lily, who was now attempting to feed the dog a piece of banana. We didn't have a dog. Lily was feeding a piece of banana to an imaginary dog. My daughter was an imaginary friend to an imaginary friend. What do we do? She said. We wait. We watch. We stay ready. And then people start knocking on doors. She laughed. It was a short, sharp laugh that didn't have much humor in it. This is insane. This is actually insane. I'm sitting in my kitchen listening to my husband tell me the power grid is going to fail at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday, and I'm not even calling a therapist. I know, because part of me believes you. I know, and the other part of me is just too tired to argue. I know. She reached across the table and took my hand. Her fingers were cold. Okay, 2 o'clock. Let's see if the world ends. The world didn't end at 2 o'clock. The world ended at 2:17. I was in the living room, pretending to read a book when the lights flickered. Sarah looked up from the laptop, where she was doing something that in the old timeline would have been an important work task, and in this timeline was just a woman passing the time before the work stopped mattering. The lights flickered again. Then they went out. The hum of the refrigerator stopped. The air conditioner sighed and died. The sudden silence was enormous. Not true silence, because the world still had birds and wind and the distant highway, but the mechanical silence was deaf. The background noise you never notice until it's gone. The noise that means civilization is running. David. Sarah's voice from the other room. It happened. I know. How did you know? We could talk about that later. I stood up and went to the window. The street was quiet. Then one by one, doors started opening. Heads poking out. People looking at each other with that expression of mild confusion that precedes mild annoyance that precedes, if you're not careful, genuine terror. Tom Henderson was on his porch within 30 seconds. He looked directly at my house. He knew. He'd been waiting too. The first hour was fine. People treated it like an adventure. Kids were excited. Someone on the street, I think it was Gary, called it a cute little blackout. The power company would have it fixed in no time. These things happened. By hour 4, the tone had shifted. The heat inside the houses was building. Food in the refrigerators was starting to warm. People were checking their phones, which still worked because the cell towers had backup batteries, but the backup batteries wouldn't last forever. I knew this because in the old timeline the cell network had started dropping calls by midnight and was completely dead by the next afternoon. By hour 6, the first knock came. It was Mrs. Chun at number 9, no relation. 72 years old, lived alone, depended on an electric oxygen concentrator. She stood at my door with the look of a woman who was trying very hard not to be afraid. David, dear, my machine isn't working. Do you have a generator? I did not have a generator. What I had was a solar battery bank in the cellar that was currently powering my refrigerator, my lights, and my water pump. And if I told Mrs. Chan that she would want to know why a normal suburban engineer had a solar battery bank, and the answers to those questions were complicated. What I did have was an extension cord and a plan. Come in, I said. I ran a cord from the cellar to the living room through a route I'd pre-planned. I plugged Mrs. Chin's oxygen concentrator into the circuit. The machine hummed back to life, and she closed her eyes, and she said, "Oh, thank you, David. Thank you." I watched her breathe. Each breath was a small victory. Each breath was a reason this whole insane, impossible plan was worth it. You can stay as long as you need, I said. Oh, I don't want to impose. You're not imposing. Stay. Have some dinner. We've got plenty. Sarah appeared in the doorway. She saw Mrs. Chun. She saw the oxygen machine. She understood immediately. Of course she can stay, Sarah said. We'll set up the cot in the study. That was the first night. The grid didn't come back. By morning, the cell towers started dropping. By noon, the network was dead. The radio was the only thing working, and Tom was on it, listening to the emergency broadcasts, which were reassuring and useless. The utility company was working to restore power. The governor was monitoring the situation. The president was deeply concerned, none of which meant anything. The grid was down, and it wasn't coming back because the problem wasn't a single failure point. It was cascading. One substation had failed, which had overloaded another, which had tripped a relay at a third, and now the whole eastern seaboard was dark, and the repair timeline wasn't days or weeks. It was months, maybe longer. The neighbors started gathering in the street, not in a panicked way, in a confused way. The way people gather when something has happened that doesn't fit their model of how the world works. They stood in clusters, talking, shaking their heads, checking phones that were getting less and less useful by the hour. I walked out among them. This was the moment. The first real test. Not of my preparations, but of my ability to lead. Because if I didn't step up now, if I didn't establish myself as someone who had answers, someone else would. And the someone else would probably be Gary. "Evening, everyone," I said. They looked at me. Some of them with hope. Some of them with suspicion. Gary with both. "I know this is unsettling," I said, "but we're going to be okay. I've been preparing for something like this. Not because I'm crazy. Because I believe in being ready. I've got water. I've got some food. I've got power, limited, but it works. And I think the smartest thing we can do right now is work together." Gary stepped forward. "This is ridiculous. The power will be back any day. We don't need some survivalist fantasy. We need to wait for the utility company." "The utility company isn't coming, Gary. Not this week. Maybe not for months." The silence after I said that was heavy. "How would you know that?" Gary said, "Because I've studied infrastructure failure scenarios. This pattern, cascading grid failure, it doesn't fix itself. The components that failed need to be replaced, and right now nobody's manufacturing replacements because nobody has power either." Tom stepped up beside me. "He's right. I read about this. The Eastern grid has been vulnerable for years. If it went down cascade style, we're looking a long recovery." Gary looked between us. "You've been planning for this. Both of you. That's not normal." "No," I said. "It's not. But it's useful. And right now, useful is what we need." Big Mike appeared at my other shoulder. "I'm with David. Whatever he says, I'm in." Dr. Park quieter from the back. "Me too." 4 voices. Out of 11 houses. Not a majority, but a start. "Here's what I'm proposing," I said. "We pool resources. Not everything. Just what we need to get through the next few weeks together. Water, food, medical supplies, tools. We assign roles based on skills. We set up a watch schedule. We secure the perimeter." "Perimeter?" Gary's voice had gone up an octave. "This is a neighborhood, not a military base. It's a cul-de-sac with 1 entrance and 1 exit. It's naturally defensible. If we want to keep what we have, we need to think about security. Keep what we have? From who? Our neighbors? From anyone. The question isn't whether things will get desperate. The question is when." The argument went on for another hour. By the end, we had a tentative agreement. 7 of 11 houses were in. Gary was out. The Hendersons at number 3 were undecided, which meant they'd go wherever the wind blew. I didn't care about the holdouts. I cared about the 7. I cared about the 30 or so people who were willing to listen. We started the next morning. The first order of business was water. My well could produce enough for my family, and maybe 2 more. Not enough for 30 people. We needed more water. "There's a creek at the back of the properties," I said. "It runs year-round. We need to test it for contamination and set up a filtration system." Dr. Park had a water testing kit. Veterinary practice. He tested everything. The creek water was clean enough to filter. Not drinkable straight, but filterable. I designed a filtration system using sand, charcoal, and gravel in layered barrels. Simple. Effective. The kind of thing you learn in survival training. Big Mike built the frames. We had it running by the end of the day. Water. The first real infrastructure. The thing that separates surviving from dying. The second order of business was food. I opened the cellar and showed the group what I had. The reaction was a mix of relief and suspicion. Relief because there was food. Suspicion because how did one man have this much food and why was he not sharing it freely? "This isn't a free store," I said. "This is a shared resource. We use it together. We replenish it together. Everyone contributes what they have. Everyone takes what they need. We keep track. Fair and square." Most of them agreed. The ones who didn't were welcome to try their luck alone. Nobody took that option. Not yet. The third order of business was security. I walked the perimeter with Big Mike and Tom. We identified the weak points. The creek tree line. The gaps between fences. The sight lines from the surrounding streets. "We need to secure the entrance to the cul-de-sac," I said. "One way in, one way out. We control both. We control the neighborhood." "Ow," Big Mike said. "Cars. Parked across the entrance. Not blocking it completely, but enough to slow down vehicles. We keep a gap for foot traffic. We post a watch. A watch. Like guards. Like neighbors who take turns looking out for each other. The word guards would have spooked people. Watch was softer. Same thing, different packaging. We set it up that afternoon. 2 people on watch at all times. Day and night. Rotating shifts. I made the schedule myself. Tom handled the communication protocols. Big Mike handled the physical security. I handled the engineering. Sarah handled everything else, which meant she handled the people, the emotions, the disputes, the fears. She was better at it than I was. I could build walls. She could build trust. The first week was the hardest. Not because of any external threat, because of the internal ones. People who were used to convenience were suddenly living without it. No flushing toilets, which was a problem I solved by designing latrines with lime. No refrigeration, which meant we ate through the perishable food first and preserved what we could by salting and smoking. No entertainment, no distraction, no escape from the reality that the world they knew was gone. Mrs. Chen's oxygen concentrator was the first crisis. The solar battery was holding, but it was designed for essential loads, not continuous medical equipment. I needed more solar capacity. I scavenged panels from 3 houses on the street whose owners had evacuated to family outside the city. They'd left in the first 48 hours when the grid went down and the cell towers failed and the panic set in. They'd left in a hurry and they hadn't taken their solar panels. I spent 2 days on roofs, disconnecting and reinstalling panels, running new wiring. Big Mike helped. By the end of the 3rd day, Mrs. Chen's concentrator had enough power to run continuously. She came to my door that evening with a casserole. It was made from canned soup and crackers, and it was the best thing I'd ever tasted. "Thank you," she said. "You saved my life. We're all looking out for each other, Mrs. Chun. You're a good man, David." I wasn't. I was a man who died and come back with a cheat sheet. But I wasn't going to tell her that. The first real confrontation came on day 9. A group of men, maybe 15, came down Birchwood Lane from the main road. They weren't armed, exactly. They had baseball bats and kitchen knives, and the kind of aggressive body language that said they were used to getting what they wanted. The watch spotted them from the improvised guard post at the entrance to the cul-de-sac. Big Mike woke me up. "We've got company." I was out of bed and into my boots in about 4 seconds. Sarah was awake too. She was always awake when I was awake. She'd learned, in the weeks of preparation, to sleep in shifts. She got Lily and went to the interior room, the one with reinforced walls and no windows. The safe room. Not a real safe room. Just a room I'd reinforced because I knew what was coming. I went to the entrance. Big Mike was there with Tom and 2 other men from the neighborhood. We'd parked 2 cars across the entrance to the cul-de-sac, leaving a gap wide enough for 1 person to walk through. The 15 men were on the other side of the cars. "Nice neighborhood you got here," said the one in front. He was big, shaved head, tattoo on his neck that probably meant something in a language he didn't speak. "We're just passing through," he said, "looking for supplies. We heard this area had some people who were hoarding." "We're not hoarding," I said. "We're surviving. Like everyone else." "Well, we're surviving too. And we need what you've got. What makes you think we have anything you need?" He smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Word gets around. The guy with the well. The guy with the solar panels. The guy who bought 50 pounds of rice before anyone else knew what was happening. That's you, right? I'd been too visible. Too obvious. The preparations I'd done in the early stages before the grid went down had marked me as a target. People had noticed. People had talked. And now 15 hungry men were standing at the entrance to my street, and they wanted what I had. "You can turn around," I said, "or you can try to take it. But I'm telling you, this neighborhood is protected. You don't want to try." He laughed. "What are you going to do, call the cops?" "The cops don't exist anymore, buddy." "No, they don't. Which means there's nobody between you and the consequences of your actions." He stepped closer to the gap. Big Mike stepped forward to match him. Mike was bigger, not by much. But Mike had the advantage of standing on ground he knew, with people behind him who were fighting for their homes. "Last chance," I said. He looked at me. He looked at Big Mike. He looked at the gap, and beyond it at the houses, and at the other men who had appeared on porches and in doorways, armed with tools and bats, and the desperate determination of people who had something to lose. He spat on the ground. "This isn't over. It is for today." They left. Not quickly. They sauntered deliberately, making sure we knew they were choosing to leave, not being driven away. But they left, and when they were gone, I let out a breath I'd been holding for about 10 minutes, and my hand started shaking, and Bib put a hand on my shoulder and said, "You good?" "I'm good. That won't be the last of them." "I know. We need better defenses." "I know. The wall you've been talking about." "I know." He looked at me. "You've been talking about a wall for 2 weeks. When do we build it?" "Tomorrow. We build it. Not a real wall. Not yet. But a barrier. Cars, concrete barriers from the construction site on Route 9. Wire, scrap wood. We blocked the entrance to the cul-de-sac properly. One way in. Controlled. Defensible. We left a gate that could be opened from the inside. We posted permanent watch positions with shelter and sight lines. It took 3 days. It was the hardest physical work I'd done since the army. My hands blistered and bled and calloused over. My back screamed. My shoulders felt like someone had filled them with broken glass. But when it was done, it was real. The cul-de-sac was sealed. From the outside, it looked like a pile of rubble. From the inside, it looked like a wall. From my perspective, it looked like a start. The neighborhood changed after that. The people who'd been hesitant, who'd been treating this as a temporary inconvenience, started to shift. They started to understand that this was permanent, that the world they knew wasn't coming back, that the wall wasn't paranoia. It was survival. Tom started teaching. Not history. Practical things. Reading maps. Understanding weather. Basic first aid. He'd been preparing too, in his own quiet way. The man had a library of survival manuals that would have made a prepper weep with envy. Big Mike set up a repair station. Anything broken, he fixed. Shoes, tools, appliances, bicycles. The man could fix anything with an engine and most things without one. Dr. Park established a medical station in his garage. He had veterinary supplies, which turned out to be surprisingly useful. Antibiotics are antibiotics. Bandages are bandages. The knowledge of anatomy transfers between species more than you'd think. Sarah organized the food distribution. She created a system that was fair, transparent, and efficient. She tracked every can, every bag of rice, every ounce of protein. She was the reason nobody went hungry in those first weeks. She was also the reason nobody starved in the months that followed. She never asked for credit. She never wanted it. She just did the work because it needed doing. I spent my days engineering. The wall got better. I added a second layer, then a ditch in front of it, then a raised walkway along the inside that let watchers see over the top. I designed traps for the tree line behind the houses. Nothing lethal. Noisemakers. Trip wires connected to cans. Early warning systems. I was building a forward operating base in a suburb. The cognitive dissonance never went away, but I got used to it. Gary Walsh watched all of this from behind his closed curtains. He hadn't joined. He was surviving on his own supplies, which were considerable because Gary was the kind of man who always had extra of everything. He didn't need our water or our food, but he needed our protection, and he was too proud to ask for it. I let it go. For now. The first month ended. The grid was still down. The cell network was dead. The radio picked up fragments of broadcasts from the emergency services, but they were getting less frequent. The government was either regrouping or gone. Nobody knew. Nobody was sure. But the street was holding. The wall was holding. The people were holding. And Lily, who was now almost a year old, was crawling around the backyard and eating dirt and laughing at dogs that weren't there, completely oblivious to the fact that the world had ended and her father had built a wall to keep it out. She was the reason. Every board I nailed, every foot of wire I strung, every hour I spent on watch in the cold and the dark. She was the reason. And I was going to make sure she grew up in a world that was worth growing up in, even if I had to build that world from scratch. October brought the cold. Not brutal cold. Not yet. But the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you realize that shelter and warmth are not luxuries. They are the difference between living and dying. The temperature dropped steadily through the first 2 weeks. The trees that had been golden and red in September were now bare and gray, and the wind that came through them carried a bite that made you pull your jacket tighter and wish for things you used to take for granted, like central heating and double-pane windows and the sweet, sweet hum of a furnace. We've been preparing for this. I'd stockpiled firewood, but not enough for 30 people through a winter that I knew was going to be brutal. So I organized a wood collection team. Big Mike led it. They went house to house in the evacuated properties, dismantling furniture, pulling up hardwood flooring, taking doors off hinges. Anything that burned. It felt wrong, in a way, taking apart people's homes. But those people weren't coming back, and the wood was keeping us alive. The water situation got worse. The creek was still flowing, but the first frost had changed its character. The flow was lower. The temperature was colder. And the quality was declining because without municipal water treatment, everything upstream was running straight into the stream. Dead animals, runoff, contamination. Dr. Park tested the water every day. His reports were getting grimmer. We need to boil everything, he said. No exceptions. Even for washing. We're burning a lot of fuel boiling water, Sarah pointed out. She was right. We were going through firewood at a rate that made me nervous. I needed a better solution. I've been thinking about it for weeks. The answer was a proper filtration system, not the barrel and sand thing I'd built for the creek. Something more serious. Something that could handle the volume we needed and produce water safe enough to drink without boiling. I've been saving the materials. A ceramic filter element I'd ordered from a survival company before the collapse. Charcoal. More sand. Gravel. A food-grade plastic barrel with a spigot. I built it in the garage, piece by piece, testing each layer, checking the flow rate, making sure the seals held. It took me 4 days. When it was done, I ran creek water through it and tested the output. Dr. Park tested it too. It's clean, he said, sounding surprised. Better than clean. This is drinkable. The filtration system changed everything. We didn't have to boil water anymore. We could conserve firewood. We could allocate the fuel to heating and cooking instead. The community noticed. They noticed everything I built. I wasn't trying to be a hero. I was trying to keep people alive. But in a world where everything was falling apart, the guy who could fix things became the guy people looked to. And I hated it. Not because I didn't want to help. Because leadership in a survival situation is a weight that never gets lighter. Every decision I made affected 30 people. Every mistake I made could cost lives. I'd led soldiers before. In the army, people followed orders because that's what soldiers do. These were civilians. Teachers and mechanics and veterinarians and retired history professors. They followed because they chose to. And that meant I had to earn it every single day. The medical crisis hit in late October. It started with a man named Pete from number 8. Pete was a software developer, 40 years old, type 1 diabetic. He'd been rationing his insulin since the grid went down, keeping it cool in a cooler with ice packs that he replaced when he could find ice. But the insulin was running out. He came to Dr. Park, who came to me. He's got maybe 2 weeks of insulin left, Dr. Park said. After that, his blood sugar goes out of control, and he goes into ketoacidosis. Without treatment, it's fatal. Is there any way to get more? The pharmacies are empty. Looted mostly. The hospitals don't have any. The supply chain is dead. I knew this was coming. I'd lived through it. In the old timeline, Pete had been one of the first to die. Not for violence. From a disease that was manageable in the old world and fatal in the new one. There might be a way, I said. Dr. Park looked at me. I've been researching this. There are pharmacies in the industrial park on the south side. They were looted in the first week. But the looters took the easy stuff. Painkillers. Antibiotics. The things they could use or trade. Insulin needs refrigeration. Most of it would have degraded by now in a looted pharmacy without power. But not all of it. Not if it was stored properly. If there's a pharmacy with a backup generator that kicked in when the grid went down, the insulin in their refrigerator might still be viable. How would you know where to find a backup generator? Because I checked. Before everything went down, I was looking at backup power options for the neighborhood, and I found that the MedRx pharmacy on Route 12 has a generator. It's a small one, but it's there. Dr. Park stared at me. You checked this before the collapse? I checked a lot of things. He didn't ask how I knew. He'd stopped asking how I knew things a long time ago. He'd decided that the answer didn't matter as much as the result. I'll go with you, he said. No, you're the only doctor we have. If something happens to you, we're all in trouble. I'll go with Big Mike. We went the next morning. 2 men, armed, in a world where the roads were empty and the silence was the loudest thing you'd ever heard. We took Mike's truck, which ran on the last of our gasoline reserves. I'd been saving it for exactly this kind of mission. The drive to Route 12 was surreal. The suburbs gave way to strip malls and chain stores, all of them dark, all of them looted. Shopping cart graveyards and parking lots. Broken glass everywhere. The smell of decay from the stores that had held food. We passed a gas station that had burned down. The skeleton of a car in the driveway. Nothing moved. It was like driving through a graveyard. The MedRx pharmacy was on the corner of Route 12 and Industrial Boulevard. The front windows were smashed. The shelves inside were mostly empty. But Dr. Park was right about the looters. They'd taken the obvious stuff. The insulin was in the back, in a pharmaceutical refrigerator, and when I opened the door and felt the cold air, I knew the generator had done its job. The insulin was there. 30 vials. Enough for Pete for maybe 6 months. Maybe longer if we rationed carefully. We need to take everything, Dr. Park said. Not just the insulin, everything in this refrigerator. Vaccines, if any are viable. Epinephrine, anything that needs cold storage. We loaded the truck. We also raided the rest of the pharmacy for anything useful. Bandages, antiseptics, over-the-counter medications, first aid supplies. We took things we didn't need right then because we knew that in 3 months, 6 months, a year, those things would be worth more than gold. On the way back, we saw something that made my blood run cold. Tire tracks in the road. Fresh ones. Multiple vehicles. Heading south. That's not from around here, Big Mike said. No. Who do you think it is? I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I knew who it was. Or at least, I knew who it could be. Marcus Vane. In the old timeline, Marcus had started building his operation in the 2nd year of the collapse. He'd been a businessman before, a logistics guy, and when the world fell apart, he'd realized that the person who controlled the supply lines controlled everything. He'd started small, taking over a distribution center, then expanding. By year 3, he controlled a territory the size of a small state. He was the reason Sarah died. His raiders were the ones who hit her apartment complex. I'd never met him in the old timeline. I'd heard about him. I'd hated him from distance. But in this timeline, things were different. The collapse was happening earlier. The timeline was shifted. And if Marcus was already moving, already sending scouts south, then he was ahead of where I'd expected him to. B, we need to talk about this when we get back, I said. Yeah, Big Mike said. He didn't ask who. He'd seen the look on my face. We got back to the neighborhood without incident. The insulin saved Pete. The man cried when Dr. Park administered the first dose. He cried, and he said, "Thank you." And I said, "Don't mention it," because I couldn't explain that I'd known he was going to die, and I'd planned for it, and that made me something other than a good Samaritan. The medical supplies transformed Dr. Park's ability to treat people. He set up a proper clinic in his garage. He started keeping records. He trained 2 volunteers as medical assistants. He was in his element, in a way. The world had ended, but people still got sick, still got hurt, still needed a doctor. And he was the only one we had. The cold deepened through November. The supply chain collapse, which I'd been expecting, hit like a wave. The stores were already empty. The trucks weren't running. The food that was left in warehouses was inaccessible because the warehouses were in cities and the cities were dangerous. We were lucky. Our neighborhood had enough food to last through the winter if we were careful. Careful meant rationing. Sarah managed it. She calculated calories per person per day. She designed meals that were nutritionally adequate, even if they weren't exciting. Oatmeal for breakfast, bean and rice stew for lunch, some kind of protein for dinner, usually dried beans or lentils or the occasional rabbit that Tom managed to trap in the woods behind the houses. It wasn't glamorous, but nobody starved. Not on our street. On other streets, people starved. We heard about it. The radio brought fragments of news. Cities were emptying. People were fleeing to the countryside, which was ironic because the countryside didn't have food either, not in the quantities that cities needed. The refugees were desperate, and they were moving, and some of them were heading in directions that made me very nervous. I reinforced the wall. The car and scrap barrier was a start, but it wasn't enough. I needed something real. I designed a wall using the materials available. Concrete blocks scavenged from construction sites. Earthworks, filled gabions made from wire mesh and rocks. Wooden palisade sections where we had timber. I incorporated the existing fences into the design, reinforcing them, extending them, connecting them. The wall didn't need to be pretty. It needed to stop people. Not an army. Just desperate people with bats and knives. Just groups of 15 or 20. Just the kind of threat that had shown up 9 days after the grid went down, and that would keep showing up in larger and larger groups as the winter wore on. The construction took 3 weeks. The whole neighborhood worked. I mean everybody. Kids carried small rocks. Old Mrs. Chin sorted nails by size. Tom mixed mortar until his arms shook. Big Mike welded frame sections with a generator-powered welder that he'd built from scrap. Sarah organized work crews and meal schedules and kept everyone's morale from collapsing under the weight of the labor. It was the hardest thing we'd done. The ground was cold. The wind was bitter. Our hands were raw and cracked and bleeding. But the wall went up, section by section. It wasn't high, maybe 7 feet in most places. But it was thick and it was solid, and it had a walkway along the inside that let watchers patrol the perimeter. We built a gate at the entrance to the cul-de-sac. A rail gate, hinged, braced, with a bar that dropped across from the inside. We could open it for people we trusted. We could keep it closed for everyone else. The night the wall was finished, we had something that could almost be called a celebration. Big Mike fired up the grill. We cooked the last of the fresh meat, some chicken he'd been saving. Tom brought out a bottle of whiskey he'd been saving. Dr. Park played music on a battery-powered radio, the kind of soft jazz that made the darkness feel less dark. People laughed, not because things were good, because for one night they were. Okay, I sat with Sarah on the roof of our house. The roof was flat, a feature I'd always hated about the house in the old timeline because it leaked. Now I loved it because it gave me a vantage point. From a roof, I could see the wall. I could see the neighborhood. I could see the dark world beyond, the silent suburbs, the empty sky with no light pollution, more stars than I'd seen since childhood. We did good, Sarah said. Yeah, you did good. We did good. She leaned her head on my shoulder. I still don't understand how you knew. I don't think I ever will. But I'm glad you did. Because if you hadn't, we'd be out there. In the dark. With nothing. If I hadn't, we'd be dead. She was quiet. Is that what you saw? In your dream? Yeah. Us. You and Lily. I lost you both. She took a breath. You carried that. All this time. You carried that. Yeah. That's why you worked so hard. That's why you can't stop. Yeah. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "We're here. We're alive. Whatever you saw, it didn't happen. It's not going to happen. I know. You can stop carrying it now." I looked at the wall. The stars. The dark world beyond. Not yet, I said. Not while there's still work to do. She didn't argue. She knew me too well. She knew that the work was how I kept the fear at bay. That as long as I was building, I wasn't remembering. That every board I nailed was a nail in the coffin of the other timeline, the one where I failed. The winter deepened. December brought snow. Real snow, not the polite suburban dusting we were used to. The kind that piled up and stayed and turned the world white and silent. The wall looked different under snow. Softer, like a fortress in a fairy tale. But it was just as hard, and it was just as necessary because the snow brought cold, and the cold brought desperation, and desperation brought people who would do things they wouldn't have done in the old world. The first snowfall came on December 8th. I woke up to a world transformed. Everything was white. The houses, the wall, the street, the trees. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. Because snow meant cold, and cold meant people would die if they didn't have shelter and heat, and we couldn't save everyone. We couldn't save anyone beyond our wall. That was the calculus of survival. You drew a line, and you protected what was inside the line, and you try not to think about what was outside it. The temperature dropped to 10 degrees that night. Then 5. Then below 0. The creek froze. We had to chip through the ice to get water. The filtration system still worked, but the process was slower and more painful. Big Mike's hands were so cracked and bleeding that his wife had to wrap them in cloth every night. He kept working. He didn't complain. That was Mike. He just kept working. The refugees started appearing in late December. Not the armed groups. The desperate ones. Families. Individuals. People who'd lost everything and were walking because there was nothing else to do. They came down the road, past the wall, and they looked at us with eyes that I recognized because I'd seen them in the old timeline. The eyes of people who had passed the point of hope and were operating on pure animal instinct. Move. Find food. Find shelter. Survive one more day. We couldn't take them all in. I knew that. If we took in every refugee who came to the wall, we'd exhaust our resources in weeks, and then everyone would starve. But we couldn't turn them away either. Not completely. Sarah would never have let me do it. And she was right not to. We established a system. Refugees could stop. They could rest. They could eat. But they had to contribute. Work for food. Help with the wall. Help with the wood collection. Help with the water. Some of them stayed. Most of them moved on. The ones who stayed were vetted carefully. We couldn't afford to take in someone who would steal or betray us. The stakes were too high. The ones that moved on, we gave them food for a day or two and directions to the next town, which might have resources, which might not. We were playing God. I hated it. I hated every second of it. But someone had to make the decisions, and I was the one who knew what was coming. So I was the one who decided who stayed and who moved on. It was the worst part of leadership. Not the building. Not the fighting. The deciding. Gary Walsh came to the gate on Christmas Eve. I was on watch. He stood on the inside of the wall, which meant he'd come around to the back, climbed over the fence into the neighborhood, and walked to the gate. He looked terrible. Thin. Cold. His house, I knew, was not insulated the way mine was. He'd refused to join the community effort. He'd been alone for months. David, he said. Gary, I need help. I looked at him. This was the man who'd mocked me, who'd warned me about property values, who'd refused to participate in the preparations, who'd called me a survivalist, a doomsday cultist, a paranoid lunatic. And now he was standing at my gate in December, thin and cold, asking for help. What happened? I said. My furnace broke. I can't fix it. No power. No parts. I've been burning furniture, but it's not enough. I'm freezing. Where's your family? Gone. To her sisters in Ohio. Before the worst of it. They left in October. He'd let them go. He'd let his wife and kids walk to Ohio in October. In the collapse. And now he was alone and freezing, and he'd finally come to ask for help. You can come in, I said. But there are rules. You work. You contribute. You follow the system. I'll do anything. Good. Then welcome to the neighborhood. I meant it as a joke. It wasn't a joke. He was in the neighborhood now. He was part of the community, whether he liked it or not. Whether we liked it or not. Gary worked. He wasn't strong and he wasn't skilled, but he worked. He chopped wood. He carried water. He stood watch shifts that were too cold for anyone who wasn't used to it. He didn't complain. The cold had burned the complaint out of him. I watched him. I couldn't help it. I was watching everyone, always watching, because in the old timeline I'd learned that the people who betrayed you weren't the enemies at the gate. They were the people you'd let inside the wall. Gary was quiet. He kept to himself. He didn't cause trouble. But I watched him, because that's what I did. I watched, and I waited, and I prepared for the things I knew were coming. The new year arrived without ceremony. No fireworks. No countdown. Just another cold day in a cold world. I was 32 now, or I was 31, depending on how you counted. My body was 10 years younger than my experience. My mind carried memories that hadn't happened yet, and might never happen if I did this right. I spent the first week of January planning. The water crisis was coming. Not the creek contamination. That was already handled. The real water crisis. The one that happened when the municipal treatment systems failed completely and the groundwater started to get contaminated by the sheer volume of unprocessed waste that was flowing into the environment. In the old timeline, people started dying from waterborne disease in February. Cholera, dysentery, things that hadn't been problems in the developed world since the 19th century. I needed to get ahead of it. I redesigned the water system. I added a purification stage using boiling and chemical treatment. I established strict hygiene protocols. Hand washing, latrine management, food preparation. Dr. Park helped me write it up and distribute it. Some people thought I was being paranoid. We're not in a third world country, one of the newer refugees told me. No, I said, we're in a post-collapse environment where the sanitation infrastructure has failed, which is functionally the same thing. He didn't like that, but he followed the protocols, because the alternative was drinking contaminated water and dying of dysentery, and even proud people can do the math on that one. The hygiene protocols worked. While other settlements were losing people to waterborne disease, our street was clean. The latrines were properly maintained. The water was properly treated. The food was properly prepared. Nobody got sick. It was a small victory. But in a world where every victory was measured in lives, it was a big one. The winter ground us down. Not all at once. Not in a dramatic way. Just the slow, grinding attrition of cold and hunger and exhaustion, and the knowledge that spring was still months away, and the food was running lower, and the fuel was running out, and the wall was holding, but the people behind it were fraying at the edges. Sarah held it together. She was the glue. Not me. I was the structure. She was the adhesive that kept the structure from falling apart. She listened to people. She mediated disputes. She remembered birthdays. She found ways to make the food taste better, to make the days feel shorter, to make the darkness feel less permanent. She told stories to Lily every night. Not sad stories, adventure stories. Stories about brave animals and clever children and worlds where things worked out in the end. Lily loved them. She'd sit in Sarah's lap, wrapped in blankets, and listen with wide eyes. And for those few minutes, the world was just a story, and the darkness was just the darkness outside the window, and everything was okay. I watched them sometimes, from the doorway. Sarah and Lily in the lamplight. The two of them alive and safe and together. And I'd think about the other timeline. The one where Lily's grave had a headstone too small to deserve the word. And I'd think this is what it's for. This is what the wall is for. This is what the water system and the food stores and the sleepless nights and the aching back and the cold hands are for. This, right here, this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this is the thing I'm saving. And it was enough. It had to be enough. Because the alternative was thinking about what would happen if it wasn't. February brought the thaw and the trouble. The snow melted and the ground turned to mud, and the refugees started moving again. And with them came information. Rumors. News. The kind of news that made you wish you hadn't heard it. The first piece came from a trader. He was a wiry man named Jake who'd taken a moving between settlements, trading news and small goods. He came to our gate one morning with a pack full of hand-rolled cigarettes and a mouth full of information. "There's a guy down south," Jake said, sitting by our fire with a cup of the chicory coffee Sarah had figured out how to make from roasted dandelion root. Big operation. Took over a distribution center. Has maybe 200 people under his control. Calls himself the director. My coffee cup stopped halfway to my mouth. "What's his name?" "Marcus. Marcus Vane. Used to be in logistics or something. Now he's basically a warlord. Controls the I-95 corridor from here to about 60 miles south." Marcus Vane. The name hit me like a physical blow. In the old timeline, Marcus hadn't started building his operation until year 2. But this timeline was different. The collapse had happened earlier. Everything was shifted, and Marcus was already moving. "What does he want?" I said. Jake shrugged. "Control. Who doesn't? He's got food, weapons, people. He's been sending out parties to recruit other settlements. Some join voluntarily. Some get convinced. Convinced how? The kind of convinced where you join or your supply line gets cut. He controls the roads. He controls the trade. You don't play ball, you don't eat." I set my coffee down. "How far south is he?" "Closest edge of his territory is about 40 miles. But he's been expanding, sending scouts north. 40 miles. In the old timeline, Marcus's territory had been more than 100 miles away. He was closer. He was moving faster. And he was sending scouts north. Toward us. "This Marcus," Jake said, "heard he's been asking about someone. An engineer. Military background. Name of Chun." The world went quiet. Not literally. The fire was still crackling. Jake was still talking. But inside my head, everything went silent. Because Marcus Vane was looking for me. In this timeline. In a timeline where we'd never met. Where I'd never crossed his path. How'd he know my name? How'd he know what I was? "You okay, man?" Jake said. "You look like you saw a ghost." "Fine." I stood up. "Thanks for the information. You owe me a pack of cigarettes for that." I gave him a pack of cigarettes. He left. "I want to find Sarah. She was in the medical station. helping Dr. Park organize supplies. I pulled her aside. We need to talk. Now. She saw my face, and she didn't ask questions. She followed me to the house. I closed the door. I checked the windows. I spoke quietly. Marcus Vane is building an empire 40 miles south of here. He's sending scouts north, and he's looking for me. How? I don't know. You don't know how he knows your name? I don't know anything. But it's wrong. It's not supposed to be this way. She sat down. David, talk to me. What's not supposed to be this way? I looked at her. This was the part I'd been dreading. The part where the carefully constructed version of the truth I'd given her cracked and the real truth leaked through. When I told you about my dream, about knowing things, I didn't tell you everything. I gathered. There's more. Much more. I sat down across from her. In my dream, Marcus Vane was a warlord. He controlled a huge territory. His people were the ones who killed you. In the other timeline, her face went white. The ones who killed me. Yes. And now he's looking for you. Yes. How does he know about you? I don't know. She was quiet for a long time. David, is there something else you're not telling me? Yes. How much else? A lot. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet. But her voice was steady. Tell me. Everything. No more half-truths. No more edited versions. Everything. So I told her. Not the regression. Not the dying. And waking up. I couldn't tell her that. It was too much. But I told her about the other timeline. About Marcus. About what happened to her. To Lily. About the raiders. About the dysentery. About the grave. I told her everything I could. And when I was done, she was crying silently. And she was also the most angry I'd ever seen her. You carried all of this, she said. Alone. I had to. No, you didn't have to. You chose to. Because you thought I couldn't handle it. Sarah, I watched you die. I watched our daughter die. I lived with that for years. I'm not going to pretend that wasn't the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone. I know it was. But you don't get to decide what I can handle. That's not your job. That's my job. She wiped her face. Okay. Marcus Vane. He's coming. He knows about you. We need to prepare. We've been preparing. We need to prepare for war, David. Not just survival. War. She was right. The wall was for survival. War was something else entirely. I spent the next 2 weeks in planning mode. I mapped out Marcus's territory based on what Jake had told me and what I remembered from the old timeline. I identified his likely routes of approach. I calculated his force strength, his logistics, his vulnerabilities. I was a combat engineer. This was what I did. I looked at a battlefield and I saw the geometry of it. The angles. The force multipliers. The choke points. The problem was that Marcus had numbers. He had 200 people, maybe more. We had 40. He had weapons. We had tools and a few guns. He had vehicles. We had a truck and a lot of bicycles. In a straight fight, we'd lose. Every time, which meant we couldn't have a straight fight. We needed to be smarter. We needed to use the terrain. We needed to make the ground work for us. I started designing. Not just fortifications. Traps. Kill zones. Deception. The kind of asymmetric defense that a smaller force uses against a larger one. I'd done this in the army. I'd built IED barriers in Iraq. I designed ambush positions in Afghanistan. I turned roads into death traps for insurgents, and I knew how to do the reverse. The neighborhood became a fortress. Not just the wall. The wall was the outer layer. Inside, I designed fallback positions. Buildings reinforced as strong points. Streets channeled into kill zones. Underground passages between houses through basements I'd connected. If Marcus's people breached the wall, they'd find themselves in a maze where every corner could hide a defender and every street was a funnel. It was brutal. It was efficient. It was the kind of thing that kept military planners awake at night. And it was built in a suburb between a house that used to host barbecues and a yard where a baby used to chase imaginary dogs. The cognitive dissonance was a constant companion. I stopped asking it to leave. Rachel came in March. She was 26, an engineer, and she'd walked 40 miles from a settlement that had fallen to Marcus. She showed up at the gate at dawn, half dead from exhaustion, with a backpack full of technical drawings and a mind that worked like mine. I need to speak to whoever's in charge, she said. Big Mike brought her to me. I looked at her. She was thin, dirty, exhausted, but her eyes were sharp, alert, the eyes of someone who was still thinking even when her body was giving out. What's your name? Rachel Torres. No relation to Mike. No, just coincidence. What do you do? Structural engineering. Civil. I worked for a firm in the city before the collapse. I also have 3 years of field experience with a military construction unit. National Guard. National Guard. That changed things. What happened to your settlement? Marcus took it. 2 weeks ago. They came in at night. Overwhelmed the defenses. Most people surrendered. Some fought. Some ran. I ran. Why? Because I'm more useful alive than dead. And because I have information they want. What information? About me. About what I know. About how I work. She paused. Marcus has been collecting people like me. People with technical skills. People who know things. He's not just building a territory. He's building a capability. He's looking for someone specific. Who? You. David Chun. Military engineer. He's been asking about you for months. The name landed in the room like a grenade. Sarah, who was standing behind me, went very still. How does he know my name? I said. Rachel shook her head. I don't know the details, but I know he has people around him who seem to know things they shouldn't. Things about the future. About what's going to happen. He calls them his advisors. They're not from around here. Not originally. My blood went cold. Advisors. People who knew things. People who, like me, seemed to have knowledge they shouldn't possess. Marcus wasn't just a warlord. He was something else. Something I hadn't anticipated. Something that changed the entire calculus. I'll take you in, I said. But I need to know everything you know. Everything. That's why I'm here. Rachel became part of the community within a day. She was that good. She looked at the wall and saw the weaknesses I'd been trying to hide. She looked at the water system and suggested improvements I hadn't considered. She looked at the fallback positions and said, this is good, but it assumes they'll come from the north. What if they come from the east, through the creek bed? I hadn't considered that. She was right. She was also suspicious. Not of me personally, of my knowledge. She was an engineer. She thought in systems. And the system of my knowledge didn't add up. You know too much, she said to me one evening, as we were reviewing the defensive plans. About infrastructure, about logistics, about how things fail. You're a military engineer, not a logistics analyst. How do you know how the supply chain was going to collapse before it happened? I study. You studied the exact sequence of events that led to the collapse. Before the collapse. That's not studying. That's knowing. I looked at her. She was smart. Too smart for her own good. Maybe, in the old timeline, smart people who asked too many questions tended to die. What are you saying? I'm saying that you're either the best prepared person in the world, or you knew something was coming. And if you knew something was coming, there's more coming. And I need to know what it is, because I'm trying to keep these people alive too. I thought about it. I could lie. I could deflect. I could do the thing I've been doing since I woke up in this timeline, which was controlling the information, parceling it out in manageable doses. But Rachel wasn't Sarah. Rachel was an engineer. She needed data. She needed the full picture. And if I didn't give it to her, she'd figure it out herself, and she'd do it without the context I could provide, and that was how mistakes happened. I have knowledge, I said, about what's coming, about what's going to happen. I can't explain how I got it, but it's real. And it's why I've been preparing. And it's why Marcus is looking for me, because he has people like me. She stared at me. People like you, with future knowledge. Yes, that's insane. Yes, but real. Yes. She sat down. She put her head in her hands. Okay, I'm going to accept this because the alternative is that I'm in a settlement run by a lunatic, and you don't seem like a lunatic. You seem like a guy who's carrying too much and needs help. That's probably the most accurate thing anyone's said to me in months. She looked up. Tell me everything. And this time, don't leave anything out. So I told her, not the regression, not the dying, but the knowledge, the timeline, the events. Marcus, everything. She listened without interrupting. When I was done, she said, if this Marcus has advisors like yours, then he knows about your wall. Your defenses, your preparations. Probably. Then we need to change them. I know. We need to build something he doesn't expect. I know. What do you expect him to do? Come from the south. Through the main road. with overwhelming force. He likes to overwhelm. He doesn't like to fight fair. Then we make him fight unfair. She pulled out a piece of paper and started drawing. Rachel Torres, in 3 weeks, became the most valuable person in the settlement besides Sarah. She redesigned the eastern defenses. She improved the water system. She helped me redesign the traps in the tree line. She was tireless, brilliant, and driven by something I recognized because I carried it too. The need to build. The need to make things better. The refusal to accept that the world had ended. We worked together, the two of us, and the settlement grew stronger. We added a second wall, an inner wall, a fallback position. We connected the basements of every house on the street. We built underground passages that let defenders move without being seen. We created supply caches at key points. We turned the cul-de-sac into a fortress that would have made a medieval siege engineer weep with envy. And all the time, the information from the outside world was getting worse. Jake the trader came back with more news. Marcus was expanding. He'd taken 3 more settlements. He was forcing people into labor camps. He was building infrastructure, roads, supply lines. He was doing what empires do. He was consolidating, and he was getting closer. He's 30 miles out, Jake said. Maybe less. His scouts are pushing north. They've been seen as far as the interstate. 30 miles. In the old timeline, Marcus hadn't reached this far north until year 3. He was 2 years ahead of schedule. Unless he had the same kind of knowledge I did. Unless his advisors were telling him where to go and when. Unless he was a regressor too. The thought kept me up at night. If Marcus was a regressor, then everything I had was compromised. My knowledge of the future was my advantage. If he had the same advantage, then we were even. And if we were even, the only thing that mattered was who built better, who planned smarter, who fought harder. And I was going to make sure it was me. Harold arrived in April. He was 68 years old, a retired structural engineer, and he'd walked 60 miles from a settlement that had been destroyed by a flood. He collapsed at the gate. Dr. Park treated him for dehydration and exhaustion. When he woke up, the first thing he said was, "Who designed that wall?" I was sitting next to him. I did. He looked at me. His eyes were clear, sharp. The eyes of a man who'd spent 40 years looking at structures and seeing the forces that acted on them. "It's good," he said, "but your load distribution on the eastern section is wrong. You've got too much weight on the corners and not enough in the midspan. First heavy rain, that section leans. Second one, it falls." I stared at him. He was right. I'd been worried about that section. I'd been planning to reinforce it, but I hadn't gotten to it yet. "Who are you?" I said. "Harold Keene, structural engineer, retired. Used to design bridges. Big ones. Suspension, cable stayed, segmental. I built things that carry 10,000 cars a day over rivers that want to eat them alive." He sat up, slowly, carefully. "And you're a military engineer who built a wall in a suburb, which is either very clever or very stupid, and I haven't decided which yet." "Both, probably." He laughed. It was a dry, crackly sound. "Probably. Now I'll me up. I want to look at your eastern section before it embarrasses us both." Harold became the mentor I didn't know I needed. He was everything I wasn't. Patient, methodical, theoretical. He thought in load paths and stress distributions and safety factors. I thought in tactical positions and defensive geometry and force multipliers. Together, we were something neither of us was alone. We were complete. He looked at the settlement with the eyes of a man who'd seen everything and was still impressed by something. "You've done good work," he said. "For a soldier." "Thanks. I think." "Don't thank me. It's a compliment. Soldiers build things that need to work right the first time. Engineers build things that need to work for 50 years. Different pressures. Same result." He spent the next week going over every structure in the settlement. The wall, the water system, the buildings, the bridges I'd built over the creek. He found problems. Some small, some critical. He fixed them, not by doing the work himself, though he helped. By teaching, by showing me what I was missing, by filling in the gaps in my knowledge that 12 years of military engineering hadn't covered. "You know how to build under pressure," he said, "but you don't know how to build for time. You're building for today. You need to build for next year, for 10 years from now, for the people who will live here after you're gone." That hit me, because he was right. I was building for survival, for the immediate threat. For Marcus, I wasn't building for the future. I was so focused on the present threat that I'd forgotten to plan for what came after. "Show me," I said, and he did. He showed me how to design structures that would last, how to plan infrastructure that could grow, how to think in decades instead of days. Under his guidance, the settlement transformed. The wall got proper foundations. The water system got a long-term maintenance plan. The buildings got structural reinforcements that would survive not just attacks but weather, time, and the slow decay of neglect. Harold was dying. He knew it. He'd told Dr. Park on the second day, and Dr. Park had told me. Heart condition, pre-existing. Without proper medication, it was a countdown. He had months, maybe less. He didn't care. "I've had a good run," he said. 68 years. Built some beautiful bridges. And now I get to build something that matters. A community. A home. That's worth spending my last chips on. He worked through the pain. He worked through the shortness of breath and the swelling in his ankles and the nights when he couldn't sleep because his heart was beating wrong. He worked because the work was all that mattered. And I watched him and I thought about the things I'd carry when he was gone. Because he was going to be gone. I knew that. And I couldn't save him. Not this time. Not even with all my knowledge. Some things you can't engineer your way out of. Some things you just have to watch happen and carry with you afterward. The harvest came in late summer. Not a real harvest. We didn't have farmland. But we had gardens. I'd planned them from the start. Every backyard on the street had been converted to growing space. Vegetables, beans, herbs, things that grew fast and stored well. The yield was smaller than I'd hoped. The soil wasn't great. The growing season had been short. But it was something. It was food that we'd grown. Food that wasn't from a can or a bag. Food that proved we could sustain ourselves, at least partially, without scavenging. The psychological impact was enormous. People who'd been eating beans and rice for months suddenly had fresh tomatoes. Real tomatoes. The smell of them, the color of them, the taste. Mrs. Chun held a tomato like it was a jewel. "I forgot what they looked like," she said. "I forgot how red they were." Tom Henderson made a salad. A real salad. Lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, a little vinegar. He served it at a community dinner, and people cried. Grown adults crying over a salad. Because it was normal. Because it was a reminder of the world that used to exist. Because for one meal, they weren't survivors. There were people sitting down to dinner with their neighbors. The surplus was small, but it was enough to trade. Jake the trader came through, and I gave him vegetables in exchange for information. The information was not good. "Marcus is 20 miles out," Jake said. "He's got a column moving north. Maybe 100 fighters. Armed. Vehicles. He's not sneaking. He's marching. 20 miles. Days away. Maybe less." I called a meeting. The whole community. Everyone. I stood in the middle of the street, and I looked at 40 faces. Some scared. Some determined. Some too tired to feel either. "We got company coming," I said. "Marcus Vane. You've heard the name. He's been expanding his territory, and now he's heading for us. He'll be here in a few days. Maybe less." The murmur that went through the crowd was the sound of fear trying very hard to be courage. "What do we do?" someone asked. "We fight." "How many does he have?" 100. Maybe more. The murmur got louder. "We have 40, someone else said. 40 against 100. 40 against 100 who don't know this ground. Who don't know every inch of these streets. Who don't have walls and traps, and people who are fighting for their homes. Numbers matter, but they're not the only thing that matters." Big Mike stepped forward. "I'm in. Whatever the plan is, I'm in." Tom, Dr. Park, Rachel, Harold leaning on a cane, nodding. Sarah, holding Lily, her face set like concrete. One by one, the community committed. Not all of them. Some were terrified. Some wanted to run. I didn't blame them. But they stayed. Because running meant the open road, and the open road was worse than any fight. I spent the next 48 hours in final preparations. The traps were set. The fallback positions were stocked. The ammunition was distributed. The medical supplies were staged. Harold oversaw the structural reinforcements. Rachel managed the eastern defenses. Big Mike handled the gate. Tom ran communications. Sarah organized the non-combatants. The children, the elderly, the injured. They'd shelter in the connected basements. If the wall fell, the real fight would be in the streets. And I was going to make those streets the most expensive 100 yards Marcus's people ever try to cross. The night before they arrived, I sat with Sarah on the roof. The same roof. The same stars. But everything else was different. "Are you afraid?" she said. "Yes. Me too." "Good. Fear keeps you sharp. I don't need to be sharp. I need to be brave. You're braver than anyone I've ever known." She looked at me. "Tell me what happens if we lose." "You take Lily. You go out the back. Through the creek. You head north. There's a settlement near the reservoir. They're friendly. You find them. And you—" I hold them off. "No. Sarah. No. We stay together. Or we don't stay at all." I looked at her. The moonlight on her face. The set of her jaw. The woman who'd stood by me through everything. Who'd believed me when believing was hard. Who'd built a community with her bare hands and sheer willpower. "Okay," I said. "Together. Together." She took my hand. We sat on the roof and watched the stars and waited for the war. It came at dawn. Not subtly. Not with scouts and probes. Marcus's column came down the road from the south in a line of vehicles, trucks and cars and things that had been armored with scrap metal. They looked like something from a post-apocalyptic movie, which I suppose they were. They stopped at the entrance to the cul-de-sac. At the wall, a man stepped out of the lead vehicle. He was tall, clean-shaven, wearing clothes that were too clean for the collapse. A jacket that looked like it had been tailored. He had the kind of face that looked good on a poster. Strong jaw, clear eyes, the kind of face that made people want to follow you. I'd seen faces like his before, in the army, in the war zones. The faces of men who were very good at convincing other men to do things they didn't want to do. Marcus Vane. He walked to the wall. He looked at it. He looked at the gate. He looked up at the houses. Then he looked directly at me because I was standing on the wall, and he smiled. "David Chun," he said. His voice carried. Clear. Confident. "I've been looking for you. You've got a funny way of showing it." I prefer to think of it as an enthusiastic introduction. He walked closer. "Nice wall. Military engineering." You could tell. I could. "I've seen your work before. Or rather, I've seen what your work becomes. In another version of things." The world tilted. Just slightly. Just enough. "What did you say?" He smiled wider. "Oh, David. Did you think you were the only one? Did you think you were the only one who got to come back? The only one who got a second chance?" My hands went cold. "You remember. I remember everything. Every day. Every detail. Every mistake." He spread his arms. "Look at what I've built. Look at what we can build. Together. You've built a slave camp." His smile didn't waver. "I've built order. In a world that's chaos. That's not slavery. That's civilization. Civilization doesn't put people in labor camps. Civilization has always had labor camps, David. You just weren't on the inside before." I looked at him. This man. This mirror. This version of what I could have been if I'd used my knowledge differently. If I decided that survival meant control instead of community. If I decided that saving people meant owning them. "I'm not joining you," I said. "I know." His smile faded. "That's unfortunate. Because I'm not asking. Then we have a problem." "Yes, we do." He walked back to his column. He got in the lead vehicle. He looked at me one more time. "I'll give you until tomorrow morning. Surrender the settlement, and your people will be treated well. Resist, and I'll take it anyway, and your people won't be treated well at all. Your choice, David." He got in the vehicle. The column pulled back. They were going to wait until morning. They were giving me 12 hours. 12 hours to decide whether to surrender 40 people to a man who called labor camp civilization. I climbed down from the wall. My hands were shaking, not from fear, from the recognition that the game had changed, that I wasn't the only one with knowledge, that Marcus was a player too, and that the advantage I'd been banking on, the knowledge of the future that was supposed to make me unbeatable, was shared. "He's like you," Sarah said. When I told her, in the house, with the door closed. "He remembers." "Yes." "Then everything you know about what he'll do, he knows about what you'll do." "Yes." "So what do we do?" I looked at her, at Lily, sleeping in her crib, oblivious, at the walls I'd built, the community I'd assembled, the life I'd constructed from the bones of a dead timeline. "We make him fight for every inch," I said, "and we make it cost him more than he's willing to pay." The 12 hours were the longest of my life. Not because I was waiting for an attack, because I was working. Every minute of those 12 hours was spent on preparation. I repositioned traps. I reinforced weak points. I moved supplies to secondary positions. I briefed every fighter on the settlement on what to expect and what to do when it happened. Marcus was a regressor. He knew the future, which meant he knew what I knew, which meant he'd planned for my plans. So I needed a plan for plans he'd planned for. It was like chess against yourself, except the other you had 100 pieces and you had 40. The community worked through the night. Nobody slept. Nobody asked to sleep. They moved with the focused energy of people who understood that the next day might be the last one they ever saw. Big Mike welded the gate shut. Not locked. Welded. If we needed to open it, we'd cut it. But until then, it was solid steel. Tom set up communication positions in every house. Ham radio, hand signals, runners. If the wall was breached, we'd fight house to house. The connected basements meant we could move between positions without being seen. Dr. Park staged medical supplies in every basement. He trained volunteers in basic trauma care. He knew he might be the only medical help for 100 people. He needed to multiply himself. Sarah organized the non-combatants. The children, the elderly, the wounded. They went to the central basement, the one under my house, the deepest and most reinforced. She brought supplies, water, food, blankets, and she brought Lily. My daughter, who was 2 years old now, who could walk and talk and run and laugh, who was the reason for everything I was doing. Sarah held her, and she didn't cry. She was the bravest person I'd ever known. Harold found me on the wall at about 3 in the morning. He was leaning on his cane, breathing hard. The exertion of climbing the wall stairs was more than his heart should have been doing. "You need to be in the basement," I said. "I need to be here." He stood next to me. He looked at the wall, at the traps, at the kill zones. "You've done good work, David. You taught me half of it. The other half was all you. I just gave you the vocabulary." He was quiet. The bridge. I knew what he was talking about. It was a bridge. A real one. A concrete overpass on the main road, about 2 miles south of the settlement. It was the only vehicle crossing over a deep ravine. If Marcus's column couldn't cross that bridge, they'd have to detour 12 miles to the east or west. 12 miles through rough terrain that would slow them down and break up their formation. If we drop that bridge, I said, he's delayed by at least 2 days. Maybe 3, and his supply line is cut. His vehicles can't cross. He'd have to come on foot through the ravine, which means he comes in small groups, which means you can pick them off. It's a good plan. It's your plan. I'm just pointing out that someone needs to blow the bridge. I know, and that someone should be me. I looked at him. Harold, no. Listen to me, David. I am dying. My heart is a broken pump, and there's no fixing it. I have weeks, maybe days. The exertion of this kind of operation would kill me faster, but it would kill me usefully, and I'd rather die building something than dying in a bed. I can send someone else. Can you? Do you have anyone who knows structural demolition the way I do? Anyone who knows where to put charges to bring down a concrete overpass cleanly? I didn't. He was right. He was the only one who knew how to do it. I've built bridges my whole career, he said. I know how they stand up, which means I know how they fall down. Let me do this. Let me build one last thing. I looked at him. This old man. This brilliant, stubborn, magnificent old man who'd walked 60 miles to die at my gate, and who was now asking to spend his last hours doing the one thing he was best at. "How many charges do you need?" I asked. He smiled. It was the smile of a man who'd already made his decision and was just waiting. "For me to catch up, I'll need dynamite, or something close, detonators, wire, and a ride to the bridge. I'll get you everything. I know you will." We spent the next 4 hours preparing. Big Mike found blasting caps in the mining supply depot he'd scavenged months ago. We had no dynamite, but we had fertilizer and diesel and the knowledge of how to make something that worked close enough. Harold directed the mixing with the precision of a man who'd been reading structural engineering textbooks for breakfast for 40 years. He calculated the charges. He marked the positions. He drew a diagram of the bridge with the charges marked in red. 3 charges, he said. Here, and here. The critical stress points. When they go, The center span drops into the ravine. Clean. Efficient. No residue. How do you detonate? Timer. I'll set a fuse. You'll be long gone by the time it goes off. You'll be long gone too. He looked at me. David, I'm not coming back. We both know that. The walk alone will be more than my heart can handle. And if it isn't, the detonation will be. I wanted to argue. I wanted to find another way. But he was right. He was right, and we both knew it. Thank you, I said, for everything. He put a hand on my shoulder. You're a good builder, David. Better than me, in some ways. Because you build for people. I build for function. You build for meaning. Don't stop. He left an hour before dawn. Big Mike drove him to the bridge in the truck. The truck would be useful there as a barrier, and Mike would help Harold set the charges. Then Mike would drive back. Harold would stay. The drive took 20 minutes. Mike set the charges while Harold directed. It took 2 hours. The charges were set. The fuse was ready. Mike drove back. He got to the settlement with 15 minutes to spare before Marcus's deadline. Charges are set, he said. Harold's staying. He said to tell you it's done. I nodded. I couldn't speak. Mike put a hand on my shoulder. He made his choice, brother. Let him make it count. The deadline came. Dawn. Marcus's column appeared on the road from the south. Same vehicles. Same armored scrap metal. Same 100 fighters. They stopped at the wall. Marcus stepped out. He looked at me on the wall. Have you decided? He called. I have. And no. He sighed. Like I'd disappointed him. Like this was a business negotiation that hadn't gone his way. I was hoping you'd see reason. We could build something extraordinary, David. You and me. 2 men who know what's coming. We could shape the future. I don't want to shape the future your way. Your way is better. My way lets people be free. Freedom is a luxury of stable societies. We don't have stable societies. We have chaos. And chaos requires order. My order. Your order is a cage. Every civilization is a cage for someone, David. The question is whether you're inside or outside. He raised his hand. The column moved forward. The attack began. Not with a charge. With vehicles. 2 armored trucks rammed the gate at speed. The gate held. The welding held. The trucks crumpled. But the impact shook the wall. Cracks appeared in the concrete base. Not structural. Not yet. But visible. Marcus's fighters dismounted and started forward on foot. They came at the wall in groups, testing, probing, looking for weaknesses. We let them come. The traps in front of the wall did their work. Trip wires connected to noisemakers. Pits covered with branches. Tangled wire that slowed movement and funneled attackers into kill zones. They weren't lethal. I wasn't going to kill people if I didn't have to. But they were effective. The first group hit the trip wires, and the noisemakers went off, and the defenders on the wall rained down everything they had. Rocks. Boiling water. Arrows that Big Mike had been making from scavenged materials. The kind of improvised defense that wouldn't have worked in a movie, but worked in reality, because desperation is a powerful motivator. The first assault failed. Marcus pulled his people back. He looked at the wall. He looked at me. And he smiled. Not the confident smile from before. A different smile. A calculating one. You've been busy, he said. You have no idea. He sent a second assault. Bigger. More organized. They came with ladders. They brought ladders. Of course they had. Marcus was a regressor. He knew I'd build defenses. He planned for defenses. The ladders hit the wall in 3 places. The defenders pushed them back. Boiling water. Rocks. The kind of brutal, close-range combat that doesn't look like anything you see in movies. It's ugly and it's fast, and it smells like sweat and fear and the copper tang of blood. 2 of Marcus's fighters made it over the wall. Big Mike met them on the other side. What followed was not elegant. Mike was bigger and stronger. The 2 men didn't stand a chance. But they made it over the wall, which meant the wall could be breached, which meant the fallback plan needed to activate. Pull back to the second line. I shouted. The defenders dropped from the wall and fell back to the inner wall. The secondary position, the one Marcus didn't know about, because I'd built it after Rachel arrived. After I knew Marcus was a regressor, the inner wall was a surprise. And surprises were the only advantage I had left. Marcus's fighters poured over the first wall and found themselves facing a second one. They hesitated. That hesitation cost them. The defenders on the inner wall had clear sight lines and elevated positions. The attackers were funneled into a kill zone between the two walls. The kind of position I'd designed in the army. The kind of position that turned an assault into a slaughter. We didn't slaughter them. We drove them back. Rocks, arrows, and something they didn't expect. Sound. Tom had rigged speakers from the houses to the solar battery. And when the attackers were in the kill zone, the speakers blasted noise. Not music, not words. Noise. The sound of engines, of shouting, of a much larger force approaching from the north. It was a bluff. There was no larger force. But in the chaos, in the confusion, in the kill zone, Marcus's fighters didn't know that. Some of them broke. Some of them ran. And when some of them ran, all of them ran. Because panic is contagious and fear is a virus. And the man who built a wall in a suburb had just turned his neighborhood into a death trap, and nobody wanted to be in it. Marcus watched his assault fail. He stood by his vehicle, and he watched his fighters retreat, and his expression didn't change. He was calculating. He was adjusting. He was doing what regressors do. He was using his knowledge of the future to figure out what I'd do next. I watched him from the inner wall. He watched me. Two men who remembered. Two men who knew what was coming. Two men who were playing chess with lives. "This isn't over," he called. "It never is," I called back. He got in his vehicle. The column pulled back. They retreated down the road, back to the south, back to their base. The settlement was quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after violence. The kind of quiet where people are checking to make sure they're still alive and still in one piece. We'd lost two people. Not killed. Hurt. Badly. One had a broken leg from a fall off the wall. The other had taken a rock to the head and was concussed and bleeding. Dr. Park was already working on them. The rest of us were alive. The wall was damaged, but standing. The inner wall was intact. The settlement was ours. But Marcus would come back. He always would, because he was a regressor, and he had the same kind of knowledge I did, and he had 100 fighters to my 40, and he was not going to give up, because people like Marcus Vane don't give up. They adapt. They learn. They come back harder. "We need to blow the bridge," I said to Rachel. Harold set the charges. Mike confirmed they're in place. But the detonation didn't happen. Harold was supposed to detonate. He was. But the fuse didn't go off. Or it went off, and the charges didn't set. Or something went wrong. We need to go back and finish it. I know. I looked at the road to the south, at the dust settling where Marcus's column had been. I need to go blow a bridge. The bridge was 2 miles south. I took Big Mike and Rachel and 3 others. We went in the truck, fast, because speed was the only advantage we had. The road was empty. Marcus's column had passed through hours ago. The ravine appeared ahead, deep and steep, with a bridge spanning it. And there, at the far end of the bridge, we could see Harold. He was sitting on the road, leaning against the guardrail. He was not moving. We stopped the truck. I got out. I walked him. He looked up at me. His face was gray. His breathing was shallow. "The charges are set," he said. "The fuse didn't work. The wiring was bad. I tried to fix it, but my hands..." He held them up. They were shaking, trembling. The hands of a man whose heart was failing and whose body was shutting down. "I couldn't finish it," he said. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. You got us this far." I looked at the bridge. The charges were visible. Fertilizer and diesel in plastic bags, wired to detonators. The wiring ran along the bridge structure to a point where it should have connected to a timer. But the connection was broken. The wire was frayed. Harold had tried to fix it with shaking hands, and he hadn't been able to. "Get back," I said. "Everyone back." They backed up. I went to the bridge. I looked at the wiring. I'm a combat engineer. I know demolition. I know how to fix a broken circuit. I stripped the wire. I found the connection. I twisted it together. I checked the continuity. It was good. The charges were live. "Harold," I said, "it's done. Let's go." He shook his head. "I can't walk back, David. My heart. I've been running on fumes since I got here. I'll carry you. You'll slow yourself down. And Marcus's people will be back. You need to be across the ravine when this bridge drops." He was right. I knew he was right. The math was simple. The bridge needed to be blown. The demolition team needed to be clear. Harold was slowing us down. And time was the one thing we didn't have. "Harold, go. Build something. That's what I'm here for. That's what all of this is for." Go. I looked at him. This man, this old, stubborn, brilliant man who'd walked 60 miles to die at my gate and who was now spending his last minutes on Earth sitting on a bridge he was about to drop into a ravine. Thank you, I said, for everything. He smiled. Go. We ran. Back to the truck. Back across the road. The truck roared to life. We drove north, fast, putting distance between us and the bridge. I watched the rearview mirror. Harold was still sitting there, leaning against the guardrail. Watching us go, I pressed the detonator. The bridge exploded. Not like in the movies. Not a fireball. A crack. A sharp, brutal crack like the world breaking in half. The center span of the bridge dropped. Concrete and rebar and asphalt falling into the ravine in a cloud of dust. The sound reached us a second later. A deep, rolling boom that shook the truck. The bridge was gone. The road was broken. Marcus's column couldn't cross. Not here. Not anymore. He'd have to detour 12 miles. Through rough terrain. With 100 fighters and limited supplies. He'd be delayed by days. Maybe a week. We drove back to the settlement in silence. Nobody spoke. We didn't need to. We all knew what we'd left behind. When we got back, I went to the wall. I looked south. I could see the dust from the bridge demolition settling on the horizon. Harold was gone. The bridge was gone. The cost was real, and it was heavy, and it sat in my chest like stone. Sarah found me there. She didn't say anything. She just stood next to me and took my hand. And we watched the dust settle. And we waited for what came next. The week that followed the bridge demolition was the strangest week of the collapse. Not because things were good, because they were suspended. Marcus couldn't reach us. The bridge was down. His vehicles were useless without the crossing. He'd have to come on foot through the ravine, which meant small groups, which meant we could handle them. He knew that. I knew that. So we waited. And in the waiting, the settlement changed. The victory at the wall, the bridge demolition, the fact that we'd stood against 100 fighters and held. It transformed the community. People who'd been surviving became people who were living, who were building, who were planning for a future instead of just trying to make it through the day. We expanded, not physically, mentally. We started thinking about what came after the fighting, about governance, about infrastructure, about the kind of community we wanted to build when the dust settled. Tom proposed a council, elected representatives, rules, laws, a constitution of sorts. We need more than survival, he said. We need a society. We need to be more than a neighborhood with a wall. He was right. I was so focused on defense that I'd forgotten about everything else. A community that only knows how to fight is just an army without a cause. We held an election. I didn't run. I didn't want to lead the community. I wanted to build for it. There's a difference. Tom was elected as the council chairman. Sarah was elected as the coordinator. Big Mike became the security chief. Dr. Park became the health director. Rachel became the infrastructure engineer. I became the builder. The title was informal. It just meant that when something needed to be built, I built it. And a lot of things needed building. The wall was repaired and improved. The water system was expanded. A proper workshop was constructed. A school for the children. A meeting hall. The settlement was becoming a village. And the village was becoming something more. Refugees kept coming. Not just individuals. Groups. Families. People who'd heard about the settlement on Birchwood Lane. The place that held against Marcus. The place that had a wall and water and food and a community that fought for its own. They came and we vetted them and we accepted the ones who could contribute and we turned nobody away who was willing to work. The population grew. 40 became 60. 60 became 80. 80 became 100. We expanded beyond the cul-de-sac. We took in the surrounding blocks. We built new walls, new fortifications, new infrastructure. Harold would have been proud. I thought about him a lot. Every time I looked at the bridge demolition site. Every time I checked the load distribution on a new wall section. Every time I saw a structure that was built to last. He was in every beam, every foundation, every careful calculation. He taught me to build for time. And I was building for time. The trading post grew. Jake the trader became a regular. He brought news and goods and information about the wider world. The collapse was deepening. The government was gone, not officially, but functionally. The eastern seaboard was a patchwork of settlements, warlords, and empty zones. Some settlements were democratic. Some were tyrannies. Some were just groups of people trying to survive. Marcus was the biggest threat in the region. But without the bridge, he was contained. For now, he's not giving up, Jake said. He's consolidating, building up. He's sending people around the ravine. It's taking time, but he's finding ways. How long? A month. Maybe 2. He'll come back. Bigger. Better prepared. A month. 2 months. Time. The one thing we needed and the one thing we couldn't manufacture. I spent the time building. The settlement grew. New structures. New defenses. New systems. I designed a proper water treatment facility. I built a forge for metalworking. I established a construction protocol that let us build quickly and well. The village became a town, and the town became something that felt, for the first time since the collapse, like a home. Ava came in the second month. She walked through the front gate like she owned the place. She was 35, sharp-featured, dressed in clothes that were too clean for a refugee. She had the walk of someone who was used to being in control. She asked to see whoever was in charge. Tom sent her to me. I looked at her. She looked at me. You're David Chun. Who are you? Ava Sinclair. I used to work for Marcus Vane. The name landed like a rock. Used to. I defected. 3 weeks ago. Walked out of his operation in the middle of the night. I've been heading north ever since. Why? Because I don't like what he's building. And because I know things that could help you stop him. Istadidhar? She was good at hiding her tells, but I'd spent years reading people in high-stress situations. She was telling the truth. Mostly. She was also holding something back. What kind of things? I know his supply lines. His forced deployments. His plans. I know where his advisors are and what they've told him. I know things that could save your life. And in exchange, sanctuary. A place to stay. Food. Safety. That's it. That's it. I didn't believe her. Not completely. But I believed her enough to keep her close and watch her. Because the information she had could be valuable. And because the woman who walked into my settlement with clean clothes and a sharp smile was either a genuine defector or a spy. And either way, I wanted her where I could see her. Ava proved her value quickly. Her intelligence about Marcus's operations was specific and detailed. She knew his supply routes. She knew his patrol schedules. She knew the locations of his forward bases. And she knew about his advisors. He has 3 of them, she said. 3 people who seem to know things. Like you know things. They came to him about a year before the collapse. Told him what was coming. Helped him prepare. Were their names? I don't know real names. He calls them by numbers. 1, 2, and 3. 1 is the strategist. 2 is the logistician. 3 is the wild card. They don't always agree. 1 wants to consolidate. 2 wants to expand. 3 wants something else entirely. What does 3 want? I don't know. 3 is quiet. 3 watches. 3 seems to be waiting for something. The advisors. Other regressors. Or something like me. People with knowledge of the future. People who were using that knowledge to shape the world. Marcus was just the tool. The advisors were the architects. And they were building something I didn't understand. Why would they help Marcus? I said, because he's useful. He's strong. He's willing to do things other people won't. He's the muscle. They're the brains. And what happens when a muscle gets ideas above its station? Ava smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. That's what 3 is waiting for. The intelligence changed my planning. I wasn't just defending against Marcus anymore. I was dealing with a multi-layered operation with internal politics and competing agendas. The advisors didn't fully agree. 1 wanted to consolidate. 2 wanted to expand. 3 was waiting. If I could exploit those disagreements, if I could turn them against each other, I might not have to fight all of them at once. Can you get a message to 1? I said, maybe. What would you say? I'd say that Marcus is getting too powerful. That his expansion is destabilizing the region. That consolidation would be more sustainable. And 1 would listen. 1 is a pragmatist. If the argument makes sense, 1 will consider it. Do it. Ava sent the message through Jake the trader. We waited. The response came a week later. 1 was interested. 1 was willing to talk. 1 suggested a meeting. It was a risk. A massive risk. Meeting with one of Marcus's advisors could be a trap. It could be disinformation. It could be the beginning of an elaborate deception, but it could also be a way to split the enemy, to turn their internal disagreements into an advantage. I decided to take the risk, because the alternative was waiting for Marcus to come back with an army, and I'd rather fight a political battle than a military one. The meeting was at a neutral location, an abandoned gas station on Route 9. I went with Big Mike and Rachel. Ava stayed behind. If things went wrong, she was our backup plan. The man at the gas station was not what I expected. He was small, quiet, dressed simply. He looked like an accountant, which Ava had told me he probably was in the old life. "David Chun," he said, "you look younger than I expected. You look less evil than I expected." He smiled. It was a thin smile. "I'm not your enemy, David. Marcus is, or rather, what Marcus is becoming is." "And what's that?" "Unstable. He's expanding too fast. He's overextending. His supply lines are too long. His internal politics are fracturing. If he's not checked, he'll collapse, and when he collapses, the chaos will be worse than anything he's built." "So you want to check him?" "I want the region to be stable." "You want the region to be stable. We have common interests." "What kind of stability are we talking about?" "Your version involves labor camps. Marcus's version involves labor camps. My version involves order, structure, governance. Not every settlement can be a democracy, David. Some need a firm hand. And you're the firm hand? Someone has to be." I looked at him. This man, this calm, quiet, calculating man who was proposing an alliance against a warlord while simultaneously admitting that his version of order involved the same kind of control I was fighting against. "I'll consider it," I said. "What do you need?" "Pull Marcus's advisors away from him. Convince 2 to stop supporting the expansion. Isolate 3. Without the advisors, Marcus is just a strongman. And strongmen fall when nobody's propping them up. And what do I get? Time, space, stability, and the knowledge that when Marcus falls, his territory doesn't become a power vacuum that someone worse fills." It was a reasonable offer, from a reasonable man, who wanted the same thing I wanted in a different flavor. I didn't trust him, but I trusted the mathematics of the situation. If I could split the advisors, I could weaken Marcus without a full-scale battle. And a full-scale battle was something I couldn't afford. "Deal," I said. We shook hands. I rode back to the settlement with a strange feeling. Not relief, not hope. The feeling of having made a deal with someone who might be exactly what he seemed, or who might be playing a game I couldn't see the board for. Rachel was quiet on the way back. "You trust him?" she said. "No." "Then why did you make the deal?" "Because I don't have to trust him. I just have to use him, and let him use me, and see who gets more out of it." She thought about that. "That's a dangerous game. Everything we're doing is dangerous. This is just the political version." She nodded. "Be careful." "I'm always careful." "No, you're always prepared. Those aren't the same thing." She was right. I was prepared. I wasn't careful. There was a difference, and the difference might get me killed. The weeks passed. The alliance with 1, the quiet advisor, started to bear fruit. 2, the logistician, pulled support from Marcus's northern expansion. Supply lines thinned. Patrols decreased. The pressure on the settlement eased. Marcus was still there, still building, still dangerous. But the immediate threat was reduced. I used the time to build. The settlement grew. The infrastructure improved. The community strengthened. We were no longer just surviving. We were thriving. And then Rachel betrayed me. It came out on a Tuesday. I remember it was a Tuesday because Tuesdays were market day at the trading post, and the market was busy, and the betrayal arrived in the middle of a normal day, which is how the worst things always arrive. Ava came to me. She had a document, a letter, written in Rachel's handwriting, addressed to Daniels. Daniels was the leader of a settlement to the east, a large settlement, a settlement that had been eyeing our territory. "Rachel's been talking to Daniels," Ava said. "She's been sharing your engineering plans, your defensive layouts, your infrastructure designs, in exchange for protection, for her and a small group." I read the letter. It was Rachel's handwriting. It was specific, detailed. It included measurements, specifications, calculations. Everything I'd taught her, everything she'd helped me build. "When?" I said. "The letter is dated 3 days ago." She's been in contact with Daniels for at least 2 weeks. I sat down. The betrayal was a physical thing. A weight in my chest. Rachel, the woman who'd walked 40 miles from Marcus's operation, who'd helped me redesign the defenses, who'd become the closest thing I had to a protege, who I trusted, who I taught. Why? I said. Ava shrugged. The letter says she thinks you're hoarding knowledge, that you're controlling the settlement through technical superiority, that the community would be better served if your designs were shared more widely. Shared with Daniels. Shared with Daniels, who would then have leverage over your settlement, who could then absorb you. Peacefully, in her mind, I closed my eyes. Rachel wasn't evil. She wasn't malicious. She genuinely believed she was doing the right thing. She believed I was hoarding knowledge that should be shared. She believed that by giving Daniels the engineering plans, she was creating a balance of power that would prevent conflict. She was wrong, but she believed it, and that made it worse. Because betrayal from someone who thinks they're right is harder to deal with than betrayal from someone who knows they're wrong. I found Rachel in the workshop. She was working on a water pump. She looked up when I came in. She saw my face. She knew. David, explain. She put down the wrench. She didn't try to deny it. That was something, at least. I've been in contact with Daniels. Yes. You've been sharing my plans. Our plans. The settlement's plans. David, you've been controlling the technical knowledge. You're the only one who understands the full system. If something happens to you, everything falls apart. I was creating redundancy. By giving it to Daniels. By creating an alliance. Daniels has resources. He has people. If we partner with him, we're stronger. If we partner with him, we're subordinate. There's a difference. Is there? You're the one who made a deal with one. You're the one who trades with Jake. You're the one who decides who has access to what information. I'm just doing the same thing you do. Except I'm doing it transparently. Transparently? You went behind my back. Did you come to me about one? About the meeting at the gas station? About the alliance with Marcus's own advisor? She had me there. I hadn't told her about one. I hadn't told the council about one. I'd been making decisions alone, the same way I'd been making decisions since I woke up in this timeline. The same way I'd been carrying everything alone. You're right, I said. I haven't been transparent. But what you did wasn't transparency. It was betrayal. Was it? Or was it the same thing you do, with different targets? I didn't have an answer for that, because she was partly right. I had been controlling information. I had been making decisions alone. I had been carrying the weight of knowledge that I wasn't sharing, and that wasn't fair to the people I was leading. But giving my plans to Daniels wasn't the answer. It was a different kind of control, a different kind of manipulation. Here's what's going to happen, I said. You're going to stay. You're going to work. You're going to do it openly, in front of the council, with full transparency. If you want to share knowledge, you share it with the community. Not with Daniels. Not with anyone outside these walls. If you don't like that, you can leave. But you don't get to betray this community and stay in it. She looked at me. And if I leave, then you take whatever you've learned and you use it to help someone else. I can't stop you. I can only ask you to choose this community over another one. She was quiet for a long time. I'll stay, she said, but I want a seat on the council. I want a voice in how this place is run. I want transparency from everyone, including you. Done. She nodded. She picked up the wrench. She went back to the water pump. The trust was broken, but the work continued. Because the work always continued. Because in a world that had ended, the only thing that mattered was what you built from the ruins. The night raid came 2 weeks later. Not from Marcus. Not from Daniels. From Gary. Gary Walsh, who I'd let inside the wall. Who I'd given a place in the community. Who I'd watched carefully and who had been, as far as I could tell, a model member. Gary had been feeding information to a group of raiders. A group that operated in the no man's land between settlements. A group that had been planning to hit the settlement from the inside. The raid came at 3 in the morning. The gate opened from the inside. Gary had copied the key. He let 6 men in. They were heading for the armory. The big Mike caught them. Not with force, with awareness. Mike had been on watch. He'd seen the gate open. He'd raised the alarm. The defenders converged. The 6 men were surrounded. A brief, ugly confrontation. One of the raiders had a gun. Big Mike took a bullet in the shoulder. He went down. He got back up. He tackled the man with the gun. The gun went off again. The second shot went wide. The raiders were subdued. Gary was found trying to run. He didn't get far. The community gathered in the street. It was 3 in the morning, and everyone was in their night clothes, and everyone was scared and angry and the kind of tired that goes past exhaustion into something hollow. Gary stood in the middle of the street. He looked small, smaller than I'd ever seen him. "You let him in," someone said. "You let them in?" Gary didn't deny it. He didn't try. He just stood there and he looked at the ground. "I was scared," he said. "They came to me. They said if I helped them, they'd let me leave. They'd take me somewhere safe. I was scared and I was cold and I wanted to go somewhere that wasn't here." The silence was enormous. "People died because of you," Tom said. "Not died, but Mike was bleeding. The settlement had been breached. The trust that held the community together had been cracked." "I'm sorry," Gary said. "Sorry doesn't fix a bullet wound," Big Mike said. He was sitting on the ground, his shoulder wrapped in bandages, his face pale. "Sorry doesn't do anything." The community had to decide what to do with Gary. In the old world, there would have been a trial, a lawyer, a judge, a system. In the new world, there was a council, a community, and a man who'd betrayed them. The debate was long. Some wanted exile. Some wanted worse. Sarah spoke last. "We're not animals," she said. "We're not going to kill a man for being scared. We exile him. He leaves. He takes what he can carry. He doesn't come back. If he comes back, he's a threat. Until then, he's a man who made a mistake." The council agreed. Gary was exiled. He walked out the gate at dawn. He didn't look back. I watched him go, and I felt the weight of the decision. In the old world, exile was a punishment. In the new world, exile was a death sentence. Slow, not immediate, but a death sentence nonetheless. Because the world outside the wall was not kind to men who walked alone. I couldn't save everyone. I'd accepted that. But the ones I couldn't save, I carried. Like Harold, like the bridge, like Gary, like every person who'd trusted me and been disappointed. The weight was getting heavier, but I was still standing. And as long as I was standing, the wall was standing. And as long as the wall was standing, the people behind it were safe. And that was enough. It had to be enough. Autumn came back around. The seasons had a way of doing that, even when the world had ended. The trees turned gold and red again. The air got cold again. The days got short again. And Marcus Vane came back. This time, he didn't come with 100 fighters. He came with 300. This time, he didn't come with improvised armor on pickup trucks. He came with actual military vehicles, scavenged from National Guard armories. This time, he didn't come with a demand for surrender. He came with a plan to destroy the settlement and everyone in it. The intelligence came from Ava. She'd been maintaining contact with one, the quiet advisor, and one had been feeding her information. Marcus had consolidated his territory. He'd crushed internal dissent. He'd absorbed two's operations and sidelined 3. He was no longer a warlord with advisors. He was a dictator with an army, and he was coming north. "He's bringing everything," Ava said. 300 fighters. Vehicles. Heavy weapons. He's not planning to negotiate. He's planning to make an example of you. Of us. Of you. Specifically. He told his people that you're the key. That if you're removed, the settlement falls. He's not wrong. The council met. The whole community. Everyone. I stood in the meeting hall, the building we'd constructed from salvage materials, and I looked at 120 faces. We'd grown. From 40 to 120. And now I was going to ask them to fight for their homes against an army 3 times their size. "He's coming," I said. No sugarcoating. No false optimism. 300 fighters. Heavy weapons. He's going to try to take the settlement by force. We have 120 people. Of those, maybe 60 can fight. The rest are children, elderly, or medical cases. The silence was the sound of people doing the math. "We can't fight them head on," I said. "In a straight battle, we lose. Every time. So we don't give them a straight battle. What do we give them?" Big Mike. His shoulder had healed. Not perfectly. He had a limp now. But he was standing. He was fighting. He was Big Mike. "We give them a nightmare. We use the terrain. We use the fortifications. We use every advantage we have. We make them fight for every foot of ground. We make it cost more than they're willing to pay. And if they're willing to pay it," that was Rachel. She was standing at the back, arms crossed. She'd been quiet since the betrayal. She'd been working. She'd been earning back trust the hard way, through labor and competence. Then we fall back to the secondary positions, to the connected basements, to the underground passages. We fight house to house, room to room. We make it so expensive that even Marcus's ego can't justify the cost. The debate went on for hours. In the end, the community chose to fight. Not because they were brave, because the alternative was surrender, and surrender to Marcus was slavery. They chose to fight because the wall was their wall. The homes were their homes. The life they'd built was their life. And they weren't going to let a man who called labor camp civilization take it away. The preparations were the most intensive I'd ever done. Every trap was reset. Every defensive position was reinforced. Every supply cache was stocked. The water system was protected. The medical stations were prepared. The non-combatants were staged in the deepest basement, with supplies for a week. Sarah organized everything. She was the calm in the center of the storm. She didn't carry a weapon. She didn't stand on the wall. She organized. She made sure everyone was fed. She made sure the children were calm. She made sure the medical supplies were where they needed to be. She was the reason the community didn't panic. Because she was not panicking. And if Sarah wasn't panicking, nobody was allowed to panic. Lily was 2.5. She didn't understand war. She understood that mommy was stressed and daddy was working a lot, and the big man with the loud laugh was hurt in the shoulder, and the old lady who made casseroles was praying. She understood that something was different. She clung to Sarah, and she looked at me with wide eyes, and she asked, "Daddy, are the bad men coming?" "Yes, baby. Are you going to stop them?" "I'm going to try. Can I help?" I knelt down. I looked at her. My daughter. The daughter I'd lost. The daughter I was going to save. "You're already helping. You being here. You being safe. That's the biggest help there is." She nodded. She was satisfied. Because children are wise enough to accept the truth when it's delivered with love. Marcus's army arrived on a gray morning in late October. Exactly 1 year since the grid went down. 1 year since the world ended. 1 year since I'd woken up in my own bed and started building. They came from the south. A column of vehicles, dust, and men. 300 fighters. Armed. Organized. Dangerous. They stopped outside the wall. They deployed. Not the chaotic rush of the first attack. A professional deployment. Perimeter. Approach positions. Covering fire teams. Marcus had been training his people. They weren't just a mob anymore. They were an army. Marcus rode to the front in a jeep. He looked the same. Clean clothes. Strong jaw. The face of a man who believed his own story. He stopped outside the wall. "David Chun," he called. "Last chance." I gave him my answer a year ago. A year is a long time. People change their minds. Not about this. He sighed. "I really did hope you'd see reason. You and I, we could have been extraordinary. 2 men who remember. 2 men who know what's coming. We could have built something that lasted. Your version of lasting involves chains. Your version of lasting involves hoping that people are good. And people aren't good, David. People are scared and selfish and violent. The only thing that keeps them in line is force. And the only question is whose force. I'll take my chances with hope. Then you'll die with it." He rode back to his army. The attack began. It began with vehicles. 3 armored trucks hit the gate at full speed. The gate held. The welding held. The wall held. But the impact was massive. The ground shook. Dust fell from the buildings. The concrete base cracked. Not the hairline cracks from the first attack. Real cracks. Structural cracks. "They're going to break through," Rachel said. She was next to me on the wall. "Not here. Fall back to the secondary line. Let them through the gate. Into the kill zone." The defenders pulled back from the outer wall. The gate gave way on the 4th truck impact. Marcus's fighters poured through. They charged into the street. Into the kill zone. And the kill zone did its work. The street was channeled. The buildings on either side were fortified. The defenders fired from windows, from rooftops, from behind barricades. The attackers were in a funnel. The kind of position that turns an assault into a meat grinder. Marcus's fighters fought hard. They were better trained than the first attack. They had cover. They had coordination. But they were in a kill zone designed by a combat engineer who'd been building IED barriers in Iraq and ambush positions in Afghanistan, and who knew exactly how to turn a suburban street into a death trap. The fighting was brutal, close, personal, the kind of combat that doesn't look like anything you see in movies. It's loud and confusing and terrifying, and it smells like gunpowder and sweat and blood. Big Mike held the center of the kill zone. He was a one-man fortress. He'd positioned himself behind a concrete barrier, and he was methodically engaging targets with a rifle he'd scavenged from National Guard armory months ago. He dropped 3 men. 4. 5. He was the anchor, the point around which the defense pivoted. Rachel managed the eastern flank. She was calm, precise. She directed fire, repositioned defenders, and adjusted the kill zone in real time. She was an engineer in combat, solving problems under fire, the kind of problem-solving that kept people alive. Tom ran communications. He was in the basement, on the radio, coordinating between positions. He was 70 years old, and he'd never held a gun in his life, and he was running a battlefield communication network with the calm of a man organizing a school bake sale. The fighting lasted 4 hours. 4 hours of sustained combat in a suburban street. When it was over, Marcus's fighters had been pushed back. They'd taken casualties. We'd taken casualties too. 3 dead, 7 wounded. The settlement had held, but the wall was breached. The gate was destroyed. The outer defenses were compromised, and Marcus still had 250 fighters. We had maybe 50 who could still stand. Fall back to the inner wall, I said. The defenders retreated. The inner wall held. It was the fallback position, the one I'd built after Rachel arrived, the one Marcus didn't know about, the one that changed the calculus. Marcus's army hit the inner wall. They couldn't breach it. Not easily. It was reinforced. It was defended. It was the kind of position that made attackers pay for every foot. The siege began. Marcus surrounded the settlement. He cut off the water supply. He cut off the food supply. He waited. He was patient. He knew that a siege favors the attacker. The defenders run out of food before the attacker runs out of patience. We had food for 2 weeks. Water for 1. The solar panels were still working. The battery bank was charged. The medical supplies were staged. The non-combatants were in the basement. We could hold. For a while. But not forever. We need to break the siege, Rachel said. We can't hold forever. I know. What's the plan? I looked at the map. The settlement. The wall. Marcus's positions around the perimeter. The terrain. The creek. The tree line. The ravine to the south. We need help. From who? From Daniels. Daniels. The man Rachel had betrayed me with. The man who had our engineering plans. The man who had a large settlement with a lot of fighters. You want to ask Daniels for help. I want to offer Daniels an alliance. A real one. Not the kind Rachel made behind my back. The kind where we fight together and win together. He'll want something. He'll want everything. But I'll give him enough to make it worth his while. The message went out through Jake the trader. Jake was the best courier in the region. He could move through the wasteland like a ghost. He took the message to Daniels. The response came back in 12 hours. Daniels would help, but he wanted a permanent trade agreement, access to our water system, and a seat on the council. Tell him yes, I said. All of it. David, that's a lot. I know, but if we don't break this siege, there won't be a council to sit on. Jake carried the agreement to Daniels. Daniels mobilized. He had 200 fighters of his own. Combined with our 50, we'd have 250. Even against Marcus's 250. The math was even. But we had the advantage of terrain, of fortification, of knowing the ground. The battle came 3 days later. Daniels's force approached from the east. Marcus's army turned to face them. And we came out of the settlement, from the breached gate, from the damaged wall, from the ruins of the outer defenses. We came out fighting. The battle was not elegant. It was not the kind of thing that gets turned into a movie. It was ugly and chaotic and terrifying, and it was the kind of thing that leaves marks on your soul that no amount of time can heal. I fought, not because I wanted to, because I had to. A man came at me with a pipe. I hit him with a shovel. He went down. I didn't check to see if he got back up. I couldn't. The battle raged for 2 hours. In the end, it wasn't the numbers that decided it. It wasn't the weapons. It wasn't the tactics. It was Marcus. Marcus rode to the front of his army. He looked at me across the battlefield. Two men who remembered. Two men who knew what the other was. "This ends now," he said. He charged, not on a horse, in a vehicle, a modified truck, armored, with a ram on the front. He was driving straight at me, straight at the position where I stood. I didn't move. I couldn't, not because I was frozen, because I was ready. The truck hit the barricade I'd built. The barricade held. The truck crumpled. Marcus went through the windshield. He landed on the ground, 20 feet from me. He got up. He was bleeding. He was broken. But he got up. "You and me, Chun," he said, like it should have been. We fought, not with strategy, not with tactics, with rage, with grief, with 10 years of carrying the weight of a dead timeline. He was stronger than me, bigger than me, better fed, but I was fighting for something he'd never understand. I was fighting for the people behind me, for Sarah, for Lily, for Tom and Mike and Harold's memory, and every person who trusted me to build something worth defending. He hit me. I went down. I got up. I hit him. He went down. He got up. We fought in the mud and the blood and the dust of a suburban street that used to have barbecues and lawn care competitions and kids riding bikes. We fought until we were both too tired to stand. And then I did something he didn't expect. I stopped. "You want to know the difference between us?" I said. "You remember the old timeline. You remember what happened. But you learned the wrong lesson. You learned that power is the only thing that matters. That control is the only thing that keeps people safe." He spat blood. "And what did you learn?" "I learned that people are worth saving. Even when it's hard. Even when it costs you. Even when they disappoint you and betray you and make mistakes. They're worth saving. And that's why my people are fighting for me. Not because I own them. Because they chose this." He looked at me. And for a second, just a second, I saw something in his face. Recognition. Not of defeat. Of something else. The recognition of a man who'd made a choice a long time ago and who was finally seeing the alternative. Then the moment passed. He lunged at me. I sidestepped. He was too tired. Too slow. He stumbled. His fighters, watching, saw him fall. And they broke. Not all at once. But enough. Some of them dropped their weapons. Some of them ran. Some of them looked at each other and realized that the man they'd been following was on the ground and the man standing over him was still standing, and the math of that was simple enough for anyone to understand. Marcus tried to get up. He couldn't. I looked down at him. "It's over. It's never over. It is for you." His fighters surrendered. Not all of them. Some ran. Some fought to the end. But most of them surrendered. Because most of them weren't true believers. There were people who'd been scared and hungry, and who'd followed the man with the most food and the most guns. And now that man was on the ground, and the man standing over him was offering food and shelter and a place in a community, and the choice was simple. Marcus was taken prisoner. Not killed. Not executed. Held. Because we were not animals. Because Sarah had taught me that. Because the difference between us and him was the difference between a community and a tyranny. The battle was over. The settlement was ours. The cost was terrible. 12 dead. 23 wounded. The street was a ruin. The wall was breached in 3 places. The gate was gone. The buildings were damaged. But we were alive. And we were free. And that was worth every cost. I found Sarah in the basement. She was holding Lily. They were both safe. They were both alive. She looked at me. I was covered in blood. Some of it mine. Most of it not. "Is it over?" she said. "Yeah." "Is he?" "Marcus is alive. He's a prisoner." She nodded. She didn't ask why I hadn't killed him. She knew why. Because we were not him. Because the wall between civilization and barbarism was a choice. And we chose civilization. Every time. Even when it was hard. Even when it cost us. Even when the man on the other side of the choice deserved everything he got. I sat down on the basement floor. My body was shaking. The adrenaline was leaving and the pain was arriving. I had a broken rib, a cut above my eye. But I was alive. Sarah sat next to me. She put Lily in my lap. My daughter, 2.5 years old. Alive. Safe. Here. She looked at me with those eyes. The eyes that were half Sarah and half me. The eyes that I'd seen in a grave in another timeline. The eyes that had spent a year in a wall and a war to keep alive. "Hi, baby," I said. She put her hand on my face. Her tiny hand. Her perfect hand. She touched the cut above my eye. "Daddy hurt. Daddy's okay. Daddy's going to be fine." She kissed the cut, and I broke. Not in front of anyone. Just in that moment, in the basement with my wife and my daughter, and the sound of the settlement settling into the quiet that comes after violence. I held them, and I let the tears come, and I carried the weight. And it was worth it. It was all worth it. The aftermath was the longest part. Not the fighting, not the building. The aftermath. The counting, the mourning, the rebuilding, the slow, grinding work of putting a community back together after it's been torn apart. We buried our dead, all 12 of them, in the backyard of number 7, Tom's old house, which had become the community garden. We buried them in a row. We didn't have headstones. We had wood, carved by hand, names and dates, and in some cases a few words. Tom Henderson, beloved teacher, husband, friend. He'd taken a pipe to the chest, protecting a group of children who were evacuating to the basement. He'd pushed them through the door, and he'd turned to face the man with the pipe, and he'd bought them the seconds they needed. He was 70 years old, and he'd died like he'd lived, standing between danger and the people he cared about. I carved his marker myself. My hands were still shaking from the fighting. The carving wasn't clean, but it was honest. Mrs. Chun survived. Her oxygen concentrator kept running. She made casseroles for the funeral dinner. She cried the whole time. She cried for the people she'd known. She cried for the world that used to be. She cried because she was alive, and so many people she cared about were not. Big Mike lived. His shoulder was hit again. Same shoulder. The man was on a run out of shoulders if this kept up. Dr. Park worked on him for 3 hours. Mike kept trying to get up and help. Dr. Park kept pushing him back down. "You're done, Mike. You've done enough. There's still work to do. The work will be there tomorrow. You might not be if you don't let me fix this." Mike stayed down. Barely. He was the toughest man I'd ever known. And even he had a limit. Rachel was wounded. A knife to the forearm. Not deep. She bandaged it herself and kept fighting. She didn't tell anyone until after the battle was over. When Dr. Park finally looked at it, he said it needed stitches. She said she'd manage. He stitched it anyway. She didn't complain. She'd earned that. She'd earned a lot of things in that battle. The respect of the community. The trust she'd lost. The knowledge that she was willing to bleed for the people she'd betrayed. That counted for something. It didn't erase what she'd done, but it counted. Ava disappeared. In the chaos of the battle, she was gone. Not dead, just gone. She'd been a wild card from the start. She'd come. She'd contributed. She'd left. I hope she was okay. I didn't look for her. Some people come into your life for a reason, and then they go. That doesn't make them less important. It just makes them temporary. Marcus was in a cell. Not a real cell. A room. In a house. With a locked door and a guard. He was alive. He was unhurt, mostly. He was angry. I went to see him the day after the battle. He was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. He looked up when I came in. "Come to gloat. Come to talk." "There's nothing to talk about." "I disagree." I sat down across from him. 2 men who remembered. 2 men who'd lived the same life and drawn opposite conclusions. "Why did you do it?" I said. "Do what?" "Build what you built. The labor camps. The control. The tyranny. You remember the old timeline. You remember what people are like when they're free and scared. And you decided the answer was chains." He looked at me. "You remember the same things I do. You remember the panic. The violence. The things people did when the rules stopped applying. You remember what humans are when the veneer cracks. I remember that too. And you decided the answer was community. Democracy. Hope. Yes. That's naive. Maybe. But it worked. It worked because you had a wall. And weapons. And me. You didn't build a community. You built a fortress with a brand. I thought about that. He wasn't entirely wrong. The wall mattered. The weapons mattered. The fortification mattered. But the community mattered too. The people who chose to stay and fight and build and live together. That mattered. "What's going to happen to me?" he said. "You're going to stay here. You're going to be treated fairly. You're not going to be hurt. But you're not going to be free. Not until I'm convinced you won't go back to what you were. And if you never are, then you stay here. For a long time." He laughed. It was a bitter sound. Prison. Community. With boundaries. He shook his head. You really believe that, don't you? You really believe that locking someone up and calling it community makes it different from what I did? The difference is that I'm doing it because you try to kill my family. And you're doing it because you tried to enslave mine. He was quiet. Your family. Your wife. The one who stood by you. Sarah. She's remarkable. I know. In the other timeline, she died fighting. I know. And you came back. You came back for her. I came back for all of them. For her. For Lily. For everyone I lost. And you saved them. I'm trying. He looked at the ceiling. I came back too. You know, I didn't tell anyone. But I came back. I figured. I died in the other timeline too. Different way. Cancer. Slow. Painting. I watched the collapse from a hospital bed. I watched everything fall apart, and I couldn't do anything about it. And then I woke up. 10 years early. Like you, what did you feel? When you woke up? Power. For the first time in my life, I had power. I knew what was coming. I could prepare. I could be the one in control. Not the one watching helplessly from a bed. The one making things happen. And control became domination. Control is domination, David. The only difference is whether you're honest about it. I sat with him for a while longer. Then I left. I didn't free him. I didn't execute him. I left him in the room, with food and water and a bed and a locked door. Because the difference between us was the difference between justice and revenge. And I was done with revenge. The rebuilding took months. The wall was repaired. Better. Stronger. Harold would have approved. The gate was rebuilt. The damaged buildings were fixed. The streets were cleared. The traps were reset. The fortifications were improved. The settlement grew. Not just in population. In capability. In confidence. In the kind of resilience that only comes from surviving something terrible and coming out the other side. The alliance with Daniels held. The trade agreement brought resources we needed. The seat on the council gave Daniels' people a voice in our governance. It wasn't perfect. It was politics. Politics is never perfect. But it was better than war. And it was better than isolation. One, the quiet advisor, disappeared after Marcus's defeat. His faction dissolved. Some of his people joined our settlement. Some joined Daniels's. Some went their own way. The advisors were gone. The regressors, the people with future knowledge, were scattered. I didn't know if there were others. I suspected there were. But they were out there, doing their own thing, making their own choices. I couldn't control them. I couldn't even find them. And I'd stopped trying to control everything. That was the lesson. The real lesson. Not the engineering. Not the tactics. Not the fortification. The lesson was that you can't control everything. You can build walls. You can plan defenses. You can prepare for every contingency. But the world is bigger than your plans. People are bigger than your plans. And the only thing that matters is the people you're building for. Not the buildings. Not the walls. The people. Winter came again. The second winter. The cold was familiar now. We were ready for it. The food stores were full. The fuel was stockpiled. The wall was solid. The community was strong. We'd survived the first winter as survivors. We'd survived the second winter as a society. The difference mattered. I spent the winter building. Not fortifications. Infrastructure. A proper school for the children. A workshop for the craftsmen. A medical facility for Dr. Park. A meeting hall for the council. The kind of buildings that said we weren't just surviving. We were staying. We were putting down roots. We were building. A future. Sarah watched me work. She always watched me work. She had this way of looking at me that was half admiration and half concern, like she was proud of what I was doing, but worried about what it was costing me. You're building like a man who's afraid to stop, she said one evening. I'm afraid to stop. Why? Because when I stop, I remember. Remember what? The other timeline. The one where I failed. Where I lost you. Where I lost Lily. When I'm building, I don't have to think about it. When I stop, it comes back. She sat next to me. She took my hand. Her hand was rough now. Calloused. The hand of a woman who'd worked as hard as any man in the settlement. The hand of a woman who'd built a community with her bare hands and sheer willpower. You didn't fail, she said. We're here. Lily's here. We're alive. You didn't fail. I know, but you still carry it. Yeah. Put it down, David. Just for a minute. Put it down. I looked at her. at the lines around her eyes that hadn't been there 2 years ago, at the gray in her hair that was new, at the weariness in her face that no amount of sleep could fix. She was tired. We were all tired, but she was still here. She was still standing. She was still the bravest person I'd ever known. "I'll put it down," I said. "When the work is done. The work is never done. Then I'll put it down when I'm done." She smiled. It was a sad smile, but it was real. "Okay, but don't take too long. I miss you when you're gone, even when you're right here." I knew what she meant. I was physically present, but mentally absent. I was always planning, always building, always preparing. I was here, but I wasn't here. And she wanted her husband back. Not the soldier, not the engineer, not the man who carried the weight of a dead timeline. Just the man, the one who'd married her, the one who'd held her hand across a restaurant table and told her he was appreciating what he had. "I'll try," I said, and I meant it. I really meant it. Spring came. The second spring. The creek thawed. The gardens bloomed. The trees leafed out. The world was green again. And for the first time since I'd woken up in this timeline, I felt something that wasn't fear or urgency or the grinding pressure of preparation. I felt hope. Not the desperate, clawing kind. The quiet kind. The kind that comes from looking at what you've built and knowing it's going to last. The settlement was thriving. Population had stabilized at around 150. The council was functioning. The trade agreements were holding. The children were in school. The crops were planted. The wall was maintained, but no longer felt like a siege fortification. It felt like a boundary, a line between inside and outside, between us and the chaos. Marcus was still in his room. He was quiet now. He read. He wrote. He sometimes asked to walk in the garden, supervised. He was changing, slowly. The man who'd built a tyranny was learning, one day at a time, what it meant to live in a community. I didn't know if he'd ever truly change, but I was giving him the chance. Because that's what communities do. They give chances, not because people deserve them, because the alternative is giving up on people, and I'd seen what happened when people gave up on each other. It led to graves. It led to dysentery and kitchen knives and headstones too small to deserve the word. I wasn't going there again, not if I had anything to say about it. The day I put down the weight was a Tuesday. I remember it was a Tuesday because it was market day, and the market was busy, and the sun was warm, and I was sitting on the porch of my house, the same porch where I'd sat 1,000 times, watching the settlement go about its business. People were trading. Children were playing. Someone was singing. The sound of a community living. Not surviving. Living. Sarah came out with 2 cups of chicory coffee. She handed me one. She sat next to me. "What are you doing?" she said. "Nothing. You never do nothing." "I'm doing it right now." She looked at me. "You look different." "Different how?" "Lighter." I thought about that. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was lighter. Maybe the weight was still there, but I'd stopped carrying it alone. Maybe that was the difference. Not putting the weight down. Sharing it. "I had a thought," I said. "Yeah. What if I told you everything? The real everything. Not the edited version. Not the dream version. The real version." She looked at me. "I've been waiting for you to do that. You already know? I know there's more. I've always known there was more. I just figured you'd tell me when you were ready. What if I'm ready now? Then tell me." So I told her. Everything. The regression. The dying. The waking up. The IED. The hospital. The flatline. The 10 years of grief. The grave. All of it. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She didn't cry. She just listened. And when I was done, she put her coffee cup down and she took my hand and she said, "I know." "You know." I suspected. "After a while. The way you look at Lily. The way you hold me at night. The way you work like every second counts." I suspected something bigger than a dream. Something bigger than knowing things were going to happen. She paused. "I just didn't know it was that. I didn't know you died. I didn't know you'd come back." "Why didn't you ask?" "Because you were already carrying it. And asking would have made it heavier. And you didn't need heavier. You needed someone to sit next to you while you carried it." I looked at her. This woman. This extraordinary, impossible, stubborn, brilliant woman who'd sat next to me through every storm and every silence and every moment of fear, and who'd never once asked me to put it down because she knew I wasn't ready. "Thank you," I said. "For what?" "For being here. For staying. For not asking. For sitting next to me. That's what I do, David. I sit next to you. I know. We sat on the porch. The sun was warm. The market was busy. The children were playing. Lily was running through the market, chasing a dog. A real dog this time. Not an imaginary one. A scruffy, three-legged terrier that Big Mike had found in a ditch and brought home, and that Lily had claimed as her own. She was laughing. The sound of her laughter was the best thing I'd ever heard. Better than the silence after the battle. Better than the first harvest. Better than the wall going up. Her laughter. Alive. Happy. Free. Sarah leaned her head on my shoulder. I put my arm around her. We sat on the porch and we watched our daughter chase a three-legged dog through a market in a settlement that used to be a suburban cul-de-sac. And I thought about the man I'd been. The man who'd died in a crater outside Aleppo. The man who'd lost everything. The man who'd woken up in his own bed 10 years early and started building. And I thought about the man I was now. The man with a wife and a daughter and a community and a wall and a life that was worth living. And I thought about the weight. It was still there. It would always be there. The memories of the other timeline. The people I hadn't saved. The mistakes I'd made. The cost of everything. But it was lighter now. Because I wasn't carrying it alone. Because Sarah was sitting next to me. Because Lily was laughing. Because Tom was in the garden at peace. Because Harold was in the bridge demolition site. His last work standing as a monument. Because Big Mike was in his workshop, building things with one good arm and a stubborn heart. Because the settlement was alive. And the wall was standing. And the future was uncertain, as it always is, and that was okay. Because the future was supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it a future. Not a script. Not a plan. A future. The sun went down. The market closed. The children came inside. Lily fell asleep on my lap, her face pressed against my chest, her breathing slow and even. The three-legged dog curled up at my feet. Sarah was beside me, her head on my shoulder, her hand in mine. The settlement was quiet, not the silence of the aftermath, the silence of peace, the kind of quiet that comes when people are safe and fed and loved. The kind of quiet I'd spent a year in a war and a wall to build. I sat there. I didn't move. I didn't plan. I didn't prepare. I just sat, and I felt the weight of my daughter's breathing against my chest, and I felt the warmth of my wife's hand in mine, and I felt the cool evening air on my face, and I heard the crickets starting up, and the distant sound of someone playing a guitar softly from one of the houses, and the smell of wood smoke from the chimneys, and the taste of chicory coffee, bitter and warm. And I thought about the first thing I noticed when I woke up in this timeline. The smell. Not sand. Not cordite. Not the copper and sweat stink of a Humvee cabin. Lavender. Laundry detergent. The cheap kind. I closed my eyes. The lavender was still there, mixed with wood smoke and coffee and the earthy smell of the garden and the faint sweetness of my daughter's hair. It was the smell of home. Not a house. Not a fortress. Not a settlement. Home. The thing I'd built. The thing I'd fought for. The thing I'd died for in another life and come back to save. I opened my eyes. The stars were out. More stars than I'd seen since childhood. The light pollution was gone. The world was dark and quiet and full of stars. Sarah's breathing had slowed. She was asleep. Lily was asleep. The dog was asleep. The settlement was asleep. And I was awake. Not because I was afraid. Not because I was planning. Because I was grateful. For the first time since I'd woken up in this timeline, I was just grateful. Not for the knowledge. Not for the second chance. Not for the engineering skills, or the tactical training, or the combat experience. For the simple, ordinary, extraordinary fact that I was sitting on a porch with my wife and my daughter, and they were alive, and the world was dark and full of stars, and the wall was standing, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain, and that was okay. That was more than okay. That was everything. I sat there until the cold got too much. Then I carried Lily inside. Sarah walked beside me, half asleep, leaning on my arm. We put Lily in her bed. The mobile was still spinning. The felt animals with a wonky elephant ear. She stirred but didn't wake. I tucked the blanket around her. She sighed. The three-legged dog hopped up onto the rug beside the crib and settled. I stood in the doorway and I watched her breathe. The same breathing I'd watched 1,000 times. The same rhythm. The same miracle. She was alive. She was here. She was mine. And I was hers. Sarah appeared in the doorway. Come to bed. In a minute. She came and stood next to me. We watched Lily breathe. You did it, she said. Did what? You saved us. You saved her. We saved each other. She leaned against me. No, you saved us. I just sat next to you. Sitting next to me is the bravest thing anyone's ever done. She laughed. Softly. Quietly. You're ridiculous. I know. Come to bed, David. Okay. I followed her to our room. Our bed. The bed I'd woken up in 10 years ago. The bed that was the starting point of everything. I lay down. She lay next to me. The lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. I breathed it in. It was the first thing I'd noticed when I woke up in this timeline. And it was the last thing I noticed before I fell asleep. The smell of home. The smell of the life I'd built. The smell of the world I'd saved. Not alone. Never alone. But I'd been the one who started. The one who'd woken up in a bed with lavender-scented sheets and a date on a phone that said 10 years ago, and a wife who was alive and a daughter who hadn't been born yet in the timeline I remembered. I'd started, and I'd built, and I'd fought, and I'd carried the weight, and I'd sat on a porch and watched the stars come out and held my daughter and my wife and felt the weight get lighter. And the wall was standing, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain, and that was everything. I closed my eyes. The lavender lingered. Warm. Real. Mine. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, I heard my daughter breathing in the next room. Slow. Steady. Alive. And I breathed with her. In. Out. In. Out. Matching her rhythm. The rhythm of a life I'd saved. The rhythm of a world I'd built. The rhythm of a future that was mine. Not because I'd earned it. Because I'd chosen it. Every day. Every board, every wall, every choice. I chose this. I chose them, and they chose me. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were. And the people behind the wall were sleeping. Safe, warm, alive. And the man who built the wall was sleeping too. Finally, at last. With the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's breathing in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his. And the stars were out, and the wall was standing, and the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home. The months after the battle were the strangest of the collapse. Not because things were easy, because they were possible. For the first time since the grid went down, the future felt like something you could shape instead of just endure. The settlement, which the council had started calling Haven, because humans need names for things they love, grew in ways I hadn't anticipated. People came from everywhere. Word spread through the trader networks, through the radio, through the simple human need to find a place where the walls were strong and the people were kind. We went from 150 to 200, then to 250, then to 300. The cul-de-sac wasn't big enough. We expanded into the surrounding blocks. We tore down fences that had separated properties and created common spaces. We built new structures. A proper school, a medical clinic, a workshop, a forge, a tannery, a brewery, because Big Mike discovered that he could make beer from scavenged grain, and the community decided that beer was an essential resource. It wasn't, but it made people happy. And happiness was an essential resource, too. The council evolved. Tom's model of elected representatives worked. Mostly, there were disputes. There were factions. There were people who wanted more, and people who wanted less, and people who wanted something different. That's democracy. It's messy and inefficient, and it's better than the alternative. I wasn't on the council. I made that clear from the start. I was the builder, the engineer, the guy who made things work. And making things work was what I did. The water system got an upgrade. I designed a proper treatment facility using sand filtration, charcoal purification, and chemical treatment. It produced clean water for the entire settlement, not just the original street, the whole expanded area. Harold's principles guided the design. Build for time, build for growth, build for the people who will come after you. The food situation improved. We had more hands to work the gardens. More land under cultivation. The crop rotation system Rachel designed was producing yields that surprised even her. We were eating vegetables every day, fresh vegetables. The taste of a fresh tomato in the middle of a post-apocalyptic summer was worth more than any currency. We started trading surplus. Not just with Jake, with other settlements. We became a hub, a center of commerce. The trading post that David had established grew into a market that drew people from 50 miles in every direction. They came for our water, our food, our metalwork, our medical supplies. They came for the safety of the walls. They came for the reputation. Haven was the place that held, the place that fought back, the place that didn't fall. Reputation is a funny thing. In the old world, it was about social media and business reviews and what people said about you at parties. In the new world, it was about whether your walls held and your people were fed and your word was good. Our word was good because Sarah made sure it was. She was the one who negotiated trade agreements. She was the one who mediated disputes between settlers. She was the one who remembered every name and every story and every person who walked through the gate. She was the heart of Haven, not the walls, not the weapons, the heart. And without the heart, the walls are just rocks. I spent my days building. The forge was my new obsession. Big Mike and I had set it up months ago, but now we had the manpower to really use it. We were making tools, nails, hinges, brackets, the basic building blocks of civilization. Without a forge, you can't build anything permanent. With a forge, you can build anything. We smelted scrap metal. We recycled old car parts. We turned the skeleton of the old world into the bones of the new one. It was satisfying work, the kind of work that filled your hands with calluses and your lungs with smoke and your mind with the simple pleasure of making something from nothing. Rachel worked with me in the forge. She'd earned her place back. Not through words, through work. She showed up every morning. She swung the hammer. She learned the metal. She was good at it. Better than good. She had engineer's eye for the way metal moved under heat and force. She could see the stress lines before they appeared. She could feel when a piece was ready to bend and when it would break. We worked side by side, the two of us, and the silence between us was comfortable. Not the silence of betrayal. The silence of two people who'd been through something and come out the other side. "Do you think he'll ever change?" she asked one day. She meant Marcus. Change how? Change into someone who belongs here. Someone who's part of the community instead of just a prisoner. I thought about it. I don't know. Maybe. People can change, but they have to want to, and wanting to has to be stronger than the thing that made them what they were. And if it's not, then he stays in the room, and we move on. We don't owe him more than a fair chance. She nodded. She hammered a piece of iron flat. The sparks flew. "I betrayed you," she said. Not for the first time, but the first time she'd said it out loud. "You did. I'm sorry." "I know. Does it ever go away? The fact of it?" "No, but it gets smaller. The things you build on top of it get bigger. Eventually, the building is bigger than the crack in the foundation." She looked at me. "You're good at buildings. It's what I do. And the crack. I carry it. Like everything else." She went back to hammering. We worked in silence for a while. Then she said, "Thank you for not exiling me. Thank you for staying." Marcus's room became a strange part of the settlement's geography. It was in one of the houses on the original street. A small house. Number 9, actually, Mrs. Chin's old house, before she moved to the community living space. Marcus had a bed, a desk, a chair, books. He read constantly. He wrote in journals. He asked to tend the garden. We let him. Supervised. He was good with plants. It turned out the man who'd built a tyranny had a green thumb. The guards liked him. He was quiet. He was polite. He didn't try to escape. He didn't try to manipulate. He just existed. In a room. With a locked door. Some days I forgot he was there. Other days, the memory hit me like a fist. The man who'd killed my people in another timeline. The man who'd sent raiders to Sarah's apartment. The man who'd held a kitchen knife in her hand and 3 dead fighters around her. That man was gardening 50 feet from where my daughter played. The cognitive dissonance was staggering. But I'd made the choice. I was going to live with it. Because the alternative was becoming him. And I'd seen where that road led. 1. The quiet advisor sent a message. 6 months after the battle. Delivered by Jake. The message was short. Marcus's operation has fractured. 2 is gone. 3 is in the wind. The territory is splitting into smaller holdings. Some are peaceful, some are not. The region is unstable. I'm leaving. I don't know where. If you ever need to reach me, Jake knows how. That was it. The quiet advisor gone. The last of the regressors scattered. I didn't know if that was good or bad. I just knew that the board had changed. The pieces were different. The game was still going, but the players were new. I showed the message to Sarah. What do you think? I said, I think you're still carrying the weight. How can you tell? Because you're asking me what I think about a message from a stranger instead of asking me how my day was. She was right. Again, she was always right. How was your day? I said, better now. She smiled. The kind of smile that made the weight lighter. Just a little. Just enough. The seasons turned. Winter again. Spring again. Summer again. The settlement marked time not in dates, but in harvests and plantings and the slow accumulation of small improvements. A new well here. A repaired wall there. A child born. An old person died. The rhythm of life. Even in the collapse, life had a rhythm. It insisted on it. People fell in love. People had arguments. People told jokes. People complained about the weather. People did the things people do because people are people, and the world can end, but people don't. The school grew. Tom's legacy lived in it. The children learned to read and write and count. They learned history, not the history of the old world, the history of the new one. They learned about the collapse, about the wall, about the battle, about the people who'd fought and died and built. They learned their names. They learned Tom's name. They learned Harold's name. They learned the names of the 12 who died in the battle. Because remembering is the first act of building. You remember what was. Then you build what will be. Lily was 3 now, 3.5, almost 4. She was a force of nature. She ran. She climbed. She argued. She asked questions that no 3-year-old should be able to formulate. Daddy, why did the bad men want our house? Because they didn't have one of their own. Why didn't they have one? Because the world broke, and some people's houses broke too. Can we give them ours? We can share. That's different from giving. She thought about that. Sharing is better. Sharing is better. She was wise. She was Sarah's daughter. She had her mother's ability to cut through complexity and find the simple truth at the center. I watched her grow. Every day was a gift. Every milestone was a miracle. Her first words in this timeline. Her first steps. Her first laugh. Her first fight with another child over a toy. Her first day in the school. Her first tomato from a garden. Each one was a stone placed on the grave of the other timeline. Each one was proof that I'd done it, that I'd changed the story, that the little girl with the wonky elephant mobile above her crib was alive and growing and becoming a person. Not a memory, not a headstone, a person. Sarah and I were still us, still married, still in love, still partners. The collapse hadn't changed that. If anything, it had sharpened it. When you strip away everything, when you remove the convenience and the comfort and the noise of the old world, what's left is the truth. And the truth was that I loved her, that I'd loved her in the other timeline, that I'd loved her while she was dying, that I'd loved her at her grave. And I loved her now, in this timeline, in this life, in this settlement built from scrap and stubbornness and the refusal to accept that the story had to end the way it started. We didn't have date nights. We didn't have restaurants or movies or babysitters. We had a porch. We had chicory coffee. We had the sound of our daughter breathing in the next room. We had the stars. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The trading post became the center of the settlement's economy. Every week, traders came. They brought news. They brought goods. They brought information about the wider world. The world was slowly, painfully rebuilding. Not the old world. A new one. Smaller. Simpler. More local. The big systems were gone. The national government was a rumor. The international order was a memory. What remained was communities. Settlements. Towns. Village. People living together, building together, surviving together. It was the oldest human pattern. The one that predated civilization. The one that would outlast it. People in groups. People helping each other. People building things. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't the future anyone had imagined. But it was real. And it was ours. Danielle's settlement had grown too. The alliance held. We traded regularly. Water for metalwork, food for medical supplies, knowledge for knowledge. The council seat that Daniels held was useful. He brought perspective. He brought connections. He brought the kind of political experience that I lacked. We didn't always agree. We argued about trade terms and border disputes and the treatment of refugees. But we agreed on the important things. That people deserved safety. That communities deserved sovereignty. That the world we were building should be better than the one we'd lost. Marcus asked to see me. It had been 8 months since the battle. He'd grown a beard. He looked different, older, tired, less like a warlord and more like a man. I want to help, he said. With what? With anything. The garden, the forge, the construction. I want to contribute. Why? Because sitting in a room reading books is not living. And I want to live. I studied him. The man who tried to conquer the region. The man who'd called labor camp civilization. The man who'd been my mirror. He looked sincere, but sincerity was cheap. Everyone was sincere when they were locked in a room. Contributing means accountability, I said. It means answering to the council, to the community, to the people you tried to enslave. It means accepting their judgment about what you've earned and what you haven't. I accept that. And if they don't trust you, then I earn their trust, however long it takes. I thought about it. I thought about the other timeline, about the man he'd been, about the man he could be, about the difference between justice and revenge, about the wall between civilization and barbarism. I'll bring it to the council, I said. The council debated for 3 hours. Sarah spoke in favor. Big Mike spoke against. Rachel spoke in favor. The council voted 7-3 in favor. Marcus was allowed to work, supervised, in the garden, far from the gate, far from the weapons, far from the children. He worked, quietly, carefully. He was good with plants. He was good with soil. He had the patience of a man who'd learned that growing things took longer than destroying them. The community watched him, some with suspicion, some with curiosity, some with the kind of cautious acceptance that comes from seeing someone work hard every day for months. Trust is earned in drops and lost in buckets. Marcus was earning drops, one at a time, slowly, painfully. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't absolution. It was a chance, and a chance was all I was willing to give. The second anniversary of the collapse came and went. September 12th. 2 years since the grid went down. 2 years since I'd woken up in my own bed and started building. The settlement held a ceremony, not a celebration, a remembrance. We gathered in the garden, in the place where the 12 were buried. We read their names. We told their stories. We stood in silence. And then we ate, because that's what people do. They remember the dead, and then they eat with the living. Because the dead don't need food, but the living do, and the living need each other. I stood at the back of the gathering. Sarah was next to me. Lily was on my shoulders, her legs around my neck, her hands in my hair. She was pointing at the sky. Look, Daddy. Stars. I see them, baby. They're pretty. Yeah, they are. Can I touch one? No, baby. They're too far away. How far? Really far. Further than the bad men. I almost laughed. Further than the bad men. Further than Grandma's house. Sarah's mom. Still alive. Still in Ohio. We'd sent a message through traders 6 months ago. We didn't know if it would reach her. We didn't know if she'd moved. We didn't know if she was alive. Further than Grandma's house, I said. But maybe someday we'll find her. I hope so. I miss Grandma. Me too, baby. Me too. The ceremony ended. The community ate. The children played. The stars came out. More stars than anyone could count. More stars than existed in the old world, because the old world's lights were gone, and the sky was dark, and the universe was visible in a way it hadn't been for a century. I sat with my family on the porch that night. The same porch. The same stars. But everything was different. The settlement was bigger. The walls were stronger. The people were more. The future was uncertain. But it was ours. 2 years, Sarah said. 2 years. Do you think it'll ever go back to how it was? No. Do you want it to? I thought about that. The old world. The convenience. The comfort. The noise. The certainty. The illusion that everything would always work the way it was supposed to. No, I said. I don't think so. Why not? Because this is real. The old world was a dream. A comfortable dream. But a dream. This is real. The walls, the work, the people, the risk. It's real, and I'd rather have real. She looked at me. You've changed. Yeah. Ow. I used to build things for other people. For contracts. For paychecks. Now I build things for us. For the people I love. For the people I'm responsible for. There's a difference. There is. It took the world ending for me to figure that out. That's one way to learn. It's the only way I know how. She laughed. Softly. The kind of laugh that was just for me. You're ridiculous. I know. Come inside. It's cold. In a minute. David. 5 minutes. She went inside. I stayed on the porch. Lily was asleep on my shoulders. Her breathing was slow and even. The three-legged dog was asleep at my feet. The settlement was quiet. The wall was standing. The stars were out. And I was here. Alive. Awake. Aware. Grateful. I sat there until the cold drove me inside. Then I carried my daughter to bed. Then I lay down next to my wife. Then I closed my eyes. And I slept. The dreamless kind. The kind that comes when you've done the work and the weight is shared and the people you love are safe. The kind of sleep I hadn't had in the other timeline. The kind of sleep I come back to earn. And in the morning, I woke up. To lavender. To laundry detergent. To the cheap kind from Costco. And I smiled. Because the smell was the same. And everything else was different. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You wake up. You smell the lavender. You check the date. You know what's coming. And you build. You build walls and water systems and communities and futures. You build because that's what you do. Because that's what people do. Because the world ends and people build. And the people you love are alive. And the stars are out. And the weight is heavy but shared. And the future is uncertain, and that's okay. Because the future is supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it worth living. I got out of bed. I put on my boots. I walked outside. The sun was coming up. The settlement was waking up. Smoke from chimneys. Voices from the market. Children laughing. The sound of a hammer on metal from a forge. The sound of a world being built. One board. One brick. One choice. At a time. I walked to the workshop. I picked up my tools. I started working. Because that's what I did. Because that's what I'd always done. Because the wall was standing. And the people were safe. And the future was uncertain. And I was here. And that was enough. It was everything. It was home. The forge became the heart of the settlement. Not metaphorically. Actually, we'd built it in the center of the expanded area, where every road led to it, where the smoke rose above the walls and could be seen for miles. It was a symbol that said we weren't just surviving. We were making things. We were creating. We were building a civilization from the bones of the old one. Big Mike ran it. He was the master smith, the man who could look at a piece of scrap metal and see a tool, a bracket, a hinge, a blade. His shoulder never fully healed. He had a permanent limp and a limited range of motion in his left arm. But his right arm was strong, and his eye was true, and he could shape metal with a precision that made me jealous. We had 3 apprentices, young men and women from the settlement who'd shown aptitude and interest. They learned the fire, the hammer, the anvil. They learned to read the color of the metal to know its temperature. They learned to feel the difference between steel that was ready and steel that would crack. It was old knowledge, ancient knowledge, the kind of knowledge that had built cathedrals and swords and bridges and plows, the kind of knowledge that survived the collapse because it didn't need electricity. It needed fire and iron and hands. I worked the forge every day, not because I had to, because I needed to. The work was simple, clear. You heated the metal. You hit it. It changed shape. You heated it again. You hit it again. It changed again. There was no ambiguity in the forge. No politics. No vitral. No weight of command. Just metal and fire and the honest labor of making something from nothing. It was therapy. I didn't call it therapy, but it was. The other thing that was therapy was the garden. Not the community garden. Marcus's garden. I'd started spending time there. Not because I liked Marcus. Because I liked the work. The soil. The seeds. The slow, patient process of growing food from dirt. It was the opposite of everything I'd done in the military. The military was about destruction. Controlled destruction. The garden was about creation. Slow, patient creation. And I needed both. I needed the forge and the garden. The hammer and the seed. The destruction and the creation. Because that's what people are. We build and we break. We love and we fight. We create civilizations and we tear them down. The trick is to spend more time building than breaking. And I was trying. God, I was trying. Marcus worked the garden from dawn to noon. Then he was allowed to walk in the common area until dusk. Then he went back to his room. It was a simple life. A restricted life. But a life. He didn't complain. He didn't ask for more. He worked the soil, and he grew things, and he was quiet. One day, I found him kneeling in the garden, his hands in the dirt, talking to a tomato plant. Not in a crazy way. In a gentle way. The way you talk to something you're trying to help grow. They need more phosphorus, he said, without looking up. The soil here is depleted. The old world's fertilizers are gone. We need bone meal. Or fish emulsion. Do we have access to either? I stared at him. The man who'd commanded an army was asking about soil chemistry. We have a creek, I said. There are fish. Small ones. We could make emulsion. Good. And for bone meal, we need to save every bone from every animal we butcher. Crush them. Mix them into the compost. It takes time, but it works. You know a lot about agriculture. I didn't. I learned. In the room. Books. Lots of books. When you have nothing but time and a library, you learn things. He stood up. He wiped his hands on his pants. He looked at me. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking for anything. I just want you to know that I'm trying. In my own way. With what I've been given. I nodded. I didn't say anything. I walked away. But I thought about it. The man who'd built a tyranny was growing tomatoes. The man who'd sent raiders to kill my wife was talking to plants. The world was strange. And people were strange. And the line between monster and man was thinner than anyone wanted to admit. The settlement held its first election for the expanded council. 300 people. 15 council seats. The election was a week-long process. Nomination. Debate. Voting. It was messy. It was inefficient. It was beautiful. People argued about policy. About resource allocation. About expansion plans. About the treatment of refugees. About the alliance with Daniels. About everything. It was democracy. Real democracy. Not the sanitized, two-party, money-driven version of the old world. The raw, chaotic, argumentative, glorious version. The version where every person had a voice, and every voice mattered, and every decision was made by the people who had to live with it. Sarah ran for a seat. Not because I asked her to, because she wanted to. Because she'd been doing the work of a council member for 2 years without the title, and she figured it was time to make it official. She won. Overwhelmingly. The community loved her. Not because she was my wife. Because she was Sarah. Because she'd organized the food distribution. Because she'd mediated every dispute. Because she'd remembered every birthday, and every illness, and every child's name. She was the heart of Haven. And now she had a seat at the table. I was proud of her. Not in the way a husband is proud of a wife. In the way a person is proud of another person who is better than they are. Who does the hard work without asking for credit? Who builds community not through walls or weapons, but through the simple, daily act of caring about people. She deserved the seat. She deserved the world. And I was going to keep building until she had it. The school was Rachel's project. She'd taken over after Tom's death. She wasn't a teacher by training. She was an engineer. But she understood that education was the foundation of everything. Without education, you don't have civilization. You have survival. And survival isn't enough. The children needed to learn. Not just reading and math. They needed to learn engineering. Agriculture. Medicine. History. The history of the old world and the history of the new one. They needed to understand what had happened and why, and how to prevent it from happening again. Rachel taught with the same precision she applied to everything. She was demanding. She was fair. She was patient. The children adored her. She'd earned it. She'd taken the betrayal, the shame, the loss of trust, and she'd turned it into something productive. She'd built a school. She'd built futures. She'd built the next generation. I watched her one day, teaching a group of 8-year-olds about load-bearing structures. She was using blocks. Wooden blocks she'd made in the forge. She was showing them how weight distributes through a wall, how arches work, why triangles are strong. The children were fascinated. They asked questions. They argued. They tested her theories with their own block structures. And Rachel, the woman who'd betrayed me, was building the minds that would build the future. The betrayal was still there. It would always be there. But so was the building. And the building was bigger. Rachel's story was the story of the settlement. We were all broken people. We were all carrying things. We were all trying to build something better from the ruins of something worse. The difference between Haven and Marcus's operation wasn't that we were perfect. It was that we were honest about our imperfections. We acknowledged the cracks. We worked around them. We built on top of them. And we kept building. The winter of the third year was the hardest. Not because of the cold. Because of the flu. A real flu. Not the waterborne diseases of the first year. An airborne respiratory infection that swept through the settlement like a wildfire. Dr. Park was overwhelmed. The medical supplies were limited. The quarantine protocols were strict, but the virus was fast. 20 people sick in the first week. 40 in the second. 10 dead by the end of the month. 10 more. 10 more names on the wall of remembrance. 10 more stories that ended. Too soon. I lost Mrs. Chun, the woman whose oxygen concentrator I'd powered from my solar battery on the first night of the collapse. The woman who'd brought me a casserole made from canned soup. The woman who'd prayed for everyone every night. She died in her sleep. Peacefully. The way she'd lived. Gently. Kindly. Without complaint. I went to her funeral. I stood in the garden. I looked at her name on the wooden marker. And I thought about the first night. The first knock on the door. The first life I'd saved. The first proof that the preparations were worth it. She'd lived 2.5 years past the point where she should have died. 2.5 years of casseroles and prayers and the quiet, stubborn refusal to be a burden. She'd earned those years, and the flu had taken them. That was the thing about the collapse. It didn't care about fairness. It didn't care about merit. It didn't care about the good you'd done or the lives you'd saved. It just came, and it took, and you buried your dead, and you kept building. Because the alternative was giving up. And giving up was the one thing I couldn't do. Not after everything. Not after all the people I'd lost. Not after all the work I'd done. Not after the wall. The flu passed. The survivors recovered. The settlement mourned. And then it kept going. Because that's what people do. They keep going. They adapt. They learn. They build better quarantine protocols. They develop herbal remedies. They strengthen their medical infrastructure. They survive. And they grow. The third spring brought something unexpected. A visitor, not a refugee, not a traitor. A messenger. From the south. From deep in the south. From a place I'd never heard of. The messenger was a young woman. Exhausted. Malnourished. But determined. She'd walked 400 miles. She had a letter. The letter was from a settlement called New Providence. It was a large community. Thousands of people. They had electricity. Real electricity. A hydroelectric dam. They had schools, hospitals, a functioning government. They were rebuilding civilization, not just surviving. Rebuilding. The letter was an invitation. An invitation to send representatives. To join a network of settlements. To be part of something bigger. I read the letter 3 times. I showed it to Sarah. I showed it to the council. We talked about it for days. For 100 miles. A journey that could take months. A journey through territory that was unknown, uncontrolled, dangerous, but also a journey towards something we'd been building toward without knowing it. Connection, community, not just one settlement, a network, a civilization. We should go, Sarah said. I know, it could change everything. I know. Are you afraid? Terrified. Good. So am I. But we should go. The council voted, 12-3 in favor. We'd send a delegation. 5 people. Me, Sarah, Big Mike, Rachel, and Dr. Park. The 5 of us. The original core. The people who'd been there from the beginning. We prepared for 2 months. Supplies. Weapons. Trade goods. Letters of introduction. Maps. Everything we might need for a 400-mile journey through the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The night before we left, I sat on the porch. The same porch. The same stars. Sarah came out. You okay? She said. I'm Euphine. You're doing the thing. What thing? The thing where you say you're fine and you're clearly not fine. I sighed. I'm thinking about leaving. About leaving Haven. About leaving the wall. about leaving everything I've built. The wall will stand. The council will govern. The community will survive. You've built something that doesn't need you to keep it standing. That's the point. That's what Harold taught you. Build for time. Build for the people who come after you. I know, but it's scary. Yeah, it's supposed to be scary. If it wasn't scary, it wouldn't matter. She sat next to me. She took my hand. We'll go. We'll see what's out there. We'll come back. Or we won't. But we'll go. Because that's what people do. They go. They explore. They connect. They build bridges. Not literal bridges. Not this time. Metaphorical ones. I laughed. It was a real laugh. The kind that comes from the belly. The kind I hadn't laughed in a while. You're ridiculous, she said. I know. Come inside. It's cold. In a minute. David. 5 minutes. She went inside. I stayed on the porch. I looked at the wall. The wall I'd built. The wall I was leaving. It stood solid in the starlight. It was beautiful. Not in the way a sunset is beautiful. In the way a thing built by human hands, for human purposes, with human sweat and blood, is beautiful. It was a wall. Just a wall. Concrete and earth and wooden wire. But it was also a promise. A promise that said, we are here. We matter. We will not be erased. I looked at it for a long time. Then I went inside. The delegation left at dawn. 5 people. 5 horses. 5 packs of supplies. The settlement gathered to see us off. The children waved. The adults nodded. Some of them cried. I didn't. I'd learned, in the other timeline, that crying was for when you were alone. In public, you were strong, because people needed you to be strong, even when you weren't. We rode south, through territory I'd never seen, past the bridge demolition site, where Harold's last work still stood, the broken span a monument to sacrifice, past the ravine where Marcus's army had been turned back, past the settlements we knew and into the unknown. The journey took 6 weeks. 6 weeks of riding through a world that was both ruined and beautiful. The ruins of the old world everywhere. Gas stations, strip malls, interstate overpasses. The skeleton of civilization, picked clean by time and weather and the slow, patient work of nature reclaiming what was hers. But also beauty. Forests growing through parking lots. Rivers running clean through city centers. Animals in places where animals hadn't been in centuries. The world was healing. Slowly. Painfully, but healing, and we were part of it. We were the people who were building the new world from the ruins of the old one. Not the same world, a different one, smaller, simpler, more local, more human, more real. New Providence was everything the letter promised, and more. A town of thousands, a hydroelectric dam that powered lights and machines and medical equipment, schools with teachers, hospitals with doctors, a government that worked. A market that bustled. A community that was alive. We rode through the gates, and I felt something I hadn't felt since the collapse. I felt like I was coming home. Not to Haven. To the idea of home. The idea that civilization was possible. That the human experiment hadn't ended. That the story wasn't over. We were welcomed. We were hosted. We were shown the dam, the school, the hospital, the farms. We shared our story. The wall. The battle. The settlement. The community. They listened. They were impressed. They were interested. They wanted an alliance. A real one. Not just trade. A network. A confederation of settlements. Working together, sharing knowledge, sharing resources, building a new civilization from the bones of the old one. We agreed. Of course we agreed. Because that's what people do. They connect. They build. They grow. We spent a month in New Providence. We learned. We shared. We planned. Then we rode home. The ride back was faster. We knew the route. We knew the dangers. We knew the world. And we carried with us the knowledge that we weren't alone. That there were other people building. Other walls standing. Other communities growing. That the future wasn't just possible. It was happening. Everywhere. All at once. People building. People connecting. People refusing to accept that the story had to end in darkness. We got home to Haven on a warm evening in late summer. The wall was standing. The settlement was thriving. The council was governing. The children were in school. The forge was smoking. The garden was growing. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. And everything was different. Because we were different. Because we'd seen what was possible. Because we brought back the knowledge that the world was bigger than our wall and the people in it were part of something larger. Sarah met me at the gate. She'd ridden ahead. She was standing in the entrance, the sunset behind her, her hair catching the light. She looked like she'd looked the first time I'd seen her. In the other timeline, in a coffee shop, before the deployments, before the collapse, before everything. She looked like hope. "Welcome home," she said. "It's good to be home." We walked through the settlement together, hand in hand, the way we used to. People waved. Children ran past. The forge smoke rose. The wall stood. The stars came out. And I thought about the journey, the 400 miles, the new civilization, the network of settlements, the future that was being built not by one man or one settlement, but by thousands of people across a continent, all choosing to build instead of destroy, to connect instead of isolate, to hope instead of despair. And I thought about the wall I'd built, the wall I'd fought for, the wall that had kept my family safe. It was important. It was necessary, but it wasn't the point. The point was what was behind the wall. The people, the community, the life. The wall was just the shell. The people were the heart, and the heart was beating. Strong, steady, alive. I sat on the porch that night. Sarah beside me, Lily asleep inside, the three-legged dog at my feet, the stars above, the wall standing, the settlement alive, the future uncertain. And I was grateful for the wall, for the people, for the journey, for the lavender, for the cheap laundry detergent, for the world that ended and the world that was being built, for the weight that was heavy but shared, for the stars that were bright because the lights were gone, for the silence that was full of crickets and voices and the sound of a hammer on metal from the forge where Big Mike was working late, for the sound of my daughter breathing in the next room, for the hand of my wife in mine, for the smell of lavender and wood smoke and chicory coffee and the earthy scent of the garden and the faint sweetness of my daughter's hair, for everything, for the whole impossible, terrible, beautiful story. I closed my eyes. I breathed. In, out, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of a world being built, the rhythm of a man who died and come back and build a wall and save his family and learn that the wall wasn't the point. The people were, and the people were here, and the wall was standing, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall was never the point. The point was the life behind it, the love behind it, the choice made every day to build instead of destroy, to connect instead of isolate, to hope instead of despair. The point was the lavender, the laundry detergent, the cheap kind from Costco. The point was the smell of home, the smell of the life he'd built, the smell of the world he'd saved. Not alone, never alone, but he'd been the one who started. The one who'd woken up in a bed with lavender-scented sheets and a date on a phone that said 10 years ago, and a wife who was alive and a daughter who was breathing in the next room. He'd started, and he'd built, and he'd fought, and he'd carried the weight, and he'd sat on a porch and watched the stars come out and held his daughter and his wife and felt the weight get lighter. And the wall was standing, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was okay. That was more than okay. That was everything. That was home. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, he heard his daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive. And he breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm. The rhythm of a life he'd saved. The rhythm of a world he'd built. The rhythm of a future that was his. Not because he'd earned it, because he'd chosen it. Every day, every board, every wall, every choice. He chose this. He chose them, and they chose him. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. And the lavender lingered, warm, real, his. And the wall stood, and the stars shone. And the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home. The Confederation grew. In the year after the journey to New Providence, 7 settlements joined the network. 7 settlements, each with their own story, their own walls, their own people. Each one a proof that the human experiment hadn't ended. That civilization wasn't a thing you lost. It was a thing you built. Every day, every choice, every board nailed, and every seed planted, and every child taught to read. Haven became a hub. Not the biggest settlement, not the most powerful, but a hub. A place where the network connected, where traders passed through, where information flowed, where the road from New Providence met the road from Danielle's settlement, and the road from 3 other communities that were building their own versions of the future. The trading post became a proper market. Weekly, regular, predictable. People came from 100 miles to trade. They brought things we needed. We had things they needed. The economy of a new world was simple. Barter, trade, mutual benefit. No currency, no banks, no stock markets. Just people exchanging goods and services and trusting that the exchange was fair. It worked. Not perfectly. Nothing works perfectly, but it worked. And it was better than the alternative. The alternative was warlords. Marcus's model. Control through force. Domination through fear. The model that had almost worked. The model that I'd fought against. And the model that was losing. Not because we defeated it militarily. Because we defeated it by being better. By building something people wanted to be part of. By creating a community that was worth joining. By proving that cooperation was stronger than coercion. It was a slow victory. A quiet victory. The kind that doesn't make headlines. The kind that happens one trade, one agreement, one handshake at a time. But it was real. And it was lasting. And it was worth every board and every brick and every sleepless night. Marcus was released from his room after 3 years. Not because I forgave him. Because the council voted for it. Because he'd earned it. 3 years of gardening. 3 years of quiet work. 3 years of accepting his restrictions without complaint. 3 years of being a person instead of a warlord. The council decided he'd served his sentence. That he'd paid his debt. That he was free. I didn't agree with the decision. But I respected it. That was the difference between Haven and Marcus's operation. In Haven, the council decided. Not me. Not one person. The council. The people. The community. Even when the decision was one I didn't agree with. Marcus moved into a small house on the edge of a settlement. He grew his garden. He worked in the forge sometimes. He taught agriculture to the school children. He was quiet. He was useful. He was part of the community. Not a trusted member. Not a leader. Just a person. A person who'd done terrible things and who was spending the rest of his life trying to be something else. I watched him. I couldn't stop watching him. Old habits. But the watching was different now. It wasn't the watching of a threat. It was the watching of a person. A complicated, damaged, slowly reforming person who was trying to be better and who was slowly succeeding. One day he came to me. In the forge. I was working a piece of iron. He stood in the doorway. I need to tell you something. I put down the hammer. What? In the other timeline, the one we both remember. The raiders who killed your wife. Who killed your daughter. I didn't send them. Not directly. They were one of my lieutenants. A man named Torres. He went rogue. Took a group. Hit a settlement where he wasn't supposed to. I found out after. I punished him. But the damage was done. I stood there. The hammer in my hand. The iron on the anvil. The fire in the forge. And the words in my ears. You're lying. I'm not. How do I know? You don't. You'll never know. That's the thing about trust. You either have it or you don't. And I lost the right to be trusted a long time ago. He stood there. He didn't move. He didn't ask for anything. He just told me the truth, or his version of it. And then he left. I stood in the forge for a long time. The fire burned. The iron cooled. The hammer was heavy in my hand. I didn't know if he was telling the truth. I'd never know. That was the thing he'd said. The thing that was true. I'd never know. And I had to live with that. I had to live with the possibility that the man who'd killed my family in the other timeline hadn't ordered it. That it had been a rogue lieutenant. That Marcus had punished him. That the man I'd hated, the man I'd fought, the man I'd imprisoned, was not the direct architect of my family's death. Or that he was lying. That he was manipulating me. That he was trying to ease his conscience. I'd never know. And that was the price of keeping him alive. That was the cost of choosing civilization over revenge. The uncertainty. The not knowing. The weight of a question that could never be answered. I picked up the hammer. I heated the iron. I went back to work. Because that's what I did. I built things. I didn't solve everything. I didn't answer every question. I just built. And the building was enough. It had to be. The fourth year brought changes. Real changes. The kind that shift the trajectory of a community. The school expanded. We had 3 teachers now. Rachel plus 2 others who'd come from the network. The children were learning at an astonishing rate. They were the first generation of the new world. They didn't remember the old one. They didn't miss electricity or running water or the internet. They knew the world as it was. A world of walls and gardens and forges and schools. A world where you worked for your food and you built your shelter and you relied on your neighbors. A simpler world, a harder world, but also in some ways a more honest one. The medical clinic expanded. Dr. Park was training apprentices. Not just veterinary medicine, human medicine. He was using the network to acquire textbooks, reference materials, surgical instruments. The clinic was becoming a real hospital. Not a modern one, but a place where people could get treated for injuries and illnesses that would have killed them in the first year of the collapse. The forge was producing more than tools. We were making weapons now. Not for war, for defense. The world was still dangerous. There were still raiders. Still warlords. Still pockets of chaos. The network's settlements needed to be defended. And we were the best at defense. We'd earned that reputation. And we were sharing it. Teaching other settlements how to build walls, how to design fortifications, how to create defensive positions, how to turn a community into a fortress. Harold's knowledge, my knowledge, passed on, multiplied, distributed, the kind of knowledge that built civilizations, the kind of knowledge that survived the collapse because it was in people's heads and hands, not in servers and power grids. Big Mike's shoulder was getting worse. The old injury, the repeated trauma. Dr. Park said he needed to stop working the forge. Mike said he'd stop when he was dead. They compromised. Mike became the forge supervisor. He directed the apprentices. He designed the projects. He didn't swing the hammer. He oversaw the work. He was still the heart of the forge, just not the arms. He took it badly. Mike was a man who defined himself by his ability to work, by his ability to do, by his ability to build. Not being able to swing a hammer was, for him, a kind of death. A small one, a slow one, but a death. I sat with him one evening. In the workshop, he was looking at his hands. The hands that could fix anything. The hands that had built half the settlement. The hands that were now shaking too much to hold a hammer steady. I'm not much use anymore, he said. You're the most useful person in this settlement. I can't work. You can teach. You can lead. You could be the person everyone looks to when something breaks. That's not the same as working. It's better. It's lasting. You're not just fixing things anymore, Mike. You're building the people who'll fix things. After you're gone. That's what Harold did for me. That's what I'm trying to do for the next generation. He looked at me. His eyes were wet. Big Mike didn't cry. Not often. But his eyes were wet. I'm scared, David. I know. What happens when I can't do anything? You'll still be you, and you'll still be here. And that's enough. He nodded. He wiped his eyes. He stood up. He walked to the forge. He started directing the apprentices. Because that's what Big Mike did. He worked, even when the work was different, even when it hurt, even when it scared him. He worked, because the alternative was not working. And not working was not living. And Mike Torres was a man who lived. The settlement changed. It always changed. That was the nature of communities. They grew. They evolved. They adapted. The original cul-de-sac was now the center of a settlement that spanned 6 blocks. The wall had been expanded 3 times. The population was over 500. The council had 15 members. The school had 3 teachers and 60 students. The forge had 6 apprentices. The medical clinic had 4 practitioners. The market drew traders from 200 miles. Haven was no longer a settlement. It was a town, a real town, with all the complications and challenges and joys of a real town. There were disputes. There were factions. There were people who wanted more and people who wanted less. There were crimes, small ones, theft, assault, the kind of things that happen when you put people together. We handled them, not perfectly, but fairly. The council had established a justice system. Mediation first, then arbitration, Then, for the worst cases, exile. We didn't have prisons. We didn't have the resources. Exile was the ultimate punishment, and we used it sparingly, because we knew what exile meant. In the old world, exile was a change of address. In the new world, exile was a death sentence. We didn't take it lightly. Nothing was taken lightly anymore. That was the lesson of the collapse. That everything was precious. Everything. Every person. Every resource. Every moment. Every choice. Because the old world had taught us to take things for granted. The new world taught us to value them. It was a harsh teacher, but an effective one. Sarah was the best of us. I'd always known that. But the fourth year made it undeniable. She was elected chair of the council. Not because she was my wife. Because she was the best person for the job. She was organized. She was fair. She was empathetic. She was decisive. She was everything a leader needed to be. And she was everything I wasn't. I could build walls. She could build consensus. I could design fortifications. She could design policy. I could fight enemies. She could make friends. Together, we were the settlement. The builder and the diplomat. The soldier and the healer. The hammer and the hand. I was proud of her. Not in the way the world taught men to be proud of their wives. In the way a person is proud of another person who is better than they are. Who makes the world better just by being in it. Who proves that humanity is worth saving. She gave a speech at her inauguration. Short. Simple. We are not the old world, she said. We're not going to repeat its mistakes. We're not going to build systems that concentrate power. We're not going to create hierarchies that privilege the few over the many. We're going to build a community. A real one. Where every person matters. Where every voice is heard. Where every child is taught. Where every elder is honored. Where every person has enough. That's the world we're building. And it starts here. On this street. In this settlement. With these people. The crowd cheered. I cheered. Lily cheered. She was 4 now. She didn't understand the speech. But she understood that her mother was important and that important things deserved cheering. So she cheered. And I cheered. And Big Mike cheered. And Rachel cheered. And the whole settlement cheered. And the wall stood. And the stars came out. And the world was dark and full of stars. And it was okay. It was more than okay. It was the beginning of something. Something new. Something better. Something worth building. Something worth fighting for. Something worth dying for if it came to that. But it didn't come to that. Not anymore. The fighting was done. The building was just beginning. And the builder was tired. But he was standing. And the wall was standing. And the people were safe. And the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And the lavender lingered. Warm. Real. Ours. And the wall stood. And the stars shone. And the world was dark and full of stars. And it was home. It had always been home. From the moment I'd woken up in that bed and smelled the lavender and known that everything was going to change. From the moment I'd walked to the nursery and seen my daughter breathing in her crib. From the moment I'd sat at the kitchen table and told my wife that I needed to make some changes. From the first board nailed and the first wall raised and the first well dug. From the first fight and the first victory and the first loss. From the first sunrise behind the wall and the first star above it. It had always been home. Because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To love instead of hate. To hope instead of despair. It was the lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life I'd built. The life I'd fought for. The life I'd died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost. Every loss. Every sleepless night. Every moment of fear. Every board. Every brick. Every wall. It was worth it. Because she was here. Because Lily was here. Because the settlement was alive. Because the future was uncertain and that was okay. Because the stars were out and the wall was standing and the people were safe. Because home was here. And I was home. And the lavender lingered. And the stars shone. And the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed. In, out, matching my daughter's rhythm, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of love, the rhythm of a world being built one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 5th year was the year everything changed. Not in the dramatic way of battles and sieges. In the quiet way of a world that was slowly, painfully, stubbornly rebuilding itself. The Confederation now included 15 settlements. 15 communities, each with their own character, their own strengths, their own challenges. But all connected, all trading, all sharing knowledge, all building the same thing. A new civilization, not the old one. Something different, something better, something that learned from the mistakes of the world that had fallen. The hydroelectric dam at New Providence was being replicated. 3 other settlements were building their own. Small ones. Community scale. Not the massive infrastructure of the old world, but enough to power lights, medical equipment, water pumps. Enough to make life better. Enough to prove that the future didn't have to be dark. The network was building roads. Not paved highways. Dirt roads. Cleared and maintained. Roads that connected settlements. That allowed trade. That allowed travel. That allowed the slow, grinding process of reconnection. The world was getting smaller. Not in the way of the old world, where airplanes crossed oceans in hours, but in the way that mattered. The way where you could travel from Haven to New Providence in 2 weeks instead of 2 months. Where you could send a message through the trader network and get a response in a week. Where the distance between communities was shrinking and the connections were strengthening. It was the slowest revolution in human history. And it was the most important one, because it wasn't imposed from above. It wasn't a government decree or a corporate initiative. It was people, just people, choosing to connect, choosing to trade, choosing to build together instead of alone, choosing civilization over chaos. Every day, every choice, every handshake. I was 40 now, or 39, depending on how you counted. My body was younger than my experience. My mind carried memories that spanned 2 lifetimes. My hands were callous from the forge and the garden and the hammer and the hoe. My back ached from years of building. My knees popped when I stood up. I was old. Not old, but older than I should have been. The weight was still there. It would always be there. The other timeline. The people I'd lost. The mistakes I'd carried. The cost of everything. But it was lighter now. Because I wasn't carrying it alone. Because Sarah was beside me. Because Lily was growing. Because the settlement was thriving. Because the Confederation was building. Because the wall was standing. Because the people were safe. Because the future was uncertain, and that was okay. Lily was 5. 5 years old. A person. A real person with opinions and preferences and a stubborn streak that was entirely her mother's. She could read. Not fluently, but she could sound out words, and she could recognize letters, and she could write her name. She could count to 50. She could identify every plant in the garden. She could tell you which way was north by looking at the moss on the trees. She was a child of the new world. She didn't miss the old one. She didn't know it. She knew walls and gardens and forges and schools and the sound of the hammer on metal and the smell of wood smoke and the taste of fresh tomatoes and the feel of her mother's hand in hers. She knew home, and home was enough for her, because home was everything. She asked me questions. Endless questions. The kind of questions that only children ask. The kind that cut through complexity and find the truth at the center. Daddy, what was the old world like? It was different. People had machines that did everything for them. They had lights that turned on with a switch. Water that came from a tap. Food that came from a store. They didn't have to build anything. They didn't have to grow anything. They just had to turn on a machine. That sounds easy. It was easy, but it made people forget how to do things. How to build. How to grow. How to take care of each other. And when the machine stopped, people didn't know what to do. That sounds sad. It was sad. Are the machines ever coming back? Maybe. Someday. But it doesn't matter. Because we know how to do things now. We know how to build. How to grow. How to take care of each other. And that's more important than machines. She thought about that. She was 5, but she was wise. She was Sarah's daughter. I like building better, she said. Me too, baby. Me too. The Confederation held its first summit. Representatives from all 15 settlements. In Haven. Because Haven was the center. Because the wall was here. Because the story had started here. The summit was in the meeting hall. The building we'd constructed from salvaged materials. The building that was the heart of the community. 15 representatives. 15 stories. 15 versions of the same thing. People building. People surviving. People choosing civilization over chaos. The discussions were long. The debates were heated. The agreements were hard-won. But they were real. A trade network. A mutual defense pact. A knowledge-sharing agreement. A standardized system of weights and measures. A common language for contracts and disputes. The building blocks of civilization. Not imposed from above. Agreed upon from below. By the people who had to live with them. By the people who had to make them work. It was democracy. Real democracy. Messy. Inefficient. Argumentative. Beautiful. I sat in the back of the meeting hall. I wasn't a representative. I wasn't a council member. I was the builder. The engineer. The guy who made things work. And I was watching the people I'd helped protect building the future with their own hands and voices and choices. And I was proud. Not of myself. Of them. Of the community. Of the settlement. Of the confederation. Of the human capacity to rebuild. To reconnect. To choose each other again and again, even after everything. Sarah was at the center of it. She was chairing the summit. She was managing the debates. She was keeping 15 strong-willed representatives focused on the task at hand. She was brilliant. She was tireless. She was the best leader I'd ever seen. And she was my wife. And she came home every night, and she sat on the porch with me, and she drank chicory coffee, and she watched the stars, and she was just a person. Just a person who happened to be extraordinary. You did good today, I said, after the summit's first day. We did good. All of us. You led it. I facilitated it. There's a difference. You like splitting hairs. Someone has to. She smiled. The kind of smile that made the weight lighter. Just a little. Just enough. How's Lily? Asleep. Big Mike put her to bed. He's gotten good at that. He's gotten good at everything he puts his mind to. Except swinging a hammer. That's not fair. He's better at directing than he ever was at swinging. He sees things now that he couldn't see when he was in the middle of the work. You sound like you're talking about yourself. Maybe I am. She leaned against me. You've changed, David. Yeah. Ow. I used to think I had to do everything. Build everything. Fix everything. Save everyone. Now I think the point isn't doing everything. The point is building the things that let other people do their things. The wall isn't about me. It's about the people behind it. The forge isn't about me. It's about the apprentices who'll build after I'm gone. The school isn't about me. It's about the children who'll learn and grow and build their own walls. That's growth. That's what Harold taught me. Build for time. Build for the people who come after you. He'd be proud. I think so. I know so. She closed her eyes. I'm tired. I know. It's a good tired. The best kind. The kind that means you did something worth doing. Yeah. The kind that means you're building something that matters. Yeah. Good night, David. Good night, Sarah. She fell asleep on my shoulder. The way she always did. The way she had since the first night on the roof after the first wall went up. The way she had through every storm and every battle and every sleepless night. She trusted me to hold her. And I did. Every time. Because that was the deal. That was the marriage. That was the partnership. She sat next to me, and I held her, and the world was dark and full of stars, and the wall was standing, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain, and that was everything. That was the whole story, and the lavender lingered, warm, real, ours, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility, and I breathed, in, out, matching my daughter's rhythm. Matching my wife's breathing, matching the rhythm of the settlement, the rhythm of the confederation, the rhythm of a world being rebuilt one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The years passed. They always do, even in the collapse, even the rebuild. Time moved. Seasons turned. Children grew. Old people died. New people were born. The settlement grew. The confederation grew. The world grew. Not back to what it was. Forward to what it would be. Something new, something different, something that carried the lessons of the old world and the scars of the collapse and the stubborn, unkillable human refusal to give up. I kept building. Every day, every board, every brick, every wall, every system, every structure, everything that needed building. I was the engineer, the builder, the guy who made things work. And I was good at it, because I'd had 2 lifetimes of practice, because I'd had Harold's mentorship, because I'd had the military training and the combat experience and the knowledge of the future. But mostly because I'd had a reason to build, a reason to fight, a reason to carry the weight. Sarah, Lily, the community, the people behind the wall, the people who chose to be there, the people who chose each other. That was the reason. That was the whole reason. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and the lavender lingered, and the stars shone, and the walls stood, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was okay. That was more than okay. That was everything. And I breathed. In, out, and the world was dark and full of stars, and it was home. It had always been home. From a moment I'd woken up. From a moment I'd smelled the lavender. From a moment I'd known that everything was going to change. From the first board nailed, and the first wall raised, and the first well dug. From the first fight, and the first victory, and the first loss. From the first sunrise behind the wall, and the first star above it. It had always been home. Because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To love instead of hate. To hope instead of despair. It was the lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life I'd built. The life I'd fought for. The life I'd died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost. Every loss. Every sleepless night. Every moment of fear. Every board. Every brick. Every wall. It was worth it. Because she was here. Because Lily was here. Because the settlement was alive. Because the future was uncertain, and that was okay. Because the stars were out, and the wall was standing, and the people were safe. Because home was here, and I was home. The 6th year brought Lily's first real crisis. Not a health crisis. Not a safety crisis. A moral one. She was 6 now. Old enough to understand the world beyond the wall. Old enough to ask questions that didn't have easy answers. She found Marcus in the garden. She didn't know who he was. She just saw a man working in the dirt. She went up to him and asked him what he was growing. He told her. Carrots, peas, beans, things that grew well in the depleted soil. She asked him why he was here. He said he was part of the community. She asked him why he lived in a small house instead of a big one. He said he'd earned the small house. She asked him if he was happy. He said he was trying to be. She came home and asked me about him. Daddy, who's the man in the garden? Which man? The quiet one. The one who grows vegetables. My stomach dropped. His name is Marcus. Is he nice? He's trying to be. What does that mean? It means he's done things that weren't good. And now he's trying to do things that are. What kind of things? I looked at Sarah. She looked at me. This was the moment. The moment where you decide how much truth to give a child. How much of the darkness to let in. He was a bad man, baby. A long time ago. Before you were born. He hurt people. And now he's trying to be better. And we're letting him try. She was quiet. She was 6, but she was wise. She was processing. Is he still bad? I don't know. I think he's changing. People can change. Should I be scared of him? No. He's not dangerous. Not anymore. How do you know? Because I watch him. And because the garden he's growing is for everyone. Not for himself. For everyone. She thought about that. Grandma says people are good inside. Some people. Not all. Is Marcus good inside? I think there's a part of him that wants to be. And that's a start. She nodded. She was satisfied. For now. Children are better at accepting complexity than adults give them credit for. They don't need everything to be simple. They just needed to be honest. And I was trying to be honest. With her. With everyone. It was the least I could do. Marcus and Lily developed a strange relationship. Not a friendship. Nothing that warm. But a recognition. She'd visit the garden sometimes. She'd ask him questions about plants. He'd answer. Carefully. Gently. Like a man who was handling something fragile. Like a man who knew that this child was the daughter of the man he'd fought, and who was giving him a chance to be something other than what he'd been. One day, I watched them from the workshop window. Marcus was showing Lily how to plant seeds. His hands in the dirt. Her hands in the dirt. The two of them, kneeling in the garden, planting things that would grow. The man who'd built a tyranny and the daughter of the man who'd stopped him. Planting seeds. In the dirt. In the settlement he'd tried to conquer. In the garden he tended as penance. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. And most beautiful. Because it meant something. It meant that the story wasn't fixed. That people could change. That the future wasn't written by the past. That seeds could grow in any soil. Even soil that had been poisoned. I didn't tell Sarah what I'd seen. Not yet. Some things needed time. Some things needed to develop. Some things needed to grow before they could be understood. Like the seeds. Like the garden. Like the man. Like the settlement. Like the world. Everything was growing. Everything was changing. Everything was becoming something new. And I was watching it. From a workshop window. With a hammer in my hand and a fire in the forge and a weight on my shoulders that was getting lighter with every passing year. The Confederation's 5th summit was different. Not just 15 settlements. 30 communities. 30 stories. 30 versions of the same thing. People building. People connecting. People choosing civilization. The summit was held in New Providence this time. Not Haven. Because New Providence had the hydroelectric dam. Because they had lights. Because they could host a proper event. We traveled with a delegation of 10. Me, Sarah, Big Mike, Rachel, Dr. Park, and 5 others. The journey took 2 weeks. The roads were better now. Maintained. Patrolled. Safe. The world was getting safer. Not safe, but safer. The kind of safer that lets you sleep at night. The kind of safer that lets you travel without fear. The kind of safer that lets a civilization grow. New Providence had changed too. Bigger. Busier. More organized. They'd built a proper government building. A library. A theater. A theater. In the post-apocalypse, people were putting on plays. Telling stories. Making art. Because that's what people do when they're not just surviving. When they're living. They make art. They tell stories. They create meaning. The summit was productive. Trade agreements expanded. The Mutual Defense Pact was strengthened. A standardized legal code was adopted. A common currency was discussed and tabled and discussed again. Progress. Slow. Painful. Real progress. The kind that happens one argument at a time. I sat in the back of the government building. I watched the representatives debate. I watched Sarah chair the session. I watched the people I'd helped protect building the future with their own hands and voices and choices. And I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. Not the absence of danger. The presence of something better. The presence of a world that was working, that was growing, that was becoming what it was supposed to be. Not perfect, never perfect, but working. And that was enough. That was everything. We came home after 3 weeks. The journey back was quiet. Reflective. The kind of quiet that comes after a big experience. The kind of quiet where people are processing. Sarah rode next to me. "What are you thinking?" she said. "About home." "Yeah." "About how far we've come. About how much has changed. About how the world is getting better." "It is." "Does that scare you?" "A little." "Why?" "Because if it's getting better, then the work is changing. It's not about survival anymore. It's about building. And building is harder than surviving. Because surviving has a clear goal. Stay alive. Building doesn't have an end. It just keeps going. That's the point. "I know. You're tired." "Yeah." "You've been tired for 6 years." "Yeah." "Can you rest?" "I don't know how." She laughed. Softly. "Then I'll teach you." "Teach me what?" "How to rest. How to stop. How to sit on the porch and watch the stars and not think about the next thing. How to just be." "I don't know if I can." "Then we'll practice. Together. Every night. On the porch. 5 minutes of not thinking about the next thing. Just being. 5 minutes. Start small." "Okay." "Good." She reached over and took my hand. Her hand was rough. Calloused. The hand of a woman who'd worked as hard as any man. The hand of a woman who'd built a community with her bare hands and sheer willpower. The hand of a woman who was teaching me how to rest. How to stop. How to just be. And I held it. And I breathed. And the world was dark and full of stars. And the wall was standing. And the people were safe. And the future was uncertain. And that was okay. That was more than okay. That was everything. That was home. And the lavender lingered. And the stars shone. And I breathed. In. Out. In. Out. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home, the 7th year. Lily was 7. She could read fluently now. She could write. She could do math. She could identify every plant in the garden and every tool in the forge. She could build a basic wall structure. She could start a fire with flint and steel. She could fish in the creek. She could track animals in the woods. She was a child of the new world, a child of walls and gardens and forges and schools, a child who didn't know electricity, but who knew how to build a water filtration system, a child who didn't know the internet, but who knew how to send a message through the trader network, a child who didn't know the old world, but who knew how to build the new one. She was extraordinary, not because she was my daughter, because she was a person who was growing up in a world that demanded more from its children than the old world had. A world where every skill mattered, where every person contributed, where every child was trained not just in academics, but in the practical skills of survival and building and community. She was the future, not metaphorically, literally. She and the other children of the settlement. The first generation of the new world. The generation that would build on what we'd started. That would take the walls and the water systems and the forges and the schools and make them better. That would carry the knowledge forward. That would build the civilization we were only beginning to imagine. I watch her grow. Every day, every milestone, every new skill, every new question, every new insight. And I thought about the other timeline. The one where she died at 19 months. The one where her grave had a headstone too small to deserve the word. And I thought about the life she was living now. A life of gardens and schools and friends and questions and the slow, beautiful process of becoming a person. And I thought about the cost of saving her, the cost of building the wall, the cost of fighting the battle, the cost of carrying the weight. And I thought about whether it was worth it. And the answer was always the same. Yes. Every time. Yes. Because she was here. Because she was growing. Because she was becoming. Because she was alive. And alive was everything. Alive was the whole story. Alive was the lavender and the laundry detergent and the cheap kind from Costco. Alive was the smell of home. The smell of the life I'd built. The life I'd fought for. The life I'd died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost. Every loss. Every sleepless night. Every moment of fear. Every board. Every brick. Every wall. It was worth it. Because she was here. Because she was alive. Because the wall was standing. Because the people were safe. Because the future was uncertain. Because the stars were out. Because home was here. And I was home. And the lavender lingered. And the stars shone. And the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed. In, out, matching her rhythm. The rhythm of life. The rhythm of love. The rhythm of a world being built one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 8th year brought the first generation ceremony. A name we'd given it. A ceremony for the children who'd been born after the collapse. The first generation of the new world. Children who'd never known electricity. Who'd never known a supermarket. Who'd never known the internet or television or air conditioning. Children who knew walls and gardens and forges and the sound of the hammer on metal and the smell of wood smoke and the taste of fresh food grown in the garden. Children who were the future. We held the ceremony in the garden, in the place where the 12 were buried, where Tom rested, where Mrs. Chun rested, where the others rested, the people who'd fought and died so that these children could grow up in a world with walls and gardens and schools. The children stood in a row, 12 of them, 12 children born after the collapse, 12 futures, 12 proofs that life continued, that the story wasn't over, that the human experiment was still going. Lily was the oldest, 7 years old. She stood at the end of the row. She was tall for her age. She had Sarah's eyes and my stubbornness. She was ready. Each child received a tool, a real tool, made in the forge, by Big Mike's apprentices. A hammer, a trowel, a knife, a saw, a tool that represented their role in the community, their contribution, their responsibility. Lily received a hammer, a small one, made for her hands. She held it like it was precious, because it was the tool of the builder, the tool of the maker, the tool of the person who creates instead of destroys. What does it mean? She asked me afterward. It means you're part of the building now. You're not just living in the world someone else built. You're building it yourself. Every day, every choice, everything you make. Like the wall, like the wall, like the garden, like the school, like everything. That's a lot of building. It is. But you're not doing it alone. You're doing it with everyone. With the community. With the people who chose to be here. With the people who chose each other. She thought about that. She held the hammer. She looked at the garden. At the graves. At the wall. At the settlement. At the stars. I want to build something big, she said. Something that lasts. Then build it well. Build it with care. Build it for the people who come after you. That's what makes things last. Like Harold built the bridge. Like Harold built the bridge. Like you built the wall. Like I built the wall. Will my thing be as important as the wall? Everything you build is important. The wall was important because it kept people safe. Your thing will be important because it will be yours. Because you made it. Because it will be part of the world you're building. She nodded. She was satisfied. She put the hammer in her pocket. She ran off to play. And I watched her go. And I thought about the other timeline. The one where she'd never received a tool. Where she'd never stood in a ceremony. Where she'd never grown up. Where she'd never become a person. Where she died at 19 months in a world that was ending. And I thought about this timeline. This one, where she was 7. Where she had a hammer. Where she wanted to build something big. Where she was the future. And I thought about the cost. And I thought about the worth. And the answer was the same. It was always the same. Yes. Every time. Yes. Because she was here. Because she was growing. Because she was building. Because she was alive. And alive was everything. The ceremony ended. The community ate. The children played. The adults talked. The stars came out. More stars than anyone could count. More stars than existed in the old world. The sky was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I sat on the porch that night. With Sarah. With Lily. With the 3-legged dog, who was now old and gray but still loyal. With the wall standing. With the settlement alive. With the Confederation growing. With the world rebuilding. And I breathed. In. Out. In. Out. The rhythm of life. The rhythm of love. The rhythm of a world being built, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 9th year. Lily was 9. She was becoming a person. A real person. With opinions and passions and a mind that worked like an engineer's. She loved the forge. She loved the garden. She loved the school. She loved the trader stories that Jake brought on his weekly visits. She loved the maps. She loved the idea of the wider world. Of other settlements. Of other people building other walls. Of a confederation of communities connected by roads and trade and the shared project of civilization. She wanted to travel. She wanted to see New Providence. She wanted to see the dam. She wanted to see the theater. She wanted to see the world beyond the wall. Someday, I said, when you're older. How old? Old enough to understand what you're seeing. I understand now. Not that much. She gave me a look. The look that was entirely Sarah. The look that said, I'm right and you know it. I laughed. You're going to be trouble, I said. I know, she said. Sarah appeared in the doorway. Who's going to be trouble? Your daughter. She gets that from you. No, she gets the trouble from you. I'm just the stubborn part. Sarah laughed. The whole family laughed. Even the dog thumped its tail. It was a good moment. A simple moment. A family moment. The kind of moment that the old world had taken for granted and the new world treasured. The kind of moment that was worth every board and every brick and every wall. The kind of moment that was the whole point. Not the wall. Not the battle. Not the Confederation. This. A family. Laughing. Together. In a world that was being rebuilt from the bones of the old one. A world that was dark and full of stars and full of possibility. A world that was home. I sat on the porch that night after they'd gone to bed. Alone. The dog at my feet. The stars above. The wall standing. The settlement quiet. And I thought about everything. About the journey. About the cost. About the wait. About the people I'd lost. About the people I'd saved. About the things I'd built. About the things I'd failed to build. About the man I'd been and the man I'd become. And I thought about the lavender. The first thing I'd noticed. The smell that had brought me back to myself. The smell that had grounded me in this timeline. The smell that had reminded me of what I was fighting for. It It was still there. After 9 years. The cheap laundry detergent from Costco. The same kind. Sarah still bought it. Not because it was the best. Because it was familiar. Because it smelled like home. Like the home I'd built. The home I'd fought for. The home I'd died for, in another world, and come back to save. I breathed it in. Deep. Slow. The lavender and the wood smoke and the earthy smell of the garden and the faint sweetness of the night air. And I thought about the man I'd been. The combat engineer who'd died in a crater outside Aleppo. The man who'd lost everything. The man who'd woken up in his own bed 10 years early and started building. And I thought about the man I was now. The builder. The husband. The father. The friend. The member of a community. The citizen of a confederation. The person who'd built a wall and saved a family and helped build a civilization from the bones of the old world. And I thought about whether the man I'd been would recognize the man I'd become. And I thought the answer was no. That the man I'd been wouldn't recognize this. The porch. The stars. The wall. The settlement. The family. The community. The confederation. The world being rebuilt. He wouldn't recognize it. Because he'd been a soldier. A man who built things to be destroyed. A man who lived in a world of violence and loss and the grinding attrition of war. He wouldn't recognize a world where the building was the point, where the creation was the purpose, where the wall wasn't a forward operating base, but a home, where the forge wasn't making weapons, but making tools, where the garden wasn't camouflage, but food, where the settlement wasn't a defensive position, but a community. He wouldn't recognize it. And that was okay, because he was gone. And I was here, and I'd built something he couldn't have imagined. Something better, something worth the cost, something worth the wait, something worth the dying and the coming back and the building and the fighting and the carrying and the sitting on the porch and watching the stars. It was worth it, every bit of it, every cost, every loss, every sleepless night, every moment of fear, every board, every brick, every wall. It was worth it, because she was here. Because Lily was here. Because Sarah was here. Because the settlement was alive. Because the confederation was growing. Because the future was uncertain, and that was okay. Because the stars were out, and the wall was standing, and the people were safe. Because home was here, and I was home, and the lavender lingered. Warm, real, mine, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed, in, out, matching the rhythm of the settlement, the rhythm of the confederation, the rhythm of a world being rebuilt, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, I heard my daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive. And I breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm. The rhythm of a life I'd saved. The rhythm of a world I'd built. The rhythm of a future that was mine. Not because I'd earned it, because I'd chosen it. Every day, every board, every wall, every choice. I chose this. I chose them, and they chose me. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were. And the people behind the wall were sleeping. Safe. Warm. Alive. And the man who built the wall was sleeping too. Finally. At last. With the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's breathing in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his. And the stars were out. And the wall was standing. And the world was dark and full of stars. And it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home. It had always been home. From a moment he'd woken up. From a moment he'd smelled the lavender. From a moment he'd known that everything was going to change. From the first board nailed and the first wall raised and the first well dug. From the first fight and the first victory and the first loss. From the first sunrise behind the wall and the first star above it. It had always been home. Because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To love instead of hate. To hope instead of despair. It was the lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life he'd built. The life he'd fought for. The life he died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost, every loss, every sleepless night, every moment of fear, every board, every brick, every wall. It was worth it because she was here, because Lily was here, because the settlement was alive, because the future was uncertain and that was okay, because the stars were out and the wall was standing and the people were safe, because home was here and he was home and the lavender lingered and the stars shone and the wall stood and the people were safe and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 10th year, the decade mark, 10 years since the grid went down, 10 years since I'd woken up in my own bed and smelled the lavender and known that everything was going to change. 10 years since I'd started building. The settlement held a celebration, a real one, not a ceremony, a celebration. Music, food, dancing, the kind of thing that people do when they've survived something and they want to mark the passage of time. The kind of thing that says, we're still here. We made it. We're building. The market square was decorated, not with balloons and streamers, with flowers, with lanterns, with the kind of handmade beauty that people create when they have to make their own entertainment. The forge had made iron lanterns. The garden had produced flowers. The school children had made banners. The whole settlement had contributed. It was beautiful, not in the way of the old world, not in the way of electric lights and amplified music and professional decorations, in the way of a new world, in the way of handmade things and community effort, and the kind of beauty that comes from people choosing to create something together. The food was extraordinary, not because the ingredients were fancy, because they were fresh, because they were local, because they were the product of 10 years of gardening and farming and learning how to grow food in a world without industrial agriculture. Roasted vegetables, fresh bread from the community oven, cheese from the goats that Big Mike's daughter had raised, beer from the brewery that had become a settlement institution, and tomatoes, fresh tomatoes. The taste of a fresh tomato after 10 years of collapse was worth more than any currency. The music was live. Someone had made a fiddle from scavenged wood. Someone else had drums. Someone had a flute carved from bone. The music wasn't polished. It wasn't professional. It was real. It was the sound of people making music because they could, because they were alive, because the world had ended and they were still here, and they had hands, and they had voices, and they had the stubborn, unkillable human need to create beauty. People danced, not the kind of dancing from the old world, the kind where you just move, where your body responds to the rhythm, where you don't care if you look good because you're alive and that's enough. Sarah danced. She was good at it. She'd always been good at it. In the old world, she'd dance in the kitchen while cooking. In the new world, she danced in the market square under lantern light. She danced with me. She danced with Lily. She danced with Big Mike. She danced with Rachel. She danced with everyone. Because that's what Sarah did. She included people. She brought them in. She made them part of the thing. She was the heart of Haven. And tonight, she was the heart of the celebration. Lily was 10 years old, a decade old. She'd been alive for the entire collapse. She'd never known the old world. She was a child of the new one. She danced with the other children. She laughed. She was free. She was the future. She was the proof that the sacrifice was worth it, that the wall was worth it, that the battle was worth it, that the wait was worth it, because she was here, alive, dancing, laughing, free, and that was everything. I stood at the edge of the celebration. I watched. I didn't dance, not because I didn't want to, because I needed to watch, because that's what I did. I watched. I protected. I built. I carried the weight. And tonight, the weight was lighter, because the celebration was happening, because the people were happy, because the settlement was alive, because the future was here, and it was beautiful. Not perfect, never perfect, but beautiful. The kind of beauty that comes from survival, from resilience, from a human refusal to give up, from the choice, made every day, to build instead of destroy, to love instead of hate, to hope instead of despair. Big Mike found me at the edge. He had 2 beers. He handed me one. 10 years, he said. 10 years. You still counting? Some things you count. Yeah, I count too. We drank. The beer was good. Better than good. It was the taste of civilization being rebuilt, of grain being grown and malted and brewed and shared, of the simple, extraordinary fact that people were making beer again, that the world was turning, that life was continuing. You did good, David. We did good. No, you did good. You started it. You built the wall. You saved the people. You created the thing that let everything else happen. I didn't do it alone. Nobody does. But someone has to start. And you started. He clapped me on the shoulder. The same shoulder he'd been clapping for 10 years. The same hand that had helped me build every wall, every structure, every system. The same friend who'd been there since the first night. Happy anniversary, brother. Happy anniversary. We drank. We watched the celebration. We watched the people we'd built this for. Dancing, laughing, living. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. Sarah found me after the dancing. She was flushed, happy, alive. She put her arms around me. You didn't dance. I was watching. You're always watching. Someone has to. Tonight, nobody has to watch. Tonight, everyone dances. I'm not everyone. Tonight, you are. She pulled me into the square, into the music, into the dancing. And I danced. Badly. Because I was a combat engineer, not a dancer. Because my body was built for building, not for moving to music. Because I was awkward and stiff and completely out of rhythm. But I danced. Because Sarah was dancing. Because Lily was dancing. Because the settlement was dancing. Because the world had ended and we were still here, and we were alive, and we were dancing under lantern light in a market square that used to be a suburban cul-de-sac. And it was beautiful. Not because the dancing was good. Because it was real. Because it was us. Because it was the sound and sight and feel of people choosing to celebrate. Choosing to be alive. Choosing to be together. Choosing to build the future instead of mourning the past. I held Sarah. She held me. We moved to the music. Badly. Together. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The celebration went late. Past midnight. Past the time when the children should have been in bed. Past the time when the adults should have been sleeping. Past the time when the world should have been quiet. But the world wasn't quiet. The world was alive. The world was celebrating. The world was marking 10 years of survival. 10 years of building. 10 years of choosing civilization over chaos. 10 years of choosing each other. Lily fell asleep on my shoulder. She was 10. She was heavy. She was too big to carry. But I carried her. Because she was my daughter. Because she was the reason for everything. Because carrying her was the easiest thing I'd ever done. Easier than building the wall. Easier than fighting the battle. Easier than carrying the weight. Carrying her was easy. Because she was light. Not physically. She was heavy. But spiritually, she was light. She was the lightest thing in my world. The brightest. The most beautiful. The most worth everything. I carried her home. Sarah walked beside me. The settlement was quieting down. The lanterns were burning low. The music was fading. The celebration was ending. But the feeling remained. The feeling of 10 years. Of survival. Of building. Of choosing each other. The feeling of home. I put Lily in bed. She stirred. She mumbled something. She settled. The 3-legged dog, now ancient and gray, hopped up onto the rug beside her crib. He settled too. I stood in the doorway. I watched them. My daughter. The dog. The mobile still spinning. The felt animals with a wonky elephant ear. The same mobile. The same crib. The same room. 10 years. I'd watched her breathe in this room for 10 years. Every night. Every morning. Every moment in between. I'd watched her grow from a baby who couldn't hold her head up to a girl who could build a wall and grow a garden and read a book and ask questions that cut through complexity like a knife. I'd watched her become a person, and it was the greatest thing I'd ever done. Not the wall, not the battle, not the confederation. Watching her become a person, that was the greatest thing. That was the whole point. That was the reason for everything. Sarah came and stood beside me. She's beautiful, she said. Yeah. She's going to change the world. Yeah. You know that, right? She's going to do things you and I can't even imagine. I know. Are you ready for that? No, but I will be. She leaned against me. You always are. I always have been. That's why I chose you. That's why I chose you. We stood in the doorway. We watched our daughter sleep. We watched the dog guard her. We watched the mobile spin. And we breathed. In, out, in, out. The rhythm of life. The rhythm of love. The rhythm of a family that had survived the end of the world and built something better from the ruins. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And the lavender lingered. And the stars shone. And the walls stood. And the people were safe. And the future was uncertain. And that was okay. That was more than okay. That was everything. That was home. It had always been home. From a moment, I'd woken up. From a moment, I'd smelled the lavender. From a moment, I'd known that everything was going to change. From a first board nailed, and the first wall raised, and the first well dug. From the first fight, and the first victory, and the first loss. From the first sunrise behind the wall, and the first star above it. It had always been home. Because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To love instead of hate. To hope instead of despair. It was the lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life I'd built. The life I'd fought for. The life I'd died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost. Every loss. Every sleepless night. Every moment of fear. Every board. Every brick. Every wall. It was worth it. Because she was here. Because Lily was here. Because the settlement was alive. Because the future was uncertain and that was okay. Because the stars were out and the wall was standing and the people were safe. Because home was here. And I was home. And the lavender lingered. Warm. Real. Mine. And the wall stood. And the stars shone. And the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed. In. Out. In. Out. Matching my daughter's rhythm. The rhythm of a life I'd saved. The rhythm of a world I'd built. The rhythm of a future that was mine. Not because I'd earned it. Because I'd chosen it. Every day. Every board. Every wall. Every choice. I chose this. I chose them. And they chose me. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were. And the people behind the wall were sleeping. Safe. Warm. Alive. And the man who built the wall was sleeping too. Finally. At last. With the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's breathing in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his. And the stars were out. And the wall was standing. And the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, he heard his daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive. And he breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm. The rhythm of life. The rhythm of love. The rhythm of a world being built one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The lavender lingered. The stars shone. The wall stood. The people were safe. The future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And it was home. It had always been home. And it always would be. As long as the wall stood. As long as the people were safe. As long as the stars shone. As long as the lavender lingered. As long as his daughter breathed. As long as his wife's hand was in his. As long as he chose to build. As long as he chose to love. As long as he chose to hope. It was home. It was everything. It was enough. And he closed his eyes. And he breathed. And he slept. The dreamless kind. The kind that comes when you've done the work and the weight is shared and the people you love are safe. The kind of sleep he hadn't had in the other timeline. The kind of sleep he'd come back to earn. And in the morning, he woke up. To lavender. To laundry detergent. To the cheap kind from Costco. And he smiled. Because the smell was the same. And everything else was different. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You wake up. You smell the lavender. You know what's coming. And you build. You build walls and water systems and communities and futures. You build because that's what you do. Because that's what people do. Because the world ends and people build. And the people you love are alive. And the stars are out. And the weight is heavy but shared. And the future is uncertain, and that's okay. Because the future is supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it worth living. And he got out of bed. And he put on his boots. And he walked outside. And the sun was coming up. And the settlement was waking up. And the smoke rose from the chimneys. And the voices rose from the market. And the children laughed. And the hammer rang on metal from the forge. And the world was being built. One board, one brick, one choice, at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The years kept coming. They always do. Even when you're counting them in a world that stopped keeping track. Even when the calendar on the wall is just a piece of paper with marks you've made by hand. Even when the only way to measure time is by the growth of a child and the harvest of a garden and the slow accumulation of walls and roads and connections. The 11th year. Lily was 11. She was tall. She was smart. She was becoming the kind of person who would change the world. She'd already decided what she wanted to be. An engineer, like her father, like Rachel, like Harold, whose name she knew from the stories. She wanted to build things, big things, things that lasted. She wanted to build bridges, real bridges, not the kind that spanned creeks in a suburban backyard, the kind that spanned rivers, the kind that connected communities, the kind that Harold had spent his life designing. Harold was my teacher, I told her. He taught me how to build for time, how to build for the people who come after you. I want a teacher like that. You have one, Rachel, and me, and Big Mike. You have a lot of teachers. I want the best one. The best one is gone, baby. But his work is everywhere. Every wall, every foundation, every structure that was built to last. That's Harold. That's his teaching. That's his legacy. Then I'll build like him. I'll build things that last. That's the best thing you can do. She nodded. She was 11, but she was wise. She was Sarah's daughter. She had the kind of clarity that cut through complexity and found the truth at the center. She was going to be extraordinary. I knew it. Sarah knew it. Everyone who knew her knew it. She was the future, not in the abstract way that people talk about the future. In the concrete, specific, boots-on-the-ground way. She was going to build things. She was going to connect communities. She was going to carry the knowledge forward. She was going to be the bridge between what we'd built and what would come after. And I was going to watch her do it. From the porch, with a hammer in my hand and a fire in the forge and a weight on my shoulders that was getting lighter every year. Because the work was being passed on. Because the next generation was ready. Because the wall was standing and the people were safe and the future was in good hands. Her hands. Small hands. Young hands. But steady. Strong. Ready. The Confederation was 20 settlements strong. 20 communities. 20 stories. 20 versions of the same thing. People building. People connecting. People choosing civilization. The network was expanding. Roads were being built. Trade was flowing. Knowledge was being shared. The world was getting smaller. Not in the way of the old world. In the way that mattered. The way where communities were connecting. Where people were choosing each other. Where the future was being built together. I was 45 now. Or 44, depending on how you counted. My body was showing the wear. The aches. The pains. The accumulated damage of a decade of building and fighting and carrying. My back hurt. My knees popped. My hands were permanently calloused. My hair had gray streaks that hadn't been there 10 years ago. I was old. Not old, but older. And I was tired. The kind of tired that sleep doesn't fix. The kind of tired that comes from carrying weight for too long. The kind of tired that needs something more than rest. It needs purpose. It needs meaning. It needs the knowledge that the work was worth it. And the work was worth it. Because she was here. Because Lily was here. Because Sarah was here. Because the settlement was alive. Because the Confederation was growing. Because the future was being built. Because the wall was standing. Because the people were safe. Because the stars were out. Because home was here. And that was enough. It was everything. It was home. Sarah found me in the workshop one evening. I was working on a project. A small one. A personal one. I was building a bridge. A model bridge. Made from the same materials Harold would have used. Wood. Wire. glue made from animal hides. A small, perfect bridge that spanned the gap between two workbenches. What's that? She said. A bridge. I can see that. What's it for? Nothing. Just building. She looked at it. She looked at me. You're thinking about Harold. Yeah. Miss him. Every day. She came and stood beside me. She put her arm around my waist. He'd be proud of you. He'd be proud of what we built. Not me. Us. Same thing. Not the same. I just started. You built the community. You built the trust. You built the thing that made the walls worth standing behind. You're being modest. I'm being accurate. The wall is just wood and concrete. The community is what makes it matter. And you built the community. She leaned against me. We looked at the model bridge. Small. Perfect. A tribute to a man who died on a bridge. A man who'd spent his life building things that connected people. A man who'd taught me that building for time was the only building that mattered. Do you think he knew? I said. Knew what? That was his last mission. That he wasn't coming back. Do you think he knew? I think he knew. I think that's why he insisted on going. I think he'd been saying goodbye for weeks. In his own way. Through his work. Through the teaching. Through the way he looked at the settlement. Like he was memorizing it. Like he was making sure everything was right before he left. Yeah, I think you're right. He was ready. He was ready. Are you ready? The question hung in the air. Not a threat. Not a fear. Just a question. The kind of question that comes after a decade of carrying weight. The kind of question that comes when you're tired and the work is being passed on and the future is in good hands. Not yet, I said. There's still work to do. There's always work to do. I know, but the work is changing. It's not about survival anymore. It's about building. And the building is in good hands. Rachel's hands. Lily's hands. The apprentice's hands. The next generation's hands. So what's left for you? Watching. Teaching. Being here. Being the person who's always here. Who's always watching. Who's always ready. That's not a life, David. That's a job. It's been both for 10 years. Maybe it's time to let it be just a life. I thought about that. A life. Not a job. Not a mission. Not a weight to carry. Just a life. The life I'd built. The life I'd fought for. The life I'd died for. In another world and come back to save. Maybe, I said. Maybe it is. She kissed me. On the cheek. The way she always did when she wanted me to hear something without saying it. And I heard it. I heard the thing she wasn't saying. The thing she'd been saying for years. The thing I'd been avoiding. Put the weight down. Just for a minute. Just for a moment. Just long enough to feel what it's like to not carry it. To just be. Not the builder. Not the engineer. Not the soldier. Not the man who carried the weight of a dead timeline. Just a man. A husband. A father. A person sitting on a porch with his wife, watching the stars. Okay, I said. Okay, what? Okay, I'll try. I'll try to put it down. Just for a minute. Just for tonight. That's all I'm asking. 1 minute. 1 night. 1 moment of not carrying the weight. 1 moment. Start there. She smiled. The kind of smile that made the weight lighter. Just a little. Just enough. And we stood in the workshop. And we looked at the model bridge. And we thought about Harold. And we thought about the work. And we thought about the life. And we thought about the future. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And the lavender lingered. And the stars shone. And the walls stood. And the people were safe. And the future was uncertain. And that was okay. That was more than okay. That was everything. That was home. And I breathed. In, out, matching the rhythm of the settlement. The rhythm of the Confederation. The rhythm of a world being rebuilt, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, I heard my daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive. And I breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm. The rhythm of a life I'd saved. The rhythm of a world I'd built. The rhythm of a future that was mine. Not because I'd earned it, because I'd chosen it. Every day, every board, every wall, every choice. I chose this. I chose them. And they chose me. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were. And the people behind the wall were sleeping. safe, warm, alive. And the man who built the wall was sleeping too. Finally, at last, with the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's breathing in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his. And the stars were out, and the wall was standing, and the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home, and in the morning, he woke up. To lavender, to laundry detergent, to the cheap kind from Costco. And he smiled, because the smell was the same, and everything else was different. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You wake up, you smell the lavender, you know what's coming, and you build. You build walls and water systems and communities and futures. You build because that's what you do, because that's what people do, because the world ends and people build. And the people you love are alive, and the stars are out, and the weight is heavy but shared. And the future is uncertain, and that's okay, because the future is supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it worth living. And he got out of bed, and he put on his boots, and he walked outside, and the sun was coming up, and the settlement was waking up, and the smoke rose from the chimneys, and the voices rose from the market, and the children laughed, and the hammer rang on metal from the forge, and the world was being built, one board, one brick, one choice, at a time, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the walls stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 12th year brought something I hadn't expected. A letter, not from a settlement, not from Trader, from Marcus. A real letter, handwritten, on paper made from the settlement's paper mill, one of the newer industries that had sprung up as the Confederation matured. The letter was addressed to me, just me, not the council, not the community, me. I opened it in the workshop, alone. The words were careful, measured, the word of a man who'd thought about every sentence before writing it. David, I'm writing this because I need you to know something, not for forgiveness. I'm past asking for that, not for understanding. I'm past needing that. I'm writing because I've spent 12 years in this garden, 12 years growing things, 12 years watching seasons turn, 12 years learning what it means to create instead of destroy. And I need you to know that I understand now. What you built, what you fought for, what you chose. You chose the hard thing, the thing that doesn't pay off immediately, the thing that requires patience and trust and the willingness to be vulnerable. I chose the easy thing, control, force, domination, the thing that looks like strength but is actually weakness, because it requires no trust, no vulnerability, no faith in other people. And I was wrong. I was wrong about everything, about power, about civilization, about what keeps people safe. It's not chains, it's choice. It's the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment choice to build instead of destroy, to connect instead of isolate, to hope instead of despair. You made that choice, every day, for 12 years. And I watched you, from the garden, from a window, from a small house on the edge of the settlement. I watched you build. I watched you fight. I watched you carry the weight. And I learned, slowly, painfully, but I learned. And I need you to know that your choice saved me. Not from the room, not from the restrictions, from myself, from the man I was, from the man I would have become if you'd killed me instead of keeping me alive. Because death would have been easy, and I didn't deserve easy. I deserved the hard thing, the thing that required me to change, to grow, to become something other than what I was. And that's what I've done. Not perfectly, not completely, but I've done it. And I'm grateful, not for the forgiveness I don't expect, for the chance, for the garden, for the seeds, for the slow, patient process of growing something from dirt. Because that's what you taught me, without saying a word. You taught me that the most important thing a person can do is grow something. A plant, a child, a community, a civilization. You taught me that by living it, by building it, by choosing it, every day, for 12 years. Thank you, not for forgiving me, for keeping me alive long enough to learn. Marcus, I read the letter 3 times. I sat in the workshop. The fire was dying. The forge was cooling. The hammer was heavy in my hand, and the letter was in my other hand. And I thought about the man who'd written it, the man who'd built a tyranny, the man who'd sent raiders to kill my wife, the man who'd been my mirror, my enemy, my prisoner, my gardener, and now apparently my student. Because that's what the letter said. That I'd taught him, without saying a word, by living, by building, by choosing, every day, for 12 years. I didn't know if I believed it. I didn't know if the change was real. I didn't know if the man who'd written the letter was the same man who'd commanded an army. But I knew something. I knew that the letter existed, that the words existed, that the thought existed. And that was something. In a world where everything was something or nothing, where every choice was build or destroy, where every moment was a chance to choose. And this man, this former tyrant, this former warlord, this former enemy, had chosen. He'd chosen the hard thing, the thing that required patience and trust and vulnerability. He'd chosen to grow something from dirt, and he'd written a letter to tell me about it. I folded the letter. I put it in my pocket. I went home. I didn't tell Sarah. Not yet. Some things needed time. Some things needed to be processed. Some things needed to sit in the pocket and the mind and the heart before they could be shared. I sat on the porch that night, the letter in my pocket, the stars above, the wall standing, the settlement quiet, and I thought about the man in the garden, the man who'd grown tomatoes and written letters and spent 12 years learning what it meant to create instead of destroy. And I thought about the wall I'd built, the wall that had kept him out, the wall that had eventually let him in, the wall that was the boundary between civilization and chaos. And I thought about the fact that the wall wasn't just physical. It was moral. It was the line between the choice to build and the choice to destroy, between the choice to connect and the choice to dominate, between the choice to hope and the choice to despair. And Marcus had crossed that line, from the wrong side to the right side, slowly, painfully, over 12 years of growing tomatoes and writing letters and learning what it meant to create. And I'd let him. I'd kept him alive. I'd given him the chance. Not because he deserved it, because the alternative was giving up on people. And I'd seen what happened when people gave up on each other. It led to graves. It led to dysentery and kitchen knives and headstones too small to deserve the word. I wasn't going there again. Not if I had anything to say about it. And I had something to say about it. I had a wall, and a forge, and a garden, and a family, and a community, and a confederation, and a world being rebuilt from the bones of the old one. And I had a choice, every day, to build instead of destroy, to connect instead of isolate, to hope instead of despair. And I chose it, every time, because that's what people do, because that's what I do, because that's who I am. Not the soldier, not the engineer, not the man who carried the weight. The man who chose, every day, to build. And the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the lavender lingered, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And it was home. It had always been home. From the moment I'd woken up, from the moment I'd smelled the lavender, from the moment I'd known that everything was going to change, from the first board nailed, and the first wall raised, and the first well dug. From the first fight and the first victory and the first loss. From the first sunrise behind the wall and the first star above it. It had always been home. Because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To love instead of hate. To hope instead of despair. It was the lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life I'd built. The life I'd fought for, the life I'd died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost, every loss, every sleepless night, every moment of fear, every board, every brick, every wall. It was worth it because she was here, because Lily was here, because the settlement was alive, because the future was uncertain and that was okay, because the stars were out and the wall was standing and the people were safe. Because home was here, and I was home, and the lavender lingered, warm, real, mine, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed, in, out, matching my daughter's rhythm, the rhythm of a life I'd saved, the rhythm of a world I'd built, the rhythm of a future that was mine. Not because I'd earned it, because I'd chosen it. Every day, every board, every wall, every choice. I chose this. I chose them. And they chose me. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were. And the people behind the wall were sleeping. Safe. Warm. Alive. And the man who built the wall was sleeping too. Finally. At last. With the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's breathing in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his. And the stars were out, and the wall was standing. And the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, he heard his daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive. And he breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of love, the rhythm of a world being built one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and the lavender lingered, and the stars shone, and the walls stood, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the walls stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And in the morning, he woke up. To lavender. To laundry detergent. To the cheap kind from Costco. And he smiled. Because the smell was the same. And everything else was different. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You wake up. You smell the lavender. You know what's coming. And you build. You build walls and water systems and communities and futures. You build because that's what you do. Because that's what people do. Because the world ends and people build. And the people you love are alive. And the stars are out. And the weight is heavy but shared. And the future is uncertain, and that's okay. Because the future is supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it worth living. And he got out of bed. And he put on his boots. And he walked outside. And the sun was coming up. And the settlement was waking up. And the smoke rose from the chimneys. And the voices rose from the market. And the children laughed. And the hammer rang on metal from the forge. And the world was being built. One board, one brick, one choice, at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And the lavender lingered. And the stars had faded into the morning light. And the walls stood in the golden sun. And the people were safe. And the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And it was home. It had always been home. And it always would be. As long as the wall stood. As long as the people were safe. As long as the lavender lingered. As long as his daughter breathed. As long as his wife's hand was in his. As long as he chose to build. As long as he chose to love. As long as he chose to hope. It was home. It was everything. It was enough. And the morning sun warmed his face. And the smell of lavender filled his lungs. And the sound of his daughter's laughter drifted from the garden. And the sound of the hammer on metal rang from the forge. And the sound of the world being built filled his ears. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 13th year. Lily was 13. A teenager. The kind of teenager who asked too many questions and wanted too many answers and was too smart for her own good. She'd outgrown the model bridge phase and was now designing real structures. Small ones. A footbridge over the creek. A reinforced storage shed. A new section of the inner wall. She was good. Better than good. She had the eye. The instinct. The kind of understanding that couldn't be taught. Only nurtured. Rachel saw it first. Of course, Rachel saw it first. Rachel was the engineer. Rachel knew what talent looked like. She's going to surpass me, Rachel said. Not with jealousy. With pride. The kind of pride a teacher feels when the student becomes better than the master. She's that good. She's better than that good. She's the kind of good that changes things. That pushes the boundaries. That builds things nobody's imagined yet. I watch her work. She was in the forge, shaping a piece of iron into a bracket. Her hands were steady. Her focus was absolute. She was 13, and she was building. Really building. Not playing at building. Not pretending. Building. The kind of building that mattered. The kind that would last. The kind that Harold would have been proud of. You're good, I said. She looked up. I know. You're going to be better than me. I know. You're going to build things I can't even imagine. I know. Are you scared? A little. Good. Scared means you care. Scared means you know it matters. She nodded. She went back to work. The hammer rang on metal. The sparks flew. The bracket took shape. And I watched. From the doorway. With a weight on my shoulders. Lighter now. So much lighter. Because the work was being passed on. Because the next generation was ready. Because the wall was standing and the people were safe and the future was in good hands. Her hands. The hands of a 13-year-old girl who was going to change the world. Not with force. Not with domination. Not with the kind of control that Marcus had chosen. With building. With creating. With the slow, patient, stubborn process of making things that lasted. That connected. That mattered. That was the legacy. Not the wall. Not the battle. Not the confederation. The legacy was her. And the other children. And the other children's children. The legacy was the knowledge. The skills. The choice. The daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To connect instead of isolate. To hope instead of despair. That was the legacy. And it was in good hands. Her hands. Small hands. Young hands. But steady. Strong. Ready. The kind of hands that build bridges. The kind of hands that connect communities. The kind of hands that carry the future. And I was going to watch her do it. From the porch. With a hammer in my hand and a fire in the forge and a weight on my shoulders that was almost gone. Because the work was being passed on. Because the next generation was ready. Because the wall was standing and the people were safe and the future was bright. And the lavender lingered. And the stars shone. And the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed. In, out, matching her rhythm. The rhythm of a life I'd saved. The rhythm of a world I'd built. The rhythm of a future that was mine. Not because I'd earned it. Because I'd chosen it. Every day. Every board. Every wall. Every choice. I chose this. I chose them. And they chose me. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were. And the people behind the wall were sleeping. Safe. Warm. Alive. And the man who built the wall was sleeping too. Finally. At last. With the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's breathing in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his. And the stars were out. And the wall was standing. And the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home, and in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, he heard his daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive, and he breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of love, the rhythm of a world being built, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and the lavender lingered, and the stars shone, and the wall stood, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and in the morning, he woke up. To lavender. To laundry detergent. To the cheap kind from Costco. And he smiled. Because the smell was the same. And everything else was different. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You wake up. You smell the lavender. You know what's coming. And you build. You build walls and water systems and communities and futures. You build because that's what you do. Because that's what people do. Because the world ends and people build. And the people you love are alive. And the stars are out. And the weight is heavy but shared. And the future is uncertain, and that's okay. Because the future is supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it worth living. And he got out of bed. And he put on his boots. And he walked outside. And the sun was coming up. And the settlement was waking up. And the smoke rose from the chimneys. And the voices rose from the market. and the children laughed, and a hammer rang on metal from the forge, and the world was being built. One board, one brick, one choice, at a time, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The morning light touched the wall. The same wall. The wall he'd built 13 years ago. The wall that had kept his family safe. The wall that had become a settlement. The wall that had become a town. The wall that had become a community. The wall that had become a home. He stood in the morning light, and he breathed, and he smiled, because the wall was standing, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain, and the lavender lingered, and the stars had faded into the morning sky, and the sun was warm on his face, and his daughter was laughing in the garden, and his wife was making chicory coffee in the kitchen, and the hammer was ringing from the forge, and the world was being built, one board, one brick, one choice, at a time, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. It had always been home. From the moment he'd woken up, from the moment he'd smelled the lavender, from the moment he'd known that everything was going to change, from the first board nailed and the first wall raised and the first well dug, from the first fight and the first victory and the first loss, from the first sunrise behind the wall and the first star above it. It had always been home, because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy, to love instead of hate, to hope instead of despair. It was the lavender, the laundry detergent, the cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life he'd built, the life he'd fought for, the life he'd died for in another world and come back to save. And it was worth it. Every cost, every loss, every sleepless night, every moment of fear, every board, every brick, every wall. It was worth it, because she was here, because Lily was here, because the settlement was alive, because the future was uncertain and that was okay, because the stars were out and the wall was standing and the people were safe, because home was here and he was home and the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the wall stood and the stars shone and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, matching his daughter's rhythm, the rhythm of a life he'd saved, the rhythm of a world he'd built, the rhythm of a future that was his. Not because he'd earned it, because he'd chosen it. Every day, every board, every wall, every choice. He chose this. He chose them, and they chose him. And that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. And the lavender lingered, and the stars shone, and the wall stood, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And it was home. It had always been home. And it always would be, as long as the wall stood, as long as the people were safe, as long as the lavender lingered, as long as his daughter breathed, as long as his wife's hand was in his, as long as he chose to build, as long as he chose to love, as long as he chose to hope. It was home. It was everything. It was enough. And the morning sun warmed his face, and the smell of lavender filled his lungs, and the sound of his daughter's laughter drifted from the garden, and the sound of the hammer on metal rang from the forge, and the sound of the world being built filled his ears. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The 14th year. The wall needed repairs. Not because it had been breached, because time does what time does. Wood rots, concrete cracks, guairasts, the slow, patient work of entropy that turns everything back into dirt if you let it. I oversaw the repairs, not because I had to, because I wanted to, because the wall was the first thing I'd built, the thing that had started everything, the thing that had kept my family safe on the first night and every night since. It deserved to be maintained. The apprentices did the work. Lily directed them. She was 14 now. She was brilliant. She saw things in the wall structure that I'd missed. She found weaknesses I hadn't noticed. She designed improvements I wouldn't have thought of. She was the future, and the future was in good hands. I watched her work. I watched her direct. I watched her build. And I thought about Harold, about the bridge, about the last thing he'd built, about the way he'd looked at the settlement when he first arrived and said, "This won't hold against what's coming from the south." He'd been right. It hadn't held. Not completely. But we'd held. The people had held. The community had held. The choice had held. And the wall had been rebuilt. Better, stronger, more lasting. Harold's principles, Harold's teaching, Harold's legacy, living in every beam, every foundation, every careful calculation. He was gone, but his work remained. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You build, not for yourself, for the people who come after you, for the ones who will stand where you stood and see what you saw and build what you couldn't, for the ones who will carry the knowledge forward, for the ones who will make the world better than you left it. That was the legacy, not the wall, not the battle, not the confederation. The legacy was the choice, the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy, to connect instead of isolate, to hope instead of despair. And the choice was being made, every day, by every person in the settlement, by every person in the confederation, by every person in the wider world that was slowly, painfully, stubbornly rebuilding itself from the bones of the old one. And I was part of it, not the center, not the leader, not the hero, just a part, a builder, an engineer, a man who'd woken up in his own bed 10 years ago and started building, a man who'd carried the weight, a man who'd fought the battles, a man who'd lost people and saved people and built things and broken things and chosen, every day, to build. And the choice was worth it. Every cost, every loss, every sleepless night, every moment of fear, every board, every brick, every wall. It was worth it. Because she was here, because Lily was here, because Sarah was here, because the settlement was alive, because the confederation was growing, because the future was being built, because the wall was standing, because the people were safe, because the stars were out, because home was here, and I was home, and the lavender lingered, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And I breathed, in, out, matching the rhythm of the settlement, the rhythm of the confederation, the rhythm of a world being rebuilt, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between waking and sleep, I heard my daughter breathing in the next room. Slow, steady, alive. And I breathed with her. In, out, matching her rhythm, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of love, the rhythm of a world being built, one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and the lavender lingered, and the stars shone, and the wall stood, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And in the morning, he woke up to lavender, to laundry detergent, to the cheap kind from Costco. And he smiled, because the smell was the same, and everything else was different. And that was the point. That was the whole point. You wake up, you smell the lavender, you know what's coming, and you build. You build walls and water systems and communities and futures. You build because that's what you do, because that's what people do, because the world ends and people build, and the people you love are alive, and the stars are out, and the weight is heavy but shared, and the future is uncertain, and that's okay, because the future is supposed to be uncertain. That's what makes it worth living. And he got out of bed, and he put on his boots, and he walked outside, and the sun was coming up, and the settlement was waking up, and the smoke rose from the chimneys, and the voices rose from the market, and the children laughed, and the hammer rang on metal from the forge, and the world was being built, one board, one brick, one choice, at a time, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And so the story went, not forward, not backward, in circles, the circles of seasons, the circles of growth, the circles of a world being rebuilt, one choice at a time. The circles of a man who died and come back and build a wall and save his family and learn that the wall wasn't the point. The people were, and the people were here, and the wall was standing, and the future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And it was home. It had always been home, and it always would be. as long as the wall stood, as long as the people were safe, as long as the lavender lingered, as long as his daughter breathed, as long as his wife's hand was in his, as long as he chose to build, as long as he chose to love, as long as he chose to hope. It was home. It was everything. It was enough. And the morning sun warmed his face, and the smell of lavender filled his lungs, and the sound of his daughter's laughter drifted from the garden, and the sound of the hammer on metal rang from the forge, and the sound of the world being built filled his ears. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. He sat on the porch, the same chair, the same view, the wall in the distance, the garden to the left, the forge smoke rising to the right, the stars above, the lavender below, the weight on his shoulders, lighter now, almost gone, because the work was being passed on, because the next generation was ready, because the wall was standing and the people were safe and the future was bright. He sat, he breathed, he watched, his daughter in the garden, building something, his wife in the kitchen, making coffee, his friend in the forge, hammering metal, his community in the settlement, living their lives, his world, built from the bones of the old one, his home, built from the choices he'd made. Every day, every board, every wall, every choice. He chose this. He chose them, and they chose him, and that was enough. It was everything. It was the whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were, and the people behind the wall were sleeping, safe, warm, alive, and the man who built the wall was sitting on the porch. Finally, at last, with the smell of lavender in his nose and the sound of his daughter's laughter in his ears and the weight of his wife's hand in his, and the stars were out, and the wall was standing, and the world was dark and full of stars, and it was okay. It was more than okay. It was home, and in the quiet, in the stillness, in the space between one breath and the next, he felt it. The thing he'd been carrying, the weight, the grief, the memory, the other timeline, the people he'd lost, the mistakes he'd made, the cost of everything. He felt it, and he let it go. Not all at once, not completely, but enough. Enough to sit on the porch, enough to watch the stars, enough to hear his daughter's laughter, enough to feel his wife's hand, enough to breathe, in, out, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of love, the rhythm of a world being built one choice at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The lavender lingered. The stars shone. The wall stood. The people were safe. The future was uncertain. And that was everything. That was the whole story. And it was home. It had always been home. And it always would be, as long as the wall stood, as long as the people were safe, as long as the lavender lingered, as long as his daughter breathed, as long as his wife's hand was in his, as long as he chose to build, as long as he chose to love, as long as he chose to hope. It was home. It was everything. It was enough. And the morning sun rose over the wall, and the lavender filled the air, and the world was being built. One board, one brick, one choice, at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. And the morning kept coming. The sun kept rising. The wall kept standing. The people kept building. The world kept turning. And he kept sitting on the porch, breathing, watching, feeling the weight get lighter, feeling the lavender linger, feeling the stars fade into the morning sky, feeling his daughter's laughter drift from the garden, feeling his wife's hand in his, feeling the hammer ring from a forge, feeling the world being built. One board, one brick, one choice, at a time. And it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The whole story. From the first breath to the last. From the first board to the last wall. From the first choice to the last. It was home. It had always been home. And it always would be. Because home wasn't a place. It was the people. It was the choice. It was the daily, hourly, moment-by-moment decision to build instead of destroy. To love instead of hate. To hope instead of despair. It was the lavender. The laundry detergent. The cheap kind from Costco. It was the smell of the life he'd built. The life he'd fought for. The life he'd died for. In another world. And come back to save. and it was worth it. Every cost, every loss, every sleepless night, every moment of fear, every board, every brick, every wall. It was worth it, because she was here, because Lily was here, because the settlement was alive, because the future was uncertain, and that was okay, because the stars were out, and the wall was standing, and the people were safe, because home was here, and he was home, and the lavender lingered, warm, real, his, and the wall stood, and the stars shone, and the world was dark and beautiful and full of possibility. And he breathed, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home, and the morning sun kept rising, and the lavender kept lingering, and the wall kept standing, and the people kept building, and the world kept turning, and he kept breathing, in, out, and it was enough. It was everything. It was home. The whole story. The man who died and woke up and built a wall and saved his family and learned that the wall wasn't the point. The people behind it were, and the people were here, and the wall was standing, and the future was uncertain, and that was everything. That was the whole story, and it was home. It had always been home, and it always would be, and the morning kept coming, and the lavender kept lingering, and the wall kept standing, and the people kept building, and the world kept turning, and he kept breathing, and it was enough, and it was everything, and it was home, and the whole story was told, and the man was at peace, and the family was together, and the settlement was alive, and the future was bright, and the stars were fading into the morning light, and the lavender was warm and real and his, and the wall was standing, and the people were safe, and the future was uncertain, and that was everything. That was the whole story, and it was home, and it had always been home, and it always would be home, and the morning sun rose over the wall, and the lavender filled the air, and the world was being built one board, one brick, one choice at a time, and it was enough, and it was everything, and it was home.